Sember. Written by Zoe Blessing.
Chapter 1. When a girl can make a pair of pants burst into flames with her bare hands, people tend to be afraid of her. Or, in this case, me. Only my brother, Gobin, who is fireproof, ever dared to argue with me. Everyone else? Well... "Oh, I'm sorry," said a woman I didn't know very well. I had just entered the commons for breakfast when we'd both reached for the same tray. "I didn't mean to get in your way." "It's fine." I offered her the wooden tray. "Go ahead." She took a step back. "Actually, I just remembered something. I'll eat later. You have a good meal." She scurried away before I could say anything else. With a small sigh, I began piling my tray with berries, corn cakes, and dried meat. Foresthome was a collection of rough-hewn cabins and shacks. Originally a refugee camp for displaced plainsmen and persecuted gifted, it had grown into a community of people who all helped each other. Hunting, weaving cloth, carving spoons, whatever their abilities, everyone chipped in. It was pretty great, even if most of them were scared to talk to me. I sat alone at a table, not giving the polite but skittish woman any more thought. Those who knew me liked me, and I had decided long ago that anyone who didn't know me well enough. Chewing absently, I brought a hand up and concentrated on gradually directing my heat there until it glowed faintly, attempting to maintain the same intensity without fluctuating. Warm, almost hot, but not scalding. It took me months to perfect this seemingly simple task. Destruction was so much easier. "Sember, there you are." I snuffed the glow from my hand at the sound of Niren's voice. She was 2 years older than my 16 years, same as Gobin, and talked to me all the time. I wasn't sure if it was because not many could tolerate her incessant prattle, or if she felt sorry for me since I had few friends. "Did you hear about Wender getting sick?" She plopped down next to me. "Wender? But I was just with him yesterday to help him collect honey." Smoke made bees sleepy, so I wasn't without my uses. "That's the 4th one to get sick this week, right?" "Yes, it's so nasty. I don't think I could stand being covered in rashes and coughing up blood." She shivered with disgust. "It seems really bad and contagious. You didn't go near him, did you?" I was getting ready to scoot away from her if she had. "I know how much you like honey." "No way. They finally set up a quarantine cabin so it'll be easier to avoid them." Niren stole a berry from my tray and popped it into her mouth. "They're using Siena's old cabin. Remember when we were kids and we used to sneak in there to talk to her?" "You used to sneak in there against Bren's orders. I understood the concept of privacy." She waved a dismissive hand. "Siena never complained." "Siena never complains about anything," I pointed out. "Unlike some people." "I am not a complainer." Niren flipped her long hair over one shoulder. "I just state my opinions, that's all." Did she ever? I decided to change the subject. "When do you think Siena's coming back from visiting the tribes?" She shrugged. "It's been a week, right? But she probably loses track of time when she gets to spend it trekking around with Remy. Am I right?" She waggled her eyebrows and nudged me with an elbow. I sighed and shook my head, but smiled anyway. I was glad Siena was happy now. The first day I ever saw her, 10 years ago, is still crystal clear in my memory. It was at a community meeting. The entire population of Foresthome had been talking about the young Iceling who had been rescued in the forest and brought in. I remember thinking she was sort of small and skinny for her 15 years as she marched to the center of the meeting circle, but I was entranced by her pale blue eyes and hair the color of the yellow plains in summer. I was jealous, really. My hair was thin, messy, and flaming red. "I hope she gets back soon," I said. I thought about how far Siena had come since those early days when she was lost and afraid of everyone. Now she was the resident healer, sharing her gift with everyone, including the plainsman tribes who used to persecute the gifted. Her level of kindness went beyond my understanding. I would have told those stupid plainsmen to go suck a toad. "We need her. This sickness seems to be spreading fast." "Yeah, seems like it. Hey, "What's Gobin doing today?" I glanced at her, wondering what she felt for my brother, if anything. As much as she liked to talk, she rarely shared anything private. "He's going hunting, since Remy's gone." Remy, our best hunter, was the one who found Siena all those years ago, and now they were inseparable, living together and doing practically everything together. "Those two are so adorable. I wish I had someone like that." She sighed dramatically and stroked her lustrous brown hair. "You will." It was a platitude, but I didn't know what else to say. After breakfast, I brushed the crumbs off my deer-hide pants, waved goodbye to Niren, and jogged down the lake trail. Two women holding gathering baskets stopped chatting with each other when they saw me and practically jumped off the path. The forest folk were too polite to ever say anything directly to me, but really, they didn't need to. I may have imagined it, but they seemed to hold their collective breath as I passed, as if bracing for some kind of impact. I continued jogging, trying to shrug it off. They just didn't know me, I reminded myself. My fiery gift could be intimidating. The days had been growing shorter and cooler, and the brisk air felt good in my lungs. Siena taught me that my pent-up energy sometimes made me irritable, and if I didn't master my emotions, my gift, my curse, really, could very well cause another explosion. Yes, another one. Everyone learned to sidestep me the day after the explosion, the one I caused when I was 6 and wanted to go diving with Dilla in the lake. She was the gifted who could breathe underwater and sometimes brought back treasures like colorful gems and monstrous clams. I wanted to find my own treasures and had a tantrum when my parents said no. It wasn't just the no, it was no, you're too little, no, you can't breathe underwater, no, you won't get far. They were telling me I wasn't good enough when I knew, deep in my 6-year-old heart, that I was. And so my blood boiled, my hands clenched, and fury bubbled up from my very core. And then, boom. The impact knocked out my parents, sent Gobin flying out the door, and lit the entire cabin on fire. I remember thinking I was all alone, my parents were dying, and it was all my fault. I remember stumbling out of the burning cabin, crying, wondering where my fearlessness had gone. If it weren't for Gobin and Siena, my parents would be dead. Gobin and Siena, who were still children themselves, had braved the inferno and pulled my parents out. I, on the other hand, had been a blubbering idiot. Proof that I couldn't be trusted. That was 10 years ago. I've had other explosions since then, but none of them are etched so deeply into my psyche as that fateful day. Sometimes, on really bad days, I still feel like a blubbering idiot. But those days are farther apart now, thanks to Siena's patient, guiding hand. When I reached the lake, I picked up speed. People didn't appreciate me crashing into them on the forest trails, but the clearing around the lake was usually safe. I leapt over fallen branches and dodged mud holes as I ran. Sometimes during my runs, I'd see Siena lying out in the grass with her eyes closed or staring up at the sky. She had this serene stillness about her that I could never grasp. I was too full of frenetic energy. Running put me in the zone. Siena taught me that too. Sometimes I wondered if she realized how big an impact she's had on my life. Gobin was always there for me, sure, but he never knew the right thing to say to me. He was actually kind of terrible around girls in general. I pounded a full circle around the lake and stopped to catch my breath. Then I started to practice. Creating roaring flames willy-nilly was easy. It was the controlled, even burns that were hard. I brought one hand to a warm glow again and upped the heat in my other hand until a flame engulfed it. Then, in a gradual shift of energy, I'd make the glowing hand flame and the flaming hand glow. Back and forth. It was an exercise in control that took me a lot longer to master than one would expect. Slow breathing was the trick. Siena's suggestion, of course. I exhaled forcefully and dropped my hands. People thought I was obsessed with Siena, sure. I used to follow her everywhere when I was little. I even wanted to be her. But it didn't take me long to figure out that no matter what I did or how hard I tried, I could never even be like her. She was a kind, talented healer who took me under her wing. Me? I was the dangerous, directionless child whose only claim to fame was nearly killing her parents and burning Foresthome with them. Even after 10 years, people tended to remember stuff like that. Heat welled up inside me. I took a quick look around for bystanders, then gave in to it. I let my head drop back and turned my closed eyes to the sky. My hands formed fists, and the energy swelled within like the inflating vocal sac of a bullfrog. Then, when it became almost unbearable, my hands flew open, and a concussive blast emanated from me in all directions with a thundering boom. Behind me, something crashed with a grunt. I whirled around to find a boy my age sprawled in the dirt, fishing pole still in one hand and a bucket upturned next to him. My heart sank. I rushed to his side and knelt by him. "I'm so sorry. I thought no one was around. Are you hurt?" "Please, please don't be hurt," I thought. "Siena's not here to fix my mess." He groaned and sat up, fixing his brown eyes on me. What was that? "Oh, only new visitors had no idea who I was. I was practicing." He raised his eyebrows at me, then understanding dawned on him. "Oh, you're one of those gifted people, right?" I flinched a little. "Yes, one of those people." He shook his head, and his curly brown hair shimmered in the sun. That was pretty powerful and hot. I looked at him curiously. "Hot?" "Yeah, I thought I was going to be burned alive. Do I still have eyebrows?" He touched them with his fingers and blew out a breath of relief. "Right, of course. That kind of hot." I berated myself for hoping he might have meant sexy hot. Not that I was into this guy or anything, but it would be nice if someone saw me as anything other than that gifted girl. I sighed. "Don't worry about it. It was just a quick flash of heat. Not enough to burn anything." "So, you make explosions?" he asked, scooting back a little. "Not usually," I said, tucking a lock of hair behind my ear. "It's more about fire." "Oh, I see," he said in a tone that indicated he actually didn't. His eyes strayed to my hair, which was probably frizzing out of control. "Here, let me help you up." I stood before he could make any inane comments about my red hair. I yanked him with more force than I intended, probably out of irritation. "You're strong," he said as he steadied himself. I shrugged, mentally adding a point to my growing pile of things that don't attract boys. "You're tall, too," he added. I was maybe a hand-width taller than him. I was taller than most of the forest folk, a fact I was painfully aware of any time I spoke to them. Another point added to the pile. "I'm Dozan," he said as he rested the butt of the fishing pole on the ground. "Sember," I offered. "Oh, you're Sember," I should have guessed. Great, so he had heard of me. If someone had already told him about me, how could he not have gathered I was that girl? Was he slow? I gave him a wan smile. "Yep, that would be me. I'll let you get back to your fishing." "Nah, all the fish have probably been scared away." I added another point to the pile. "Sorry about that." I cast my eyes down to my shoes. "So, where do the girls hang out around here?" My head popped up to shoot him an incredulous glare. "The girls?" "Yeah. At the tribe compound I came from, most of the girls would gather at a river to wash laundry, fetch water, wash themselves." His eyes gleamed at that last part. I was hoping to find something like that here. A wave of disgust blew away any interest I might have had for this Dozan creep. "There's nothing like that here. We don't sit around and gossip like a flock of chittering sparrows. But hey, it's a big lake. Maybe you can find some other unsuspecting damsel and sneak up on her." I wasn't sneaking. "Just go!" I snarled, my fists glowing orange. Not needing any further prompting, he scooped up his bucket and hurried back into the forest. A loud growl escaped my throat, and I spun around to stalk along the shore. I snatched a large piece of driftwood out of the water and gripped it with both hands. Its dripping surface was cool against my palms, but not for long. Steam began to hiss and rise from it as my anger seethed into it. That dress-chasing bastard! More hissing and steaming. Pretending to be a nice fisherman when he was just hoping to get lucky. Steam turned into smoke. Hoping to find other girls because obviously I didn't count. The driftwood burst into flames so violently that I felt the blast against my face. Within seconds, it was ash in my hands. I stared down at it, trying to ignore the hollow ache that once again gnawed at me. Ashes. My destiny was in ashes. Chapter 2. Did you hear? There's a new guy in Foresthome. Niren perched on a stump next to me while I started the supper fire. His family is going to pass the winter here on their way south. His name is Dozan. Yes, I know, I said, annoyed to be talking about him. Wait, how did you know that? I snapped a spark into the kindling and watched it turn into a tiny flicker. We met at the lake, she gasped. Really? What's he like? Is he cute? I grimaced. He's a jerk. Kind of cute, I guess, but still a jerk. I knew it. You knew he was a jerk? I knew he'd be cute. I wondered how Niren could possibly be older than me, or was it that I was acting too old? When did they get here anyway? Sometime last week. I can't believe I haven't met him yet. Maybe you can introduce me. We're not exactly friends. And whose fault might that be? She challenged. My mouth twisted as her words stung me. I stomped to the stockpile of firewood and jerked pieces out, then dumped the armload of wood unceremoniously to the ground and flounced down next to it. Get a grip, I tell myself. Don't lose it, especially since she's right. She crouched down next to me, looking uncharacteristically solemn. I said something stupid, didn't I? I didn't look at her, and instead dropped a small log onto my lap, tracing my finger along the wood grain. She spoke softly. Sember? I looked at her then, not used to Niren, at a loss for words, her brown eyes clouded with regret. You may not believe this, but you're my best friend. My eyebrows shot up. I am? As gregarious as she was, I was pretty sure she had plenty of friends. I know I talk a lot, I can't help it, and I think it annoys people. I can see it in their faces, even though they try to hide it. But I don't see that from you. You always listen. So, sorry about that comment. It was dumb. All the anger whooshed out of me. I'd never seen this side of her before. Earnest and serious. What brought that on? She shrugged. Maybe it was overdue. Then she quirked an eyebrow. So, are you going to introduce me or what? And just like that, she switched back to the Niren I knew. I snorted with laughter and pushed her just hard enough to unbalance her crouch. She fell onto her butt and slapped my arm. You brat, she said with a laugh. I grinned, feeling lighter. I'll see what I can do about introductions. I pushed the curtain aside and walked into the cabin. Hi, Ma, I greeted. Did you eat? I didn't see you at dinner. I wasn't hungry. Does it feel warm in here to you? She sat on the bed, fanning herself. It shouldn't be hot. I'm not mad about anything. I pressed the back of my hand against my cheek to test my temperature. It seemed normal. Come here, my little squirrel, she beckoned with an outreached hand. I went to her and she put an arm around my waist, squeezing me to her. I bent down and kissed her forehead. Ma, you feel hotter than I do. Do I? She murmured and touched her forehead. I'll go fetch Ruba, I said, pulling away. Ruba was our resident herbalist who took care of the sick when Siena was away. No, don't bother, she said, tightening her arm around me. She's got her hands full with people who are actually sick. I frowned and stroked her thin reddish hair. It used to be thicker and lighter in color, before the fire. I remember grabbing handfuls of it when I was little, marveling over its silkiness. Now it was darker and wispy, just another reminder of my destructive gift. Then I'll get you some soup. You should eat something. The following morning, Niren slid her plate next to mine and sat down for breakfast. Did you hear that 2 more people have been quarantined? Should we be worried? I asked. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Bren says that Ruba doesn't even know what's causing it. Bren was the caretaker of the young. She lived in the largest cabin in Foresthome along with all the orphans. During the day, it served as a daycare. Ever since I could remember, Niren had lived there. Most of the kids her age had either moved away or found homes of their own. Even though she was an adult now, Niren stayed, helping an aging Bren wrangle children. I set my corn cake down. They don't know what it is? It's disgusting is what it is. Niren crinkled her nose and picked up a carrot. I thought about Ma and her lack of appetite. Her skin hadn't cooled down at all during the night. How does this sickness start? I mean, how can you tell if you've got it? Niren shrugged and munched on her carrot. Maybe you should ask Ruba, though I wouldn't go near her if I were you. She's around those sick people all day. She had a point. If this was contagious, maybe I shouldn't talk to Ruba. But if it was contagious and my mom already had it, then it was too late for me anyway. I would have to think on it during my run. I finished shoveling food into my mouth, during which Niren made some kind of comment about ravenous wolves and took off. I was trotting toward the lake trail when a gruff voice called my name. I skidded to a halt and looked around. "You sure are tough on a pair of shoes," the voice said. I finally located the source, an ancient, white-haired man bent over a cobbling workstation, wearing a frayed woven hat. "Davin, do you ever walk?" He eyed me from under the brim of his hat. "Sometimes," I mumbled. He was always nice, in his own way, to Siena, but with everyone else he was a grumpy codger. "Let me see those." He gestured to the worn leather moccasins on my feet. "Right now?" "Sember, I'm not getting any younger." I bit back a retort and grudgingly slipped the shoes off my feet. He turned them over, swept his hands over the scuffs, which were pretty much everywhere, and stuck his finger through a few of the holes. "These don't bother you?" I shrugged and drew a circle in the dirt with my toe. "I'm not a complainer." He nodded, grunted something, and then reached around behind his work table. His hand emerged with a brand new pair of shoes. I was quite surprised when he pushed them into my hands. "You want me to deliver these to someone?" I asked. "They're yours." "Mine?" I looked down at them. They looked to be just my size. "You just had these lying around?" "I make them to order. These have reinforced soles." "But," I was about to say, "I didn't order any," but then it dawned on me that maybe he was being nice. To me, of all people. I gave him my best smile. "Thank you, Davin. I see why Siena likes you." His eyes crinkled. "Any word from her yet?" I shook my head, and disappointment clouded his face. I wasn't the only one who missed her. I suddenly wondered what it would be like to be so well-liked, to be missed by so many when you were away. My family would miss me, sure, but other than Niren, everyone else would probably breathe a sigh of relief at my absence. "Thanks again, Davin," I said and turned to go. He caught my hand to stop me, catching me by surprise. I turned back to look at him, and after a brief pause, he said, "We aren't so scary, you and I." My mouth parted, but no words came out. His words warmed me in a way that no fire could. I gave him an affectionate smile and squeezed his hand. Seconds later, I was off again. The new shoes felt a little stiff as I ran, but they were well made and would soon conform to my feet once I broke them in, which probably wouldn't take long. I began my lap around the lake. So Davin didn't think I was scary. I could count on one hand the number of people who shared his sentiment. Sadly, I couldn't even count myself as one of them. What did it feel like to be normal? To have people talk to you freely instead of walking on eggshells, to be able to have a temper tantrum and not blow anything up. To not be so damn dangerous. When I'd run a full circle around the lake, I found Dozan by the edge of the water, fishing pole in hand and line in the water. I strongly considered ignoring him and diving back into the forest before he saw me. Our last encounter hadn't exactly ended well. But I remembered Niren's silly request, and with the new knowledge that I was her best friend, I felt it was my responsibility to fulfill that request, even though it was stupid. I slowed my stride and stopped beside him, deciding to start with a simple, "Hi." "Hi," he replied, eyebrows raised. He seemed surprised that I was talking to him at all. "No explosions today? because I was hoping to catch some fish this time. I pursed my lips, biting back my irritation. Niren was going to owe me big. I'll try to keep it down, I said. So you're explosive, strong, and fast. You're pretty lethal, aren't you? I sighed inwardly. Strike 3 for me. I was officially not attractive to boys. You were watching? I was already here when you started running. Not much to do while you're waiting for fish to notice your hook. So yeah, I was watching. I had been lost in thought. I might have skipped the run altogether if I had noticed him. I peered into his empty bucket. Not a very good fisherman, are you? He shrugged. It's not my trade, so no. I was just hoping for something other than rodents for dinner. I suppressed a smile and asked, What is your trade, then? My family are traders. We travel from tribe to tribe, spreading joy, good tidings, and making a little profit while we're at it, he said with a wink. I marveled at how much Foresthome's reputation had changed in the span of 10 years. The forest folk were once considered secretive, even mythical, hidden away from the world. It had been a safe haven for the persecuted and the lost, a place where the gifted, once called aberrations by the tribes, could feel safe. These things were still true, only now we were no longer mythical. Siena's heroics a decade earlier had ended the constant tribal wars, reopened trade routes, and established the forest folk as not only real, but generous and open. Siena had made such a far-reaching impact when she was just 1 year younger than I was now. It never failed to humble me. My friend says you're going to spend the winter here, is that true? I asked. It sure is. Good news travels fast, he said with a lopsided grin. I wasn't sure what to make of his cockiness. I hadn't seen this side of him yesterday. Then again, being knocked onto your backside by a crazy gifted girl could put you off your game. I tilted my head. Would you like to meet her? My friend, I mean? If she's female and not old, then yes. I rolled my eyes and instructed him to stay put. I found Niren at the large cabin, herding the youngest children for lunch. She was actually pretty good at it, considering all they wanted to do was run around playing tag. They ran away squealing when they saw me. Sember, said Niren, I never see you at this time. What happened? A small boy collided into her legs, and she deftly turned him toward the door. Remember how you wanted to meet Dozan? She clapped a hand over her mouth and squealed. You actually did it? I get to meet him? Oh, I'm so excited. I've only seen him from far away. He looks handsome with all that curly hair. When do we go? Right now? Right now? She squeaked. I'm not ready right now. I need to fix my hair and put on my nice dress and... She threw her hands up in the air. Sember, what were you thinking? I crossed my arms. I was thinking you wanted to meet him, and now you can. I do, but... Oh, Sember, you've never worried about your looks a single day, have you? I must have looked crestfallen because she immediately followed with, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, you don't care. You never worry about whether you look nice or not. It must be nice. I worry all the time. That didn't make me feel any better. Forget it, I said as I turned around. I'll just tell him you changed your mind. No, wait. Don't do that. I stopped and looked back at her, trying to recall what had possessed me to set up this stupid meeting in the first place. Her eyes flitted around while she came up with a plan. Take the kids to the commons, tell Bren I'll be gone a while, and meet me back here. I'll be ready, okay? Fine, I reluctantly agreed, wondering how I was going to herd these children anywhere when all they ever did was run away from me. Sember, you're the best, she exclaimed, before whirling around to the far side of the cabin. I sighed and addressed the children, who were mostly hiding behind beds and peering at me from behind the doorways. Come on, time for lunch. Some of them ducked out of view, while the rest continued to stare warily at me. You want to eat, don't you? Come on, I'll take you. She's going to take us to the lake and burn us, whispered one girl to another. I sighed again. Look, Niren says I have to take all of you to Bren, so let's go. Whispers floated around, but not a single one of them moved. My hands formed fists. I'm about to get angry. Either you guys start marching to the commons, or I burn this cabin down. Squealing children immediately scampered from their hiding places like scattering roaches and ran out the door. Before following them out, I glanced back at Niren. "Wow, you sure can clear a room," she said with a grin. Sometime later, Niren and I were on our way. We were walking too slowly. Niren was following me down the lake trail and complaining that there was no need to race around like stinky wild boars. I wondered if she was unconsciously commenting about my body odor. I took a surreptitious sniff of myself. No, I smelled fine. Okay, good. When we reached the lake, Dozan was right where I left him, fishing pole in hand and bucket still empty. He lit up when he saw us, and I couldn't help noticing his eyes sliding over Niren's curves. I mentally added boyish body to my list of things that don't attract boys. Hello. Dozan drew out the word as he fixed his eyes on her. Niren giggled and smoothed her dark tresses. "Hi, Dozan," I said flatly. "This is my friend, Niren." "Pleased to meet you, Niren." His eyes never left hers as he lifted her hand and kissed it. She giggled again and said, "What a gentleman." They exchanged pleasantries, none of which included me, and it wasn't long before I felt like an intruder on their private tryst. "Well, I'll be going then," I called behind me as I left. Neither of them seemed to hear me or even notice I was gone. I felt antsy. I hadn't gotten to my practice yet, which I hadn't missed a single day of in the last 10 years, so I ran to the opposite end of the lake. It wasn't safe for me to unleash fire anyplace else. I squinted across the lake to see what Niren and Dozan were doing, but they had already disappeared. I shook my head and watched as a flaming arc formed between my hands. I hoped Niren wasn't getting herself into trouble.
Chapter 3.
When I got home, Gobin was seated next to the big bed. Ma huddled on top of the covers, eyes bloodshot and skin sallow. He looked at me when I walked in and said, "Sember, Ma doesn't look so good. Do you think it might be what those other people have?" Ma convulsed into a coughing fit, then settled back into her pillow. I came closer. A sheen of sweat covered her face, and her eyelids were heavy when she looked at me. "Sember?" she said with a weak smile. "Sweet Sember?" "I'm going to find Ruba," I told Gobin, and rushed out the door. I headed straight for the cabin where the quarantine had been set up. Ruba hardly left it now, so chances were good I'd find her there. When I got there, the table that used to sit inside was now outside. I peeked through the doorway and found bedrolls laid across the floor from one wall to the other. The bed had been pushed against the wall next to the front door. A pungent, rank smell made me crinkle my nose. Ruba was wiping a damp cloth across the brow of one of her patients when I knocked. When she looked up, I could tell she was exhausted. "You shouldn't be in here," she said. "Whatever this is, it's spreading." "Ruba, how does the sickness start? I think my mom may have it. She has a fever and started coughing today." When her face fell, I already knew the answer. Her voice was thick with sympathy when she said, "I'm sorry, Sember. That's exactly how it starts." I rubbed my arms and glanced around the room. Has anyone gotten better? I'm afraid not. 6, soon to be 7, people lay on the floor. Some were sleeping, some were groaning, but they all had sickeningly pale skin, with rashes in varying degrees of severity. The one in the far corner was the worst, with rashes that had turned black. My chest tightened, squeezing at my heart as I thought about my mother getting worse. "What can we do?" I continued, rubbing one arm. "Nothing I try seems to work. We need Siena." I deflated, hating the feeling of being helpless, useless. There was no way to reach Siena. She always came back, but the amount of time she spent away often varied, depending on how many tribes needed her help. A sudden fit of coughing and wheezing erupted from the corner. The man with the black rash doubled over on his side, blood oozing from his mouth. My stomach turned. "Can I keep Ma at home? I don't have to bring her here, do I?" Her lips pursed with doubt. "Just tell me what to do, and Gobin and I will take care of her." She hesitated a little longer, then relented. "Try to keep her fever down. And give her soup. She needs to keep her strength up." I nodded, then bolted out the door. Another week went by, and still no Siena. The awful red rash had made an appearance on Ma's neck yesterday. We'd been doing everything Ruba told us to. I was in charge of the soup, and Gobin kept the cool compresses going because, let's face it, cooling things isn't my forte. Then Pa started feeling warm. He had come home after repairing a cabin, and now he lay next to her, sweating and looking dazed. Then I discovered Niren had started coughing. This disease was smashing through Foresthome, and I feared no one was safe. I paced the room, but no matter how often I checked on my sleeping parents, they weren't getting any better. There had to be something I could do. I'm going to see if there are any new developments, I told Gobin, who was rinsing a rag in a bucket of water. He nodded, eyes tired and face scruffy. This was hard on him, too. When I got to the quarantine cabin, 2 people were carrying out a body. I recognized it as the man from the far corner, who had the blackened rash when I first visited Ruba. "What happened?" I asked Ruba when I found her. She shook her head and rubbed her eyes, heaving a long, heavy sigh. "I fear this disease is fatal." For the first time in my life, my blood ran cold. My parents and my friend now tread on the same path toward death. I couldn't allow that to happen, but what could I do? I wasn't a healer. That was Siena. I began to resent her for abandoning us. Foresthome needed her desperately. What was taking her so long? Why didn't she want to be around us anymore? Was she too important now? My fingers twitched as the agitation began simmering through my veins. I'd already run and practiced that morning, but I desperately needed to blow off steam now. When I reached the lake, I broke into a sprint. I ran as fast as I could, as if escaping from the unfolding calamity at home. My parents were dying, and there was nothing I could do. Nothing! The helpless feeling gnawed at my insides until I felt raw and worthless. I pushed myself even harder, picking up speed. I completed my circle around the lake in record time and was catching my breath when I heard someone say, "Hey!" I looked up and saw Dozan sauntering toward me. I tried to smooth the red frizz away from my face. "Hi," I replied in between gulps of air. "Extra lap today?" I nodded. I needed it. He tilted his head. "Problems?" "My parents are sick." His expression softened. "I'm sorry to hear that. It seems to be going around. Even the last tribe we traded with had a lot of sick people. So it's not just here? If this was hitting the tribes too, then it was no wonder Siena was taking so long." He shook his head and kicked a pebble. "I wish there was something I could do," I said, more to myself than to him. He unexpectedly stepped forward and pulled me into his arms. I stiffened. I barely knew this boy. He looked at my lips, which made me feel weird. Very weird. Like there was something magnetic about this boy that I wanted to reach out to. Like I wanted to kiss him. Then his head closed in, and I quickly scrambled out of his arms in alarm. "What are you doing?" My voice sounded as shaky as I felt. How could I want this guy? And how dare he? Did he go around kissing all the girls he met? "I'm consoling you," he said simply. "Maybe you should go console Niren," I spat out, and stalked past him, still confused by my physical reaction to this guy I hardly knew. Dozan could go suck a toad. Agitated all over again, I stormed away from the lake and began picking my way through the forest. I followed a hunting trail away from Foresthome, annoyed that my lake sanctuary was now constantly invaded by Dozan. What was he doing there anyway? Stalking me? That whole fishing thing must be a pretense, because he never caught anything. And did he really just try to kiss me? I shook my head, trying to clear away the confusion. Did he like me? How could he? I had a huge pile of things that don't attract boys going for me. And what about Niren? Wasn't he into her? She had the curves and the giggles and the beautiful long hair. My hands curled into fists, and I had to inhale a deep breath to calm myself. Maybe I should head out and look for Siena so I could tell her to come home. Foresthome needed her. I needed her. Looking for her would be something I could do, and it would remove me from this very flammable forest before I did something stupid. I stopped short, blinking for several seconds. Was that her? Surely I must be hallucinating. I was just wishing too hard for it, right? But there she was, with her straw-colored hair and those pale blue eyes. Siena. Or a conjured image of her, anyway. I blinked, unsure I could trust my eyes. Then she smiled, and I knew. She was real. "Siena!" I hurled myself at her like a desperate child, nearly knocking Remy aside. "Oh, Siena, you're back!" Her arms curled around me, and I smiled as I collapsed into the familiar hug. I clung to her, relief washing away my churning worries. Everything would be okay now. Siena would fix everything. She finally pulled me away to look into my eyes, her penetrating gaze full of concern. "Sember, what's wrong?" I hadn't realized I'd been crying. I couldn't remember the last time I'd cried. "My parents are sick, really sick. People are dying. I'm so glad you're back." I threw my arms around her again before pulling myself together and wiping my eyes. She glanced at Remy and furrowed her brow. "It's here, too?" I nodded. She sighed heavily and visibly drooped. "I don't know what to do," she whispered. Remy caressed her shoulder and murmured, "We'll think of something." "What do you mean you don't know what to do?" I asked, puzzled. "You can heal them, right?" "Only temporarily." She ran an agitated hand through her hair. "I can't seem to get rid of it. I alleviate the symptoms, but they always come back. The tribes are desperate, but I can't stay with them forever." My gut clenched at the gravity of the situation. "It's a plague unlike any we've ever seen," she said grimly, "and I think it's just going to get worse."
Chapter 4.
I sat with Remy in his cabin, watching Siena sleep. It reminded me of the first time I had done so, after she had drained herself saving my parents from their burns, the burns I had caused. I had wanted to make sure she didn't perish, not that there was anything I could have done about it if she had, but I didn't want someone dying because of me. "Isn't she beautiful?" Remy whispered as he gazed at her, a serene smile on his face. "I always thought so." I resisted the urge to touch the wisps of hair around her face, to reassure myself that she was really here. After brief greetings with some of the forest folk, she had immediately gone to the quarantine cabin and healed the sick. Then she healed my parents. Healing no longer drained her as it once had, but after such a long journey where everyone needed her powers, she was quite exhausted. A light snore began and we both grinned. "She doesn't believe me when I tell her she snores," he said affectionately. I shook my head. "No girl wants to hear that." He chuckled, and then I asked him, "How bad is it out where the tribes are?" His smile disappeared and I felt guilty for taking it away. The weariness in his sigh answered my question. "It's hit them so hard I honestly don't know how they'll survive." He rubbed his stubbly cheek. "We can't be everywhere at once. I've never seen anything like this before. It's unnatural. Siena's strength," he glanced at her sleeping form. "She's told me before that it comes from nature itself. Whatever natural thing is ailing you, she can fix it. But this," he shook his head slowly, "whatever is causing this, it can't be natural." "You think it might be a gifted causing this?" I couldn't imagine someone so powerful, or evil. "It's crossed my mind, but we have no clues about its origin." He scrubbed a hand over his face. "I'm going to talk to Galen and see if he's sensed anything new." Galen had the ability to sense immediate danger, and sometimes danger from afar if it might affect Foresthome. People looked up to him. I sat back, thinking. It had to have started somewhere. There had to be a solution. "We noticed one other thing," Remy said as he pulled Siena's blanket higher. "This doesn't seem to affect the gifted." "Really?" My eyes widened, and then I realized it was true. Gobin and I had been tending to our sick parents. I had even entered the quarantine with Ruba, where the black rashes and bloody coughs were prominent. But I hadn't gotten sick, and neither had Gobin. Even Ruba had started a fever just before Siena arrived. "What does this mean?" He shrugged. "I wish I knew." I traced the edge of the chair seat for a few moments, then stood up and put a hand on his shoulder. "You should rest too." He nodded, and I headed out into the dusk. I was halfway through breakfast the next day when Siena and Remy arrived at the commons. I felt my face light up when I saw them, then disappointment brought me back down when they chose to sit at a small table away from everyone else. A flash of irritation struck me, and I struggled to hold it at bay. Of course they'd want to be alone. The rest of the day was going to be spent surrounded by people. Mornings and nights would be the only time they'd get to be alone. I sighed and threw a berry into my mouth. I was pathetic. I used to get jealous of Remy for taking Siena away from me. Now that I was older, I was just envious of what they had with each other. I watched them covertly as I ate. They spoke to each other in hushed tones, so I was unable to hear anything, but Siena seemed like a different person with Remy. Her normally reserved demeanor was replaced by an animated one. She never seemed to giggle around anyone but Remy. Her eyes sparkled and she touched his hand frequently. He tenderly brushed a tendril of blonde hair behind Siena's ear, and she gazed at him with such love that I suddenly felt like just watching them was an intrusion. I dropped my eyes down to my plate. Siena had been my rock for most of my life. She taught me how to stabilize myself and kept me safe. Or rather, kept everyone safe from me. Now that I wasn't a small child anymore, I needed to stop clinging to her. People joked that I was her shadow, but what was I without her? I stood up. Time to run. Siena caught my eye and gave me a little wave. I smiled, pleased that she hadn't forgotten I was there. I gave her a quick wave in return and took off. To my consternation, I found Dozan at the lake again, stupid fishing pole in hand. I ignored him and sprinted past. After what seemed like a safe distance, I slowed to an average pace. I couldn't figure this boy out. One moment he was asking me where girls hung out, practically drooling over Niren, and the next moment he was trying to kiss me, or console me, as he'd put it. I snorted. I had heard of womanizers, but never actually met one before. I jumped over a rotting log, enjoying the feel of my legs pushing me off the ground and clearing the obstacle with ease. When I landed, my thoughts turned back to the plague sweeping the land. What was causing it, and why was it only hitting non-gifted people? We needed to find a solution, or Siena would be run ragged, if she wasn't already. A murky mud hole loomed ahead, and instead of skirting around it, I jumped again. Siena said all the tribes were affected, and Dozan had said pretty much the same thing. I wondered how far his family had gone to trade. How far did this plague reach? Did any of the other tribes have any more insight than we did? And then I thought of something. Why wasn't he sick? When I finished my lap, I decided to ask him. I slowed when I reached his predictably empty bucket. "We must stop meeting like this," he said with a smirk. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "Dozan, how far does your family's trade route reach?" He raised his eyebrows. I guess most of the girls he knew didn't care about such things. Well, his eyes turned skyward as he thought. "The farthest has to be up north, the Iceling village, called Audiobook." I gaped. "Icelings? Like where Siena's mother is from? You've seen where they live?" "If you're talking about blue eyes and blonde hair, then yes. The girls are stunning there, let me tell you." I sighed with irritation at his one-track mind. "How long ago were you there?" "Well, it's the worst place to be during winter, so I would say about 4 months ago." "Why?" His head tilted with curiosity. "Was the plague there too?" "Plague? You mean the sickness?" "Yes. Nasty business. I'm glad we left." "It reached so far north?" "Wait, at least 4 months ago?" "Dozan, why haven't you gotten sick?" He shrugged. "Why haven't you?" I narrowed my eyes at him. What was he not telling me? Something didn't feel right. Yet when I looked at him, his eyes seemed innocent. In fact, they seemed to beckon to me. It made me think about that time he was looking at my lips. I mentally shook myself. Now was not the time for girlish fantasy. Instead of pressing him further, I told him, "Never mind," and left him standing there, likely confused. I needed to bring this information to Siena. I found her at the quarantine cabin talking to Ruba. They were discussing different herb combinations when I entered. "Sember, how are your parents?" Much of the tension had eased from Ruba's face, who was able to smile now that Siena was back. "They are well for now, thanks to Siena." I cast her a thankful glance. "What brings you here?" Ruba dipped a cloth into a bucket of water. "I just learned something from that trading family." "What trading family?" Siena asked. I told her about Dozan and how his family was staying here for the winter. Then I told them about the Icelings struggling with the plague. 4 months ago," said Siena. "I've been making tribe rounds about once every 2 months, but didn't see anything until this past visit." I picked up on what she was saying. "Do you think it might have started there, in Audiobook?" "It's possible." She nodded, then murmured, "The Icelings." Having been a captive growing up, Siena had never seen another Iceling besides her mother until she came to Foresthome, and even here there was just Zelly. The two of them were the only ones I'd ever seen myself. Whoever these Iceling people were, they seemed to keep to themselves. "I'm going to talk to Zelly," Siena said. "Maybe she'll know something." "I'm going to go talk to this trader family," I volunteered. "I have a feeling Dozan is hiding something. They've been through several sick tribes, and they're still not sick themselves. Don't you find that fishy?" After a thoughtful moment, she said, "Maybe they're gifted?" My brows drew together. That would be odd then, because he referred to me as one of those people. I grit my teeth in annoyance. "Then find out what you can." Siena placed a soothing hand on my arm. She knew all about being one of those. To Ruba, she said, "Send for me if you need anything." Then we left. I felt a familiar comfort as we walked side by side toward Zelly's garden. We used to walk this path daily when I was growing up. Siena enjoyed helping Zelly tend the garden, and I had just wanted to be with Siena. I ignited the plants sometimes, so they usually put me in charge of moving dirt or scorching weeds. It was never my thing, though. I glanced over at her. "I've missed you, Siena." She smiled and looked up at me. It felt so strange to be taller than her. I'd been the shorter one for most of my life, but last year I sprouted past her. "I've missed you too. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to catch up with you. What have you been up to?" "Oh, I run and practice every single morning. My energy has been pretty stable, no accidents. Well, maybe one, but that wasn't my fault. The idiot shouldn't have sneaked up on me." She chuckled, then concern crept into her tone when she asked, "What about friends? Are you making any?" I picked at a fingernail as we walked. "Well, there's Niren." She smiled. "You know I love you. You're the dear sister I never had, but you need to connect with people. These times are uncertain, and I may not be able to see you as often if people become more desperate." I pouted as resentment invaded my thoughts. "Can't you just stay here?" She sighed as if the weight of the world lay on her shoulders. "My gift isn't just for me or Foresthome. It's to serve everyone. All life is precious, and I must do what I can to preserve it, even if it means being away longer." I exhaled in defeat. Selfless Siena. Trying to be like her was impossible. I was simply too selfish. I wouldn't go traipsing off into the plains helping complete strangers. I would stay here, helping the ones I love, the ones who mattered most. I felt a twinge of sadness, not at the awareness that I was selfish, but at the realization that she was gently trying to push me away. "I understand," I said, though I didn't really. She looked at me sideways, as if deciding whether or not to say something else. When you've known someone for 10 years, you become pretty good at reading their moods. But she said nothing. We found Zelly leaning heavily against a shovel, having a coughing fit. We rushed to her side to steady her. Within moments of Siena touching her arm, the coughing subsided. Zelly's flushed cheeks normalized, and her skin no longer felt clammy. "Miraculous as ever, Siena. Thank you." Zelly straightened herself, then she hugged her. "It's so good to see you again." "I've missed you too, Zelly. How long have you been sick?" "Oh," she waved her hand in the air, "all this plague business. I don't get sick, it was just a cough." Siena frowned a little, then asked, "Do you know anything about the origin of this plague? Before you came here, did you ever see anything like it?" Zelly tapped her chin in thought, then shook her head. Can't say that I have, I'm sorry. Icelings are pretty resistant to disease. Do you happen to know where that trading family is staying? I asked her. Trading family? Zelly's brow crinkled in puzzlement. Dozen and his family. He told me they were traders. Oh, well, it's just the boy and his father. Zelly gave me directions to where they were staying. I thanked her and left Siena to catch up with her friend. So it wasn't his whole family. Why would Dozen lie to me? What was he up to? If he meant harm to Foresthome? Heated anger seeped into my blood. I followed one of the less used trails and eventually found a large tent set up in a small clearing. Dozan had just opened the flap to step outside when he saw me. He jerked a little in surprise, but then recovered and smiled as I approached. Now who's stalking whom? He asked, that irritating smirk back on his face. We need to talk, I said, ignoring his teasing. Oh, what every guy wants to hear. He gestured toward a thick cluster of trees, and I stalked toward it. He followed so close behind me that he nearly bumped into me when I stopped and whirled around. His proximity unnerved me a little, and I stepped back. Why did you lie to me? He frowned. About what? You said you were here with your family for the winter, but there isn't a family, is there? It's just you and your father. He tensed, his shoulders visibly squaring. My father is my family. My mother got sick on the way here. He plucked a leaf off a branch. She didn't make it. I saw the pain in his sad eyes before they dropped to his shoes. I suddenly felt like such a boar's butt. Dozen, I'm so sorry. All my anger dissipated, replaced by an incredible urge to console him. I touched his arm and felt a strange current. He lifted his big brown eyes back up to mine, and I felt drawn to him. I shook my head, trying to clear it, but now he was touching my arm too, tugging me closer. My mind filled with fog and desire. When he pressed his lips against mine, I did not resist. When he leaned into my body, I closed my eyes, and when his hands slid around my waist, my heart began to gallop. I twined my hands into his hair, and the kiss deepened. My blood caught fire. I couldn't think, couldn't stop. I didn't even know if I wanted to stop. His hands roved over my body as he pressed me against the tree. I let my hands slide down his back. Kissing him was all-consuming. I barely noticed him tugging my shirt up. So hot, he mumbled against my lips. He shifted his shoulders and grunted a little. Ow! Ow, my back is burning! He jerked away from me and began hopping around. I blinked, ripped away from the blinding passion. The fog lifted from my brain, leaving me with just the fiery blood coursing through my veins. What just happened? Dozen frantically craned his neck over one shoulder, trying to see his back, arms flapping at his sides like a ridiculous bird. A bird with a huge black hole in his shirt and blistering skin beneath. I immediately felt guilty, then angry. What did he do to me? One moment I was mad at him, and as soon as I felt sorry for him, all my good sense flew away. I may have been prone to impetuous moments, but never anything like this. I felt violated, dirty. My ire trampled the guilt into the dirt. This boy wasn't charming. This boy was gifted.
Chapter 5.
I grabbed a handful of his shirt and nearly lifted him off the ground. He yelped and writhed in pain as the material stretched across his burned back. You little sneak, I seethed, pretending to be just another commoner when all along you have a filthy gift. It burns. Sember, it really hurts, he whined, only irritating me more. I ought to do the same to your manhood. I looked pointedly at his crotch. My hands shook as my anger spun out of control. This boy had taken advantage of me, humiliated me. I felt like the biggest fool in the entire forest. I wanted to teach him a lesson, hurt him. The desire to inflict pain on him was so intense that my vision actually clouded with a red haze. Sember, please, I'm sorry, my shirt. Smoke rose from my fists where they clutched his shirt. A few more seconds and it would burst into flames. Then he would get what he deserved. I glared pure hatred into his gaping face, ignoring the thickening smoke between us. Something niggled in the far reaches of my mind. A trace of humanity. It was a lone wisp of reason amid a firestorm of fury. It said he was as scared as a child, that he was utterly terrified of me. I abruptly pushed him away and he stumbled backwards to the ground, my hands clenched and unclenched while I struggled to control my breathing. I will not explode. I will not explode. I paced around as I fought to control the monster that lurked inside me. This rage didn't just frighten Dozan, it frightened me as well. I had wanted to kill him. I had wanted to literally turn his bones into ash. No sane person would think such thoughts. People got angry and they yelled. They didn't start thinking about murder. Dozan clambered to his feet, and my attention snapped back to him. He raised his hands, expecting another attack from me, his face twisted with fear and pain. I stepped toward him and swatted his hands aside, grabbing his shirt again with one hand. He flinched, but I merely dragged him forward as I walked. His steps were halting and clumsy as I stomped back down the path, dragging him behind me. When we reached Zelly's garden, both women gawked at me, stamping furiously toward them, a cowering lad with a scorched shirt in tow behind me. I yanked him forward and shoved him toward the confused Icelings, not caring that he nearly fell to the ground again. "Tell them what you did," I hissed. "Exactly what you did, and they'll fix you. Tell them everything you know. Leave anything out and I'll destroy you where you stand." I took a step back, my limbs trembling as I struggled to repress the fire inside. I need to go. My head throbbed with the effort it took not to hurl a fireball at his face. I didn't look at Siena or Zelly. I couldn't. They were witnessing a monster in action, and I couldn't bear it. I just spun around and launched into a full sprint toward the lake. I ran with blinding speed. I needed to get to safe ground. The energy inside me pressed outward in chaotic bursts, and I wasn't sure how long I could keep it in. I couldn't remember the last time I had this much rage coursing through me. The nerve of that lecherous animal. I'd had no control over myself, and I hated it. What irked me even more was the fact that, while I was under his influence, I had actually enjoyed it. My jaw clenched over the admission, and I gasped with relief when I finally broke into the clearing. I didn't hesitate. I splashed straight into the water and dived below its surface. I imagined steam hissing off me as the water touched my skin. The lake closed over my head, and I pulled myself downward. Winter was beginning, and the water was cold. Good. I needed it to be cold. The rage ebbed as I swam. I went deeper, trying to swim away from what I had done, and from what I had almost done. I had come so close to vaporizing Dozan. Over what? Embarrassment? Yes, what he did was wrong, but should I kill him for it? Only a monster would say yes, and for several long, fuming moments, I had wanted to. I stopped swimming and found myself deep in the center of the lake. The filtered light was so dim I was momentarily disoriented. My lungs started to burn, and it had nothing to do with my gift. In a panic, I began to swim upward. At least I hoped it was up. I kicked hard, and my arms moved in wide arcs, but I wasn't swimming fast enough. I was down too deep. I pushed myself to swim harder. My lungs screamed for air. It was all I could do to resist inhaling a lungful of water. Never in my worst nightmares had I ever imagined I might one day drown in the lake that I loved. I couldn't tell how far from the surface I was, but I was weakening. I was out of air, out of options, and my lungs were caving in. I was about to die. Water pushed at me from all sides. Just one breath and it would all be over. I was ready to give in. My family would be devastated. Siena, too. What a disappointment I turned out to be. Darkness crept around the edges of my vision. I'm such a failure. An arm circled around my chest, and I felt a surge upward. Strong legs propelled us forward. When we broke the surface, I sucked in a desperate gasp of air. Then another. My savior was still hanging onto me as I floated there, gulping in air. I closed my eyes, filled with intense relief. thankful just to breathe. The water is not a place I would have chosen for someone with a fire gift, the woman said. It was Dilla. Dilla had saved me. Thank you, I said in between breaths. What were you doing? Shame reddened my cheeks. I was trying to get away. Permanently? I pulled away and turned to face her, treading water on my own. Not intentionally. She gave me a sympathetic sigh. We all have things we'd like to get away from. A sudden memory flashed into my mind. Did you know that when I was 6, I wanted to go diving with you? My parents wouldn't let me. She raised an eyebrow. And now we know why. I burst into delirious, glorious laughter, the kind that racked my entire body and made my anxiety melt away. Since I couldn't hug her without attempting to drown both of us, I took her hand and squeezed my heartfelt thanks. You are a lifesaver, Dilla. When I hauled myself ashore, I headed straight back to Zelly's garden. I had some apologizing to do, now that I was calm. My shoes were full of water and made squishing sounds with each step, but I ignored them. I needed to make things right. My wet hair clung to my face, and I pushed it aside. Siena was gone, but when Zelly saw me, her hand flew to her mouth to stifle a laugh. It's okay, I said. You can laugh. I know I look like wet laundry. She pulled her hand away and laughed openly. With delight, I noted, not derision. Oh, Sember, dear girl, don't feel bad. I made a fool of myself. You had every right. That boy is the fool. I guess. I pushed a mound of dirt with my squishy foot. Zelly came closer. You're not the only one who struggles. Siena spent a lot of her early years being confused. I looked up at her. She did? But she's so calm and collected all the time. I don't think she's ever lost her temper. Zelly chuckled. Oh, it's happened. Right, but she's not afraid of a monster living inside her. She leveled her pale blue gaze at me. Talk to her. You might be surprised. Thanks, Zelly, I said, finally pulling off a shoe and watering her garden with its contents. Did Dozan spill his guts? Zelly chuckled again. He sure did. You scared the living daylights out of that boy. Serves him right. Good, I grinned and dumped out my other shoe. I'll go find Siena.
Chapter 6.
I found Siena in the cabin she shared with Remy. They seemed to be in deep discussion when I knocked, and I felt bad for disturbing them. Come in, Remy said. I poked my head sheepishly through the heavy curtain. Hi. His eyes took in my wet clothes and disheveled hair, and he gave me a sympathetic smile. I'll let the two of you talk. He got up and left. He's a keeper, I said as I entered the room. Siena smiled, practically glowing. I know. I suddenly felt awkward. What does a monster say to an angel? How are you feeling? She asked, brows lifted in genuine concern. Well, I'm not feeling murderous anymore, if that's what you're asking. I wasn't worried about that. Her piercing gaze seemed to see right into me. How are you feeling about what he did? Oh, I don't know. Confused, I guess. I know Dosem was just having fun. I grimaced at the memory. But how can you tell if a boy actually likes you? She smiled, and her eyes drifted to the door where Remy had just exited. Well, he looks for you, wants to spend time with you. Sometimes they make excuses just to be around you. I see. My eyes dropped down to my hands. I had no idea if Dosen's fishing was an excuse to see me or not. Siena, I came so close to losing it. I almost killed him. I was literally seeing red. I sighed in frustration. Why am I such a barbarian? She grasped my hand in both of hers, and I looked up at her. But you didn't kill him. That's what matters. A barbarian wouldn't have hesitated. You pulled through. I shook my head. But you don't know how much I wanted to. Such a thing would never cross your mind. She let go of my hand and leaned back. Sember, I don't belong on that pedestal you've put me on. I looked away in embarrassment. I was pretty sure everyone in Foresthome knew I idolized Siena, but to be called out on it, by Siena herself. I don't know. It felt like my hero was telling me I was being silly. Sember, I didn't mean... What information did you get from Dozan? I interrupted, not wanting to hear any more about my shortcomings. She blinked and swallowed. I'd never cut off one of our heart-to-heart talks before. They used to be what grounded me. But now it felt like she was pushing me away, and it hurt. If she didn't want me worshipping her anymore, then fine, I would stop. I was my own person, and shouldn't be looking to others for approval anyway. I could feel that first wedge sliding into place between us. It tore at my heart, but it was what she wanted. Sember? Siena seemed unsure what to say, maybe because she'd never seen this side of me before. The beastly side. I didn't waver. If she wanted to wean me off her guidance, then I would help her. Do we have useful information or not? Her mouth closed as she bristled against my abrasiveness. Guilt flooded me as a look of hurt crossed her features. I nearly leapt out of my seat to beg forgiveness at her feet, but that would be stupid. This is what she wanted. To be rid of a clingy little brat who couldn't think for herself. I wouldn't be that person anymore. Yes, she said carefully. We might have something to go on. She began to relay what Dozan had told her. It pained me to hear her talking to me in such a stiff and formal voice, but I told myself this was the way it had to be. I wouldn't be coddled anymore. It turned out that Dozan's father was gifted too. He could see in complete darkness. When they were at the Iceling village, he'd heard about a cave with walls that glittered with something unknown. The villagers did not dare explore its depths because they believed a foul creature lived in it, but this man imagined finding something of unspeakable value inside. He believed that the stories were merely rumors invented by the villagers to keep the cave to themselves, so he went inside. He didn't let Dozan go with him in case there was danger, but when he came out, he was a changed man. His skin was pale and he was withdrawn and temperamental. Within a week, Dozan's mother had gotten sick. They'd gone to seek help in the village, and soon the villagers were sick too. And so they brought it here? I stood up, outraged. I don't think they realized they were carriers. What are they, stupid? It's so obvious. I had to go over there and confront them. Sember, where are you going? Siena stood, an apprehensive look on her face. I turned to face her. Don't worry, I'll keep my savage hands to myself. You don't have to babysit me anymore. Doing my best to ignore the pang in my heart, I took off running.
Chapter 7.
I stormed straight into the tent. It wasn't like I could knock on a tent anyway. I found Dozan crouching next to his father, who lay on a bedroll on the floor, looking pale and weak. He seemed much older than I would have expected. Dozan was feeding him soup and cringed when I burst in, nearly spilling the entire bowl onto his father's chest. He quickly set the soup down and would have scrambled backward if his father had not been in the way. He just cowered there on the floor, staring up at me in terror. Had I been in any other mood, I might have felt sorry for him. I was, after all, the source of his terror, but I had no patience for that right now. I sighed sharply and said, "I'm not here to hurt you." He stopped shaking but remained huddled on the floor. I noticed his burns were gone and he had a clean shirt on. A small pile of scorched material lay crumpled in the corner. 2 large packs full of who knows what sat in another corner. Other than that and 2 bedrolls, the tent was pretty sparse. "You brought this disease here," I said, keeping my tone even, determined not to lose control this time. What? Dozan blinked at me. "You heard me." We didn't know, honest. We thought we were outrunning it." "Outrunning it? You didn't find it odd that you would show up in a healthy tribe, and by the time you left it was full of sick people?" He looked away and stared at the soup. I didn't want to believe it. "What happened to your father in that cave?" "I don't know." He dragged a hand through his curls. "He barely speaks anymore. He's like a hollow shell of what he used to be." I felt a twinge of sympathy and glanced at his father. A white, scraggly beard covered half his face, and dark circles smudged under his eyes. He turned his head then, fixing his dark, sunken eyes on me. Don't blame the boy. His voice was raspy, and I could tell it took a lot of effort to speak. I should never have gone into that infernal cave. His eyes drifted to a spot somewhere next to my head. What was in there? I asked, needing to know. His eyes snapped back to mine, fear lurking in their depths. Evil. What was evil? I crouched down next to him. What caused this? He doubled over into a coughing fit, then laid his head back down, exhausted by the effort. I looked to Dozan, hoping he might rouse the man for further answers, but he just shook his head. He needs to rest. I growled with annoyance. This man knew something. There's nothing more you can tell me? I'm sorry. Dozan pulled a blanket over his father's chest. He never spoke about it. I sighed. There was nothing more I could do here, no point in terrorizing the poor guy any further. I stood and headed for the exit. I'll be back tomorrow. Sember, he called. I stopped and turned around. I'm really sorry about, earlier. I met his apologetic gaze with indignation. You should be. Not that it excuses my actions, but I only do it to escape, to forget. His eyes flitted to his father. All this. Unexpectedly, this struck a chord in me. I shook off the unwanted sympathy and turned to leave. As I exited the tent, Siena and Remy had just reached the little clearing. Both of them looked apprehensive. My jaw tightened with irritation. No trust. Don't worry, I snapped. Everyone is still alive and well. I opened my hands wide in front of them. No barbecue this time. I stalked past them, not bothering to wait for a reply. I decided to go to the large cabin that served as an orphanage. Niren was clearing toys off the floor when I entered. Sember! She was clearly surprised to see me. I rarely came to find her. I was such a bad friend. You look awful! I could always rely on Niren to say what she thought without mincing words or worrying about the other person's feelings. She said things as she saw them, and I decided that I actually liked that about her. Sure, it stung sometimes, but you always knew where you stood. I think she was probably the only person left who didn't tiptoe around me anymore. Bad day, I said, plopping down on one of the small beds. She doubled over in a coughing fit, and I finally noticed the feverish sheen to her skin. You're not looking so great yourself. When did this start? Not long. She waved a dismissive hand in the air. I'm fine. Sensing she didn't want to talk about it, I changed the subject. So, how was your, meeting with Dozan? In light of Dozan's gift, I was really curious how that went. Niren didn't seem upset at all. Oh, he was so charming. Her eyes twinkled. And such a good kisser. Oh, yeah? I pretended like I didn't know, but Niren was right. He really was a good kisser. What else did you guys do? Oh, she smiled coyly. This and that. This was the first time she'd ever not spilled every last detail, so I had a pretty good idea what she meant. Did you like it? Her eyes darted around the room before she whispered, I loved it. Then she giggled and said, Dozan is so much fun. Fun? Maybe that was my problem. I was pretty serious about my personal space. I debated whether I should tell Niren about the source of Dozan's charm. I didn't want to ruin the cheerful mood she was in, but if it was me, I'd definitely want to know. Niren, I recently found out that Dozan is gifted, I began. He sure is, she almost swooned saying it. Wait, he told you? Told me what? This was a little harder than I expected. Dozan has the gift of, how was I supposed to describe it? Seduction. She gave me a blank stare. Come again? Okay. You know how my gift is fire and heat and all that destructive stuff? Niren nodded vigorously. Well, Dozan has the ability to make you want him. Niren blinked for a moment, then her eyes lit with comprehension. Really? Ha! She sat on a nearby bed and seemed to think about this some more. You're not mad at him? I watched her, but she didn't seem the slightest bit outraged. Had I overreacted? Suddenly, she grinned. Well, it makes sense. As soon as I touched him, I was lost, like, in a good way. I forgot about everything except for how he made me feel. It was nice to forget about life for a while. So you don't feel violated? Not at all. I had a good time. I don't think we're soulmates or anything, but I wouldn't mind meeting with him again, she said with a wink. I once thought I was pretty open-minded, but hearing this from Niren made me feel like a prude. Maybe I had overreacted in a big way. Or maybe we just had different views on intimacy. I was 2 years younger than she was. Maybe I would feel differently about it when I reached her age. It sounded like she and Dosan both used it to escape from something unpleasant. Which led me to wonder, what was Niren trying to forget? She always seemed so bubbly. It offset my tendency to brood. Maybe that was why we ended up friends. Niren, are you happy? I asked her. Of course I am, she said, a little too brightly. Why wouldn't I be? I shrugged. Just wondering. I picked up a little rag doll and tossed it into the toy box. Would you tell me if you weren't? It occurred to me that, as much as she talked, she rarely shared her actual feelings. Her face sobered, strangely devoid of its usual playfulness. She regarded me as if wondering whether I was trustworthy or not. I think I would, she said with a little smile. She busied herself by getting up and smoothing the bed, then said, no one's ever asked me before. That's because I've been an awful friend. I hung my head at the truth of the words. She gave me a sidelong glance, a teasing glint returning to her eye. Well, I wasn't going to be the one to say it, but... I laughed and threw a pillow at her. Thanks, Niren. For what? I feel less alone now. Her eyebrows flew up after my admission and she strode over and hugged me. Me too, she said when she pulled away. You have no idea.
Chapter 8.
In the morning, I was eager to talk to Dozan's father again. I was hoping he'd be strong enough to tell me what I needed to know after a night's rest. I didn't see Dozan and his empty bucket during my run, and he still wasn't there by the time I'd finished my practice session, so I headed straight for their tent. This time, I didn't burst in like a rampaging buffalo. I stood outside, unsure how to announce my presence. There was nothing solid to knock on, so I cleared my throat loudly and said, it's Sember. I waited for what felt like a long time. Hello? Come in, Dozan's voice called from inside. He sounded despondent. I ducked through the flap and found Dozan on his knees in front of his father. His eyes were red and I immediately thought the worst. Is he... Not yet, he said. He's still breathing, but I can't get him to wake up. Didn't Siena check on him yesterday? I would have been surprised if she didn't, since I had just come storming out of their tent. She did, but couldn't do anything for him. I frowned, finding that hard to believe. I'll go get Siena, I tossed over my shoulder as I ran out of the tent. I couldn't let this man die. I told myself it was because no child should lose both their parents so early, but I knew the real reason was because he had vital information that could save mine. I skidded to a stop in front of the small table where Remy and Siena sat. They raised their eyebrows. I pushed aside my momentary guilt for snapping at them yesterday and said, Dozan's father won't wake up. To their credit, they didn't make an issue over my interruption of their breakfast, or even over my rude behavior the day before. They immediately followed me back to the tent. Siena knelt and placed her hands on the unconscious man's chest. She seemed to concentrate hard, then frowned. She moved her hands to his head and closed her eyes. Her frown deepened. Then she pulled away with a grunt. I don't understand, she murmured. It's just like yesterday. There's something blocking me. Is that even possible? Remy asked. I've never encountered this before. Her brow furrowed. I can't connect to his energy. Isn't there something we can do? Desperation nibbled and frayed my patience. She shook her head. I'm afraid not. But he had the answers. He was going to tell me what he found in that cave. My voice began rising in pitch, so I calmed myself with a breath. What can we do? I looked to Dozan, who shrugged. No one had answers. An incurable plague was about to destroy life as we knew it, and no one had any answers. Maybe it was time I got them myself. I'm going to find that cave, I announced. For several stunned moments, no one said anything. They simply stared at me as if a new limb was growing out of my ear. Finally, Siena said, "Then I'm coming with you." I looked at her solemn face and knew she was serious. The wedge I had placed between us crumbled, just a little. "Thank you, Siena, but you're needed here, desperately. I have no idea how long it'll take. I don't want people dying because I stole you away." "Then Remy will go with you," she replied. He blinked, a little surprised at being volunteered, but then he nodded. Good old reliable Remy. I couldn't take him away either, so I shook my head. "No, you need him. To keep you sane." She started to protest, but I interrupted her. "It's true. Remy is your rock. He'll make sure you don't run yourself ragged." I looked at him. "Right?" He smiled and nodded. "Sember has a point." "You're not going alone," she insisted. "Dozan will go with me," I said, without even looking at him. "What? I'm not going anywhere." He bristled and scowled at me. "I'm staying with my father." "You have to show me how to get there," I said, trying to reason with him. "I'm not going." He crossed his arms. "You're a coward." It was a low blow and I shouldn't have said it, but I knew it was a bad idea for me to go alone. "Find somebody else," he said through gritted teeth. "Then Gobin will go with me." Siena raised an eyebrow. "Does he know this?" "He will." It seemed like she was trying to think of some other reason I shouldn't go, which irked me, but eventually she said, "I wish I could go with you. I would have liked to see the Iceling village." "We're going where?" Gobin's incredulous green eyes nearly bulged out of his head. "To the Iceling village in the north, Audiobook. We're going to track down the source of this plague." I had followed him out to gather firewood so our parents couldn't hear our conversation. I knew they wouldn't want me to go, and it would be hard enough to convince Gobin without their interference. "Aren't Remy and Siena the ones who go wandering around the plains all the time? Why don't they go?" He picked up a fallen branch, snapped it at its fork, and tossed both pieces into my arms. "If Siena leaves, our parents could die. She can only make the symptoms go away for a little while. They keep coming back. And if things get desperate enough, people might start threatening her. Remy needs to be around to protect her." He sighed as he stopped at a log. "And no one else can go?" "I don't trust anyone else to go." He grasped a brown-leafed branch on the log and yanked it off. "So, you're our self-appointed savior?" "Why are you trying to make me sound like a lunatic?" "I'm not. I'm just trying to understand why it has to be us." He looked at me, branch in hand, trying to wrap his head around what I was suggesting. "Because our parents' lives are at stake. Because we're gifted, and the plague doesn't affect us. Because this is our only lead, and I'm not relying on anyone else to follow it." "You're pretty stubborn, you know that?" he said as he stacked the branch onto the pile in my arms. "Stubbornness, another trait in my pile of things that don't attract boys, or in this case, annoys brothers. But I'm right." He sighed again and stared at the log, then tore off pieces of bark. "It's going to be freezing. You realize winter just started?" "I'll keep you warm." If you were any other girl, I'd be excited by the prospect, but I'm not exactly looking forward to huddling up with my sister. He wedged pieces of bark into my wood stack. "You know, if I wasn't carrying all this stuff, I'd sock you in the arm." "Why do you think I nominated you to do it?" he said with a grin. I looked at him with mock outrage, formed a fist with one hand and managed to shoot a small fireball at his feet. He yelped and jumped backward. "You're lucky I'm fireproof." He stamped out a few lingering flames. "I know," I replied sincerely. "I'm very lucky." He looked at me and we shared one of those brief, non-awkward moments of understanding between siblings. Then he said, "Race you back," and took off. "Hey!" I trudged after him, arms laden with wood, wondering how Gobin could possibly be the older sibling. I found him waiting for me by the woodpile. "You're kind of slow," he said as I dumped the load of wood. "Savor it." I picked twigs off my shirt. "Because it's the only time you'll ever beat me." He smiled back at me, then it faded. "So it has to be us, huh?" "Yes, Gobin." He plucked a piece of wood from the ground and placed it on the pile. "I don't want to leave Ma and Pa alone. Siena will take care of them. I'd rather take care of them myself. No one else can go with you?" I looked down, heat rushing to my cheeks. I broke off a small twig and flexed it in my fingers. "Gobin, you're one of 5 people who can stand to be around me more than 5 minutes. Siena and our parents can't go, and I don't think Niren is tough enough. That leaves you." I peeked at him, hoping I wouldn't find pity or mockery in his eyes. I found neither, only tenderness. "Okay, Squirrel, I'll go," he said quietly. My excitement surged. "You'll go?" "Only because you said I was tougher than Niren," he said, and flexed his muscles. I laughed and kissed his cheek. "I'll go tell Siena." I raced to Dozan's tent, feeling like I had just won a small victory. "Siena," I called from outside the tent. "Govin's agreed to go with me." "She's not here," Dozan said from inside. I poked my head through the flap. "Where'd she go?" "She tried to revive my father again, but it didn't work. She said there's something unnatural going on here. Then she went back to the quarantine cabin. I guess she wanted to go where she could actually help." "Okay, thanks," I said and started to leave. "Wait." I turned around, wondering what Dosan could possibly want to say to me. He'd made it clear he wasn't going to be helpful. He got up and started digging around in one of the huge packs in the corner, then pulled out 2 large furry cloaks. "You'll need these. Winter in the north is bitterly cold." He laid them in my arms and I stared at them dumbly. The cloaks were heavy, made of multiple wolf pelts finely sewn together. I looked back at him. "These are nice. You're just going to give them to me?" He ducked his head. "Maybe I am a coward, but at least I can help a little." My mouth twisted against the twinge of guilt nudging at me. 2 cloaks did not make everything all right. He was still a sneaky, "I'm also sorry for what I did to you. Without your permission." He tugged absently at the hem of his shirt. "Most girls don't seem to mind." I pressed my lips together. "Most girls aren't aware they're being manipulated." I didn't think about that." "It's not right, Dozan." He squirmed and avoided my eyes. When it became apparent he wasn't going to talk anymore, I turned toward the exit. "Thanks for the cloaks." He stopped squirming and nodded. "When you're ready to go, I'll tell you how to get to Audiobook." The quarantine cabin was empty, except for Ruba and Siena. The bedrolls had been rolled up and leaned against the wall. "Where is everyone?" I asked as I entered. "With their symptoms gone for the time being. No one wanted to hang around here," Ruba said as she swept the floor. "And there was no point keeping them here. Practically everyone who isn't gifted is infected." Even though I had already suspected how hopeless and widespread the situation was, my heart sank anyway. If something were to happen to Siena, there would be no one left to keep the sick away from death's door. "What is it, Sember?" Siena asked. I could see the tension in her eyes and the weariness in her demeanor. She alone was responsible for the survival of so many. "Gobin's agreed to go. We leave tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Her brows shot up. "Isn't that a little soon?" "I don't think we have time to waste. Things seem stable now, but the tribes are dying. As soon as you leave to help them, Foresthome will be dying. I can't allow that to happen. I have to find out what's causing this and stop it if I can." She gave me a tired smile. "You're so much braver than I was at your age." I smiled back at her. Somehow I doubt that. "Sember, She glanced at Ruba, who was following the discussion closely. Aware that the conversation was about to turn private, Ruba tactfully excused herself and left the cabin. Our eyes followed her as she departed, then we were left in awkward silence. The room was now bare except for a row of bedrolls, a bucket of water, and the bed by the entrance. And the 2 of us, still fidgeting silently. I scooted to the bed and perched on the edge. How did we get to this point? There never used to be this awkwardness between us. We had been as close as sisters could be, and now it was probably my fault. One flare-up too many. I guess she finally had to admit to herself that I had a demon inside, clawing its way out. Better to separate herself from that before it consumed her, too. Our eyes met, and she looked as unsure as I felt. I decided to start first. Siena, I know I scared everyone. I almost roasted Dozan out of sheer embarrassment. Who knows what I'll do next? I understand your doubts about me because I share them. I can't be trusted. My eyes fell to the floor and I shook my head. You can't trust monsters. Oh, Sember! She approached and sat beside me. You couldn't be more wrong. I threw my hands in the air. Of course I'm wrong. All I ever am is wrong. She pursed her lips. Self-pity doesn't suit you. I sighed and flicked my index finger out in front of me so it pointed straight up, watching the small orange flame dancing on my fingertip. So beautiful. So deadly. Siena's eyes were drawn to the flame. Sember, making mistakes doesn't make you a monster. It makes you human. We're all fallible. It's just, as gifted, our mistakes can sometimes have bigger consequences, and we have to learn to be okay with that. Easy for you to say. Your mistakes don't result in fiery devastation. Maybe not, but I've felt like I've had a monster inside me before. She looked down at her hands. It scared me. I stared at her in disbelief and snuffed the flame on my finger. I don't believe that. She looked away and began to play with the hem of her shirt. Do you recall when I told you about Borga? Right, but he was the monster. I may have only been 6 then, but I think I can tell the difference between good and evil. Mass healings, good. Mass killings, evil. You weren't the one trying to eradicate all the gifted. I drained him because I couldn't stop myself. I paused. What? I don't remember that. I got so furious I took his energy until there was none left. I drained it and took his life. I didn't want to stop. Siena's soft voice petered out. It was like a creature I didn't recognize had taken over. I did it out of sheer anger, not because it was right or wrong. That shut me up. I couldn't picture Siena furious, much less murderous. I do know about monsters lurking inside, she continued. I was a mess after that. You may have more frequent accidents, but you've never actually killed anyone. I thought about my parents. I would have if you hadn't saved them. She immediately knew whom I meant by them. You were 6, she said dryly. Cut yourself some slack. I feel like we've had this conversation before. Maybe so, but it's because I'm still trying to convince you that you're not alone. Then why are you pushing me away? The words flew out of me. There, I said it. I sounded a little whiny, but at least it was out there now. Her eyes widened, stricken. Why would you think that? You told me to find new friends. And then something about a pedestal. Basically, you didn't want me looking for you anymore. To my horror, a single tear slid down my cheek and I swiped it away, hoping no more would follow. I was supposed to be strong. What? Sember, no. Her face was awash with tenderness and she gathered my hands into hers. You can't believe that. I said those things because I can't always be here for you as much as I'd like to. I worry about you when I'm not here. Because I'm so dangerous? I said, hating the dejection in my voice. She gave my hands a rough shake, and I met her gaze. You have a brother and 2 parents who love you and you get to see them every day. I have a half-brother I rarely see, and I wonder if he even likes me, much less loves me. If I worry about you, it's because I feel like you are my true family. I don't know what I'd do if something were to happen to you. That's why I don't want you to go, even though it seems like it's our only choice. And if I want you to have other friends, it's because I don't want you to be lonely when I'm not here. I had no words. Emotions welled up and warred within me. Annoyance at myself for making so many wrong assumptions. Relief that Siena was still my sister, but most of all, love for this woman who had redirected the course of my life so profoundly it was impossible for me to imagine her not being in it. I wrapped my arms around her neck and squeezed as if I could press my feelings into her so I wouldn't have to use words. Did she know how much she meant to me? Did she know how instrumental she was in helping me control my gift? Did she know how much I loved her? Tears fell freely now, but I didn't care. My world had righted itself once more.
Chapter 9.
This isn't happening. I thought my children were smarter than this. Ma, I already explained it to you. We have to go. Gobin and I were laden with supplies on our backs, and we stood at the edge of Foresthome. A small crowd had followed us to see us off, while my parents tried everything they could think of to convince us to stay. Now they watched with interest as Ma continued to plead her case. There are other, more qualified people who can go. I planted my hands on my hips. And what makes them more qualified? Their age? Well, yes, they're more experienced. She elbowed Pa. Tell her. He stepped forward. Sember, adults have dealt with more situations in their lifetime. They're better equipped to handle things. I lifted my chin. Gobin's an adult now. They both shot accusatory looks at him, like this was his idea, and he gave them a guilty smile. Sember's right. Ma's eyes hardened. You are both my children, and I forbid you to go. Ma! Don't ma me. You are wandering out into unknown lands to find some mysterious cave that one addled person told you about. Hey, I'm not addled. Dozin puffed his chest out indignantly. Ma didn't stop. A cave containing something described only as evil. You are both crazy to go. I refuse to be robbed of both my children at once. You know, when she puts it like that, Gobin's foot slid toward them. Shush! I elbowed him hard. We talked about this. Right. Okay. He straightened his stance. It's our choice. Ma turned to Siena, who stood next to Remy and Galen, watching the drama unfold. Dear Siena, please talk some sense into my daughter. Distress and sorrow swirled in Siena's blue eyes. I'm sorry. This seems to be the only lead we have, and as much as I want to, I can't be the one to go. I needed hear more. Galen, Ma took his hand in hers. You can actually fight. Shouldn't you be the one to go? The tall man placed a comforting hand on Ma's shoulder. In any other situation, I would take their places in a heartbeat, but there is great unrest in the tribes. The plague has made them fearful, and I sense they may come here with violence in mind. Either with questions or, his eyes drifted to Siena, for solutions. I need to stay. Ma shook her head and stepped away from him, then faced the small group of onlookers. Any of you! I'll give you all that we have if you'll just... Eyes turned away, and some even retreated back to their dwellings. Cowards! Ma's hands formed fists. All of you are cowards! Ma, stop this! I conjured a large ball of flame and slammed it at my feet with a noisy foom. I'm not exactly helpless. She jumped at the sound. I finally have a chance to do something other than start cooking fires and putting bees to sleep. I can do something positive with my gift. We need to track down the source of this plague. I can do this. I know this because I have to succeed. For me, there is no other choice. At this, Ma burst into tears, her frail shoulders shaking. Pa circled an arm around her, his own eyes misting. My heart wrenched, and my resolve nearly crumbled. I was doing this to save them, and here I was hurting them. I closed the distance between us and threw my arms around them. I'm sorry. Please don't cry. I plan on coming back, I promise. Her grip around me tightened as she sobbed, and it took all my strength not to change my mind right then. Gobin wrapped us in his long arms. I'll look out for her, Ma, and she'll look out for me. We're a good team. Just come home. Do you hear me? Her voice was a tremulous whisper. Both of you come home, or so help me I will track you down and spank you myself. This got us laughing, and when we finally broke apart, the tension had eased considerably. Niran chose that moment to approach. I am so jealous of you guys. You get to go on adventures while I'm stuck here. She cupped a hand beside her mouth and dropped to a whisper. Tending the wild animals. I poked her shoulder. You like those wild animals. I'd still trade it for a chance to see the world outside of Foresthome, to meet new people, invent things, maybe find love. She turned her brown eyes to Gobin. You know what I mean? Well, sure. Yeah. Inventing things would be great. Gobin's halting reply reminded me of a drowning piglet. Niren babbled some more, but I finally understood something about her. This was her defense mechanism. Behind the bubbly enthusiasm, she was sad I was leaving and worried I might never come back. The most difficult goodbye was, of course, Siena. I was thankful we had reconciled yesterday, but it sort of made the farewell even harder. She promised to watch over my parents, and I assured her that I would come back in one piece. I'd never had so many hugs in one day. Part of me wanted to stay longer and soak up more of the love, but we had to get moving before we lost too much daylight. Dozen had said it would take roughly 2 weeks, following a fairly straight path, to get to the village in the north. He also mentioned a tribe compound about halfway, which would give us a good indication of how far along we were. With packs on our backs laden with food, water, bedding, and supplies, we began our journey north through the forest. Remy joined us for part of the trek, claiming he was going to hunt in this direction anyway. It's hard leaving everyone, isn't it? He commented. We both nodded. We've never left Foresthome before, Gobin said. It feels a little strange. The first few days will be the hardest, but you'll get your journey feet soon enough. Journey feet? I said quizzically. Remy smiled, which gave his face a boyish quality. It's what I call that turning point during your first expedition. In the beginning, your feet will often want to turn you around and take you home. You might even feel homesick. But after a few days, you realize it's not so bad, and that what lies ahead of you is just as important as what lies behind you. At that point, your newfound journey feet will confidently carry you forward. I like that, I said. I'm going to remember that. Gobin kicked a pine cone. I think I might already be homesick. I pushed his arm so that he lurched sideways as we walked. Hey, Gobin said with mock indignation. I'd like to get there in one piece if you don't mind. Any tips for us, Remy, as we march off to our possible doom? Trust your instincts, he replied. If you are ever in doubt, that little voice inside can help you. You hear that, Sember? It's okay to hear voices in my head. Gobin laughed. I laughed too, grateful for the levity. Remy walked with us for the hours it took to reach the northern tree line, whereupon he bade us farewell with one hug each. As he headed back in the other direction, I called out, Keep her safe! I will, he replied, knowing I meant Siena, and then vanished among the trees. We stared after his retreating back long after he had disappeared. Now it was just the two of us. We knew the forest inside and out, but had not once set foot outside it since moving to Foresthome. Well, Gobin turned to me and said, It's just you and me, kid. I noticed a slight shiver run through him. I wasn't sure if it was nerves or the chilly wind. I had no idea how much the trees of our forest protected us from these elements. We looked out across the wide expanse of plains yawning before us. It looked endless. The grass was mostly yellow, with a few hints of green here and there. A few hills rolled across the distance, but for the most part it was flat. We walked. I definitely did not have the journey feet that Remy talked about. My feet wanted to turn around and run home to the lake. It's so weird not to be surrounded by trees, I murmured. I know, Gobin said. It's like... For once, he didn't have a clever reply. His eyes just kept gawking at the vast nothingness in front of us. The sky was as enormous as the plain, and I got dizzy straining to see something in the horizon where the two met. So we walked in silence, putting one foot in front of the other, not quite believing what we had set out to do.
Chapter 10.
By midday, my pack started to feel really, really heavy. I'd never carried this much weight on my shoulders before. Well, not the physical kind, anyway. Gobin eagerly joined me with a dramatic exhale when I stopped and heaved my pack onto the ground. He was tall and lean, but not particularly muscular. He threw his own pack down and sat on it, letting out a groan. I don't know which hurts more, my shoulders or my feet. Considering how much running I normally did, my feet were just fine, but I didn't want to rub that in his face. I was just glad he'd agreed to come with me in the first place. I pulled 2 carrots out of the pack and tossed one to him. He caught it easily and bit off a mouthful. We sat there crunching on carrots in the middle of an empty plain. It didn't seem real. It felt like the world around us had been erased, and all that was left was the 2 of us. And grass. Siena once told me about how much she loved lying in the middle of an open field, just staring up at the sky and feeling nature all around her. I didn't feel any of that. It's lonely out here, Gobin said, echoing my thoughts. I miss the trees. And the squirrels, he added, especially the red ones. He chuckled and made a rodent face at me, making me laugh. When I was 5, I was enamored with squirrels. They were all over the forest, gray ones in one part of the woods and red ones in another, always chittering and jumping around the treetops. My favorite, of course, were the red ones. I thought they were part of our family because, obviously, the red hair. I would talk to them and give them little seeds. I began carrying seeds in a little pouch everywhere I went, just in case I ran into a hungry squirrel sister. One day I had gotten tired while wandering around, and I decided to curl up at the base of a tree for a nap. My parents had gotten worried and began looking for me. They found me, still asleep, covered in squirrels as they raided my seed pouch. They claimed that the squirrels had adopted me, and from then on, Squirrel had become their pet name for me. We should get going, I sighed and stood up. Oh, Gobin groaned, but I wasn't done committing all this empty space to memory yet. I hoisted the pack onto my shoulders and pulled him to his feet. Then it was back to slogging through the endless expanse of grass. It was interminably boring. The sun trekked its way slowly across the sky, almost as slow as our own progress. I don't think I've spent this much time with you since we were kids, Gobin commented. It's sort of nice. Boring, but nice. Thanks a lot. I pushed him and he stumbled sideways. You're always running off after breakfast. I mean, you literally run off. I laughed. Yes, it's part of the routine that keeps me sane. What do you do after running? I practice controlling my gift. Show me, he looked at me expectantly. Right now? You have someplace else you need to be? Why not? I flicked out my index finger and produced a solitary flame. He faked an exaggerated yawn. I flicked all 5 digits outward, each flickering with its own little flame. Cute, he said, but the slight twist of his mouth indicated he was unimpressed. Cute! It took me almost a year to figure out how to do this without making one big fire. I closed my hand, which snuffed the small flames, then flung a quick little fireball at him. Hey! He brushed sparks off his shirt. I'm just a bored big brother wanting to see something impressive. What else do you have? I thought for a moment. Well, I have been working on something new. Not sure I've got it right yet. All right, let's see it. Okay, here we go. I stopped walking and set my pack down. Then I tipped my head back and closed my eyes. Dramatic much? I peeked at him. Shush. My arms drifted away from my body, hands relaxed. I pushed the warmth out in all directions in a smooth, steady flow. When it felt even, I increased the intensity and poured everything out at once. Is it working? I opened my eyes. His mouth hung open. Sember, you're on fire. Everywhere. Your entire body is a torch. Even your eyes are on fire. I grinned, and his eyes focused on my flaming teeth. Okay, I'm officially impressed, he said with wide eyes. I snuffed the flames and searched the ground for burning grass. After reabsorbing those with my foot, I looked back at him. His head tilted to one side. Ever wonder why our clothes don't catch fire? Sometimes. I guess that's how our gifts work. I examined my shirt sleeve. It's a good thing, too. I'd hate to think how many embarrassing moments I'd have otherwise. Nah, your practice is really paying off. You're pretty amazing, squirrel. I felt a goofy smile spread on my face. I wasn't used to compliments about my fire abilities. It was usually, thank goodness she didn't burn the house down. I put an arm around his waist for a quick side squeeze. Thanks, Gobin. At dusk, Gobin shot a rabbit with his bow and we ate it for dinner. He sat so close to the fire, anyone else might have gotten burned. What a funny pair we were. Gobin had always been easygoing, and we never bickered much as children. But when we did, my parents never had to worry that I might scorch him during one of my temper tantrums. Lately, I'd been thinking what a shame it was that more boys weren't fireproof. Maybe then fewer of them would be scared of me. I silently added hazardous to your health to my ever-stretching list of things that don't attract boys. Later that night, as Gobin's breathing evened out into sleep, I gazed up at the starry landscape above me. The cavernous blue sky during the day held little interest for me, but this. I could get lost in this dark sky. I'd seen swatches of the twinkling sky through the dense trees of Foresthome, and the clearing at the lake provided the best view there, but it was nothing like this all-encompassing expanse. Every part of my periphery was dotted by stars. I felt like I was among them. Was this the connected feeling that Siena spoke of in past conversations? I could stare up at them every night and never be bored. The next 4 days were pretty much the same, endless walking punctuated with occasional meals. On the 5th day, we noticed the sun didn't feel as warm. At dusk, when we made camp, Gobin shivered before scooting even closer to the fire, practically sticking his hands inside it. I offered to keep him warm that night if he was willing to sleep alongside me, but he declined. In the morning, I found him huddled under his blanket and pressed up against my back. The temperature had dipped overnight and the rising sun didn't offer much heat. The cold air felt pleasant against my skin as we got ready for another day of interminable walking, but Gobin's arms pressed against his sides, as if trying to ward off the chill. Maybe you should pull out your cloak, I suggested. I'll be all right once we get moving, he said, as he cinched the bedroll to his pack. But you're practically shivering. Just put it on, I pressed. You're not wearing a cloak. Gobin, I'm a walking campfire. You need to stay warm. It's not that cold. I frowned at him. Why are you being so stubborn? He folded his arms over his chest. Maybe it runs in the family. I'd never seen Gobin like this before. He was always so good-natured. Maybe the journey was starting to wear on him. Here, I said, yanking my cloak out of my pack and tossing it to him. Carry this for me. My pack is too heavy and my shoulders are killing me. I don't have room in my pack for it, he said. Then put it on. He eyed me briefly, then pulled the furry cloak across his shoulders and fastened it. I know what you're doing, he said as he shrugged into his pack. I don't need you taking care of me. Could have fooled me, I muttered as I stalked past him. He narrowed his eyes at me. What was that? Nothing, let's get going. This daily monotony was getting old fast. Something had better happen soon.
Chapter 11. Snow was not what I had in mind when I wished for something to happen. Clouds had begun to drift in that morning, getting darker as the day wore on. By late afternoon, little flakes floated down, dusting the ground with bits of white. As the sun dipped low in the sky, I began to worry about where to make camp. Look, Gobin said, pointing to something in the distance. I peered through the haze and saw the distinct outline of a structure. Is that the tribe compound Dozan told us about? I really hope so, Gobin said as he picked up his pace. As we got closer, I could see the structure was a fence made up of tall poles jammed into the ground. It seemed to circle all the way around with a few breaks that served as entrances. We approached one of these openings, eager to find shelter. Halt, said a husky man as he blocked our path. Who are you? We are travelers seeking shelter. May we enter? I asked. He scrutinized us, peering into our faces. I could see the beginnings of a familiar-looking rash around his nose. A plague sufferer. Wait here, he said gruffly and went to talk to another guard farther in. That guard disappeared inside the perimeter. Then the first guy just stood there staring at us with expressionless eyes, coughing intermittently. Gobin and I looked at each other, sharing the uneasy feeling that maybe this wasn't such a great idea. I looked up at the sky, which was getting darker by the minute. The flurries were thickening into regular snowfall, and the wind had picked up slightly. Staying out in this weather might not be a great idea either. Eventually, the other guard returned and whispered something into the first guard's ear. He nodded, then motioned for us to follow him, so we did. He led us through the fence and into the compound. A series of mud huts sat along the inside of the perimeter, and in the center was an enormous fire pit. Unlike Foresthome, there were no communal tables or benches there. We stopped in front of a big hut, where a large man with small eyes waited for us. He was flanked by two even larger brutes, both wielding spears. All of them showed varying stages of the plague. I felt bad for this tribe. They would be wiped out within a month. "Where are you from?" he asked. Gobin began to answer. "We come from the south," I cut in, not trusting this man. "We come from the south." The big man narrowed his eyes at me, then looked back to Gobin. "And where are you headed?" Gobin glanced at me. "Don't let a female answer for you," he commanded, making Gobin flinch. The uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach spread. Siena had told me about the old tribal ways where women were subservient to men. The practice seemed alive and well here. We're going north," Gobin stammered. The man tilted his large head. "There is nothing north of here except the Icelings. What is your business with them?" Gobin swallowed, afraid to answer. These men were obviously suffering. They reminded me of wounded wild animals, distrustful of everything around them. Wounded animals were unpredictable and dangerous. "Well?" The man leaned forward, boring his eyes into Gobin, who leaned away from him. I couldn't stand it anymore. "Our business is our own," I snapped. "Either grant us shelter or throw us out. We don't take up much room." He narrowed his eyes at me again, struggling to mask his disgust. I met his glare head-on, refusing to waver. He didn't scare me. We would probably get tossed into the cold for it, but I refused to cower before a bully. To my surprise, the man relented and said, "Very well, you may stay as my personal guests." He nodded to the guard who had escorted us in, and we followed him to a small hut a few paces away. The compound seemed empty. If there were people left, they must have all been huddling inside their huts. The guard stopped in front of the entrance and gestured for us to enter. As soon as we went inside, he left without another word. "Not exactly friendly, are they?" Gobin whispered. "No introductions or anything," I whispered back. "It's weird, don't you think? It's like they suddenly changed their minds and let us stay. What tribe is this anyway?" Gobin shrugged and dropped his pack to the floor. "I'm just glad to be out of the snow." The hut was bare except for two small beds on opposite sides of the room. Exhausted, Gobin stretched out and was soon fast asleep. I was too worried to sleep. Something didn't feel right. The ugly leader with the small eyes had looked about ready to flog me, then he suddenly decided to give us accommodations? I wished I knew what was going on. I crept to the hut's entrance and peeked out. Two guards stood outside on either side. Were they posted for our safety or theirs? Were we prisoners? There was only one way to find out. I sauntered outside. The two guards bristled and asked where I was going. "I was going to look for some food," I answered. "Please wait inside," one of them said, and left. He soon returned with a roasted rabbit leg. I thanked him and he returned to his post. He didn't exactly forbid me to leave, and he was nice enough to fetch me a bit of food. I supposed it was possible we weren't prisoners after all. I sat on the bed eating the rabbit leg. The snow got thicker outside. I might have been okay walking around in that, but dragging Gobin out into it would be cruel. My eyes soon grew heavy and I stopped worrying long enough to fall asleep. The worry could wait until morning. The scuffling sounds felt far away, unimportant. It was the muffled cry that roused me from my slumber. I forced my eyes open, just in time to see a sack being pulled over my head. A pair of strong hands gripped my arm and yanked me off the bed. I stumbled, and a second pair of hands grabbed my other arm. My grogginess receded, and I began to struggle, jerking at my arms and kicking. "Let go of me!" In response, someone rammed the butt of a spear into my gut, causing me to grunt and cough. "Hey!" Goben shouted just ahead of me. "Leave her alone, you rat-faced cowards!" I heard the smack of a spear handle against something solid, possibly Goben's skull. I couldn't see a thing. I felt the cold air against my skin as they forced me out of the hut. My bare feet dragged on the ground until I found my footing. I was confused, my struggles were useless, and angry heat began rumbling within me. I was trying to decide the best approach to burn my way out of this situation when I was suddenly thrown to the ground. Someone ripped the bag from my head, and I looked frantically around me. We were inside a bigger hut now, lit by torches. Goben shuffled on the ground next to me, pushing himself to his feet, so I did the same. Blood dribbled down one side of his face from where he'd been struck, and I wanted to rampage on whoever had hurt my big brother. The beady-eyed man stood before us, not bothering to hide his disgust this time. Men surrounded us, pointing spears at us. I glared at him. "You put bags on our heads to drag us to your super-secret hideout 30 steps away?" He grimaced at me. "I sentence you to death." "Wait, what? Why? We didn't do anything," I gaped at him. "You aberrations are all the same, pretending at innocence when you know perfectly well you are the ones who brought this cursed plague on us." Aberrations? I remembered this as an antiquated term the tribes used to use. Siena had told me stories about how mean they were to the gifted, calling them aberrations because apparently they were considered unnatural freaks. "Do you think us naive?" the man continued. "Look around you. The plague spares no one. You aberrations planned this. Wipe everyone else out, then rule the land yourselves. Well, I plan on taking out as many of you as I can before I die." "But we're looking for a cure for the plague," I pleaded. "We can help each other." "Your lies won't help you this time," he sneered. "I'm not lying. Our parents are dying too. We have a stake in this. We don't want more people to die." "Enough," he bellowed. "Take them outside." The guards grabbed us again, and I shouted, "Wait!" They paused. "What are you going to do with us?" My breath quickened, panic rising. "You will be burned to death," the ugly man answered, almost gleefully. "Burned?" "With fire." I stopped panicking and looked at Goben. He looked back at me, eyes wide at this lucky turn. I had the insane impulse to laugh, but a quick glance at the sharp spear tips was enough to keep me in check. They could just as easily impale us. The beady-eyed man peered at me, his mouth tipping into a smirk. "No smart mouth replies?" I cast my eyes down in a show of deference. Now was not the time to act like a brazen idiot. "Please, if today is my last day alive, then I'd like to spend it with my family. I just need a minute to say all the things I need to say before I die." I peeked at him to gauge his reaction. Deep beneath the contempt in his little black eyes, there was a flicker of something when I said the word family. I felt a twinge of sympathy for him, for his whole dying tribe. This plague was unrelenting, and there weren't enough Sienas to keep them alive. The importance of my mission expanded exponentially, almost staggering me. It wasn't just about my parents or even about Foresthome. It was about everyone, even repulsive cave dwellers like this guy. "Fine," he agreed, then turned to one of the guards. "Watch them." He left the hut with all but one of the guards. I could hear them hovering outside the entrance. I turned to Goben, whose eyebrows arched in a "what now" expression. "Come here, you." I pulled him into a hug, turning so my back faced the watchful guard. "Wait until I start the distraction, then duck into the flames and sneak off." I kept my voice at a low whisper. "Get our stuff from the cabin and escape out the north entrance. Just keep running, I'll catch up." I pushed him an arm's length away and looked into his uncertain eyes. "I love you, Goben," I said more loudly, then added in a whisper, "Don't forget to look scared, and be careful." "I am scared," he replied. "I'm not brave like you." "We'll get through this." I gave a reassuring squeeze to his arms. I turned and nodded to the guard, who directed us outside. We were taken to the giant fire pit in the middle of the compound and tied to poles I hadn't noticed before. We stood on narrow stone platforms. I looked down through the swirling snowfall, and my stomach swam with nausea at what I saw. Charred bones and skulls peppered the ground beneath me. We were definitely not the first gifted to be roasted here. I was wondering how they were going to get a roaring fire going in the snow when I saw them pouring some kind of liquid around the stacks of wood at our feet. Someone touched a torch to the wood, and flames instantly surged across it. Fire licked at our feet from every direction. Even though Gobin and I were in no danger of being burned alive, I couldn't stop the anxious knots from forming in my stomach. These people wanted us dead and were willing to spend their last dying days making sure of it. I looked out at the plainsmen who watched and waited for us to burn to death. The reflection of the fire danced in their hateful little eyes, and the knots in my stomach tightened. I'd experienced plenty of people expressing wariness around me, but never hate, never this savage desire for my demise. With growing apprehension, I tested the binding around my wrists, wanting all this to be over. I could have burned through them long ago, but I had to know that Gobin was free before I started the distraction. I again glanced at the men around us. As the flames climbed higher, their mouths parted, leaning forward with expectation. It occurred to me that by now most people in my situation would be screaming. I began uttering distressed whimpering sounds similar to crying. I glanced at Gobin, who raised his brows with alarm. My eyes darted to the tribesmen, trying to convey that we needed to appear like we were actually suffering. Understanding lit his green eyes, and he began bellowing like a dying buffalo. I'd never heard such sounds come out of him before, but it was effective. The men smiled with smug satisfaction. At last, the ties burned enough for me to snap them apart, and I knew it was time for my show. I took a deep breath and shrieked at the top of my lungs. All eyes turned to me, and I screeched again, this time lighting my entire body on fire. I drew energy from the flames below me, feeling its pulse flowing through me. I remembered Gobin's astonished reaction to my human torch trick, and I counted on getting the same reaction from them. Their mouths gaped open as I turned up the theatrics, screaming and squirming. They didn't notice that Gobin had fallen silent, and didn't seem to care that my arms were now free as I formed fists by my head and shot the flames higher. From the corner of my eye, I saw Gobin racing for the little cabin, and I felt a burst of pride that my ruse was working. At least, I thought it was a burst of pride. It could have been a burst of fire because, honestly, I was smoking hot right then. To ensure Gobin had enough time to make his great escape, I began shouting obscenities and screaming silly things like, "Why would you do this to me? Fire is my weakness. All of you can go suck a toad." I kept it up for as long as I dared. I wanted to be away from this place, away from these bloodthirsty people whose final goal in life was to kill me and every other gifted in existence. It was time for my finality. I let the flames that engulfed my body die down a little, then pulled my fists down so they hovered near my navel. I let my chin drop to my chest, absorbing even more power from the fire below, letting it build within me. The tension inside expanded into a writhing, throbbing, unbearable mass. It was time. The onlookers gawked in fascination, clueless to the colossal energy I could barely contain. And then I let it loose. I flung my arms out wide and snapped my head up. A concussive blast radiated out from my very core, forming a smoky white ring. The explosion knocked them all to the ground, and I wasted no time. I bolted from the platform and sprinted for the north entrance. I winced as tiny, sharp rocks dug into the bottoms of my bare feet, but I dared not slow down. When I rounded the corner of a hut, I ran into a very surprised woman. My leg caught against her foot, and I sprawled into the dirt. Casting a nervous glance behind me, I saw the warriors getting to their feet and swiveling their heads in search of me. The woman, who had remained on her feet, grabbed my arm. I could not let them recapture me. I shook at my arm, but she held fast and hauled me to my feet with surprising strength. "I'm sorry for all this," she whispered as she nudged me toward the exit. "Hurry." I spent a very stupid second staring at her. "Hurry," she repeated. This snapped me out of my disbelief. "Thank you," I said, before rushing for the exit. Dawn was breaking on my right. Grass and snow greeted me as soon as I made it through the exit. I scanned my surroundings for any sign of Gobin, but found none. Where was he? I kept running. A quick look over my shoulder revealed no pursuers. They weren't likely to follow me in this weather. But where was Gobin? He had escaped, hadn't he? I wanted to shout his name, but I was still too close to the compound to risk it. I paused long enough to pick a big splinter out of my toe and resumed running. He had to be nearby. He couldn't run that fast, loaded down with 2 packs. I picked up speed as dread formed a cold fist in the pit of my stomach. What if someone had grabbed him on his way out? What if he had twisted an ankle and was on the ground somewhere in pain? What if someone had dug a random pit and he'd fallen into it? My mind whirled with all the different ways things could have gone wrong. I began to regret ever convincing him to come with me in the first place. I should have let him stay home to take care of our parents. I should never have put him in this kind of danger. This should have been my task alone. And then I almost ran into him. The snowfall had gotten so thick it was difficult to see. "Go, Ben, you're alive!" I nearly tackled him with my enthusiastic hug. He dropped the extra pack and hugged me back. "Of course I'm alive," he said. "Thanks to you. You were so impressive. I wanted to stick around and watch." I laughed and hugged him again. "Why are you shaking?" he asked. I thought for a second I'd lost you. I could never forgive myself. "We're all right," he whispered, returning the hug. Our eyes scoured the snowy landscape for angry plainsmen, and our ears strained to hear grunts or shouts, but all we saw was more falling snow, and all we heard was the wind whipping through the grass. "Okay, I think we can stop running now." I picked up my pack from the ground. "Where are my shoes?" Your shoes?" "Yes, you grabbed them, right? They were under the bed. I don't sleep with my shoes on, do you?" He looked guiltily down at his own shoes. "You did sleep with your shoes on. Gross. No wonder you get foot fungus all the time." "Hey, I was tired, and that foot fungus thing was years ago." I pouted at him petulantly, still without shoes. "Look, I'm sorry. I was a little busy scrambling out of there to run for my life." I glared at him, but not for long. It was hard to stay mad at him considering how happy I was he was alive. "Don't worry about it," I relented. "I'll live, and if worst comes to worst, I'll make you carry me." Chapter 12. By midday, the snow had stopped falling, and we were far enough away from the compound to stop for a break. We tore into our food supply like ravenous coyotes, apparently getting dragged out of bed, pretending to burn at the stake, and subsequently running for our lives was hungry work. The clouds broke, allowing the sun to peek through in places, but Gobin remained huddled in his cloak as we walked. The blanket of fresh snow on the ground made for a welcome cushion to my bare feet, and also soothed the little cuts I had gotten from my mad dash out of the barbecue. If the tribe compound was the halfway point, then we still had a week of walking ahead of us. I didn't voice this thought because I didn't want to discourage Gobin. The first week had been grueling enough, and now that it was cold and snowy, I had a feeling the second leg of our journey would be much more challenging. The next 3 days went by without incident. The small trail remained visible as an indentation in the snowy landscape, and we made sure not to stray from it. At night, Gobin slept with both cloaks on top of his blanket, and that kept him warm enough. Billowing clouds continued to float northeast, and we were thankful for the respite from snow. Well, my feet weren't. The thin blanket of snow from the last storm had melted, leaving the ground mucky and disgusting. My bare feet squelched into random mud holes, and I had to grit my teeth against the nasty feeling of sludge oozing between my toes. I came this close to demanding that Gobin give me his shoes, but I didn't. The cut high on his forehead reminded me that he'd risked getting beaten to death trying to protect me. Plus, there was that foot fungus possibility, so I stayed quiet and kept on squelching. The next day was another story. The clouds darkened again, temperatures dropped, and the breeze changed direction. We eyed the sky warily and began to walk faster when the wind picked up. By late afternoon, the wind gusted, and light flurries began fluttering to the ground. I spotted a sizable tree on the horizon, and we headed toward it. I learned that in freezing temperatures, mud no longer squelched. It formed a skin of ice across its surface, which fractured when you stepped on it. Every time the thin ice cracked underfoot, pain lanced through my foot. So I did my best to avoid the worst of it. By the time we reached the tree, the flurries fell more steadily. It wasn't a huge tree, but it was our best shot at shelter. I scavenged a few nuts that had fallen to the ground. Then we laid out our bedrolls side by side against the base of the tree. With no way to build an actual shelter, all we could do was stack our blankets and cloaks on top of us and huddle for warmth. We tucked the edges around us so the wind wouldn't blow our covers away. We lay there, facing each other for a while, listening to the wind whistling outside our cocoon. "Goben, when we get back home, you're getting me a brand new bedroll." "What's wrong with this one?" "I'm getting mud all over it. My feet are so gross." "I'm sorry, Sember. I can't believe I forgot your shoes." "Don't worry about it. You'll just owe me big when we get home." He chuckled. "I can't wait." In the morning, the wind died down. We had actually managed to fall asleep. When we peeled back our covers, a thick layer of snow covered us. "I wonder if this is how Icelings sleep," Goben mused. Niren says that someone told her they sleep inside snowbanks and live on a diet of fish and icebergs. I guffawed, Niren in her stories. After a quick meal, we shoveled powdery snow into our water skins and tucked them into our waistbands so it would melt. Our food supplies were getting low. On the bright side, that meant our packs were lighter. The snow resumed once we got underway, but the wind remained mostly calm. The snow on the ground was so light that the smallest meandering breeze would kick up fascinating swirls of it into the air. This didn't last, though. By midday, the wind picked up again and Goben ended up wearing both cloaks. By afternoon, the wind howled. A full-on blizzard had moved in. Snow blew in all directions. Not only could I not tell where the sun was, I couldn't tell where anything was. We were stuck in a surreal, bitterly cold, blinding whirlwind of white. There were no trees. I had to expend a lot more energy than I expected just to keep warm. A shiver ran through me, catching me by surprise. Goben fared much worse, teeth chattering as he hunched against the howling wind. We couldn't continue in this. I began to question how wise it was to head this far north during winter. We had no choice but to hunker down next to a small clump of bushes. We huddled together on our bedrolls, tightly holding down the edges of our cloaks and blankets, desperately trying to keep them from flying away. The wind buffeted us, and I tried to situate myself to block Goben from it. Most of all, I had to concentrate on providing enough heat to keep him warm without burning our covers. It was harder than I had imagined. I'd never been in these conditions before. Wind crept through the crevices and the cold air stole away much of the heat I was generating, so it was difficult for me to gauge how much I had to compensate. I mostly went by Goben's shivering. The more he shook, the more heat I created. The constant modulation was tiring. The storm blew for hours. We drank water, but there was no chance for sleep. By far the most harrowing part of it all was the constant battering of the wind, threatening to carry us away. All we could do was huddle and wait. It was easily the most exhausting day I'd ever had. When the blustering wind finally slowed, I ventured a peek outside. Everything was white. Snowdrifts snaked along the landscape, peeking here and there. The bushes that sheltered us were no longer visible. Worst of all, we were almost out of daylight. Even if the winds did not return, temperatures would plummet once the sun went down. It was going to be a long night. We wrapped the covers tightly around ourselves, and for once, Goben didn't protest our close proximity. He lay on his side, curling his legs up into a fetal position. I settled behind him, doing my best to wrap around him like a blanket. His survival depended on me, and I was not going to let him down. I wouldn't sleep. At least, that's what I told myself. Sometimes I dozed off, only to be woken up by his shivering. I had to consciously radiate heat to keep him warm, otherwise my body only regulated enough to keep me warm. Needless to say, it wasn't a very restful night. When morning finally arrived, I was reluctant to get up. My muscles didn't want to move, so I dozed off again. It was Goben who stirred first. "Sember, we should get going," he said gently. I groaned. Spending hours and hours trying to keep my brother warm in the middle of a raging blizzard had taken its toll. Even my bones felt tired. "Come on, squirrel, before the next storm hits." I sighed and pushed myself up. I used to like winter. We shook snow off the blankets and packed them away. Then I dug into the last of my food. I was ready to chew my arm off, I was so hungry. I had expended so much energy and slept so little. This village had better not be much farther, because our supplies were about to run out. more walking. The powdery texture of the snow felt pleasant underfoot, but the cold affected me now. My face tingled and the freezing air irritated my lungs. This worried me. I had never in my life actually felt cold. Another half day passed, thankfully blizzard-free. The sky remained gray and ominous. My next worry was that we might be heading in the wrong direction. With no landmarks and the trail buried under snow, it was easy to veer the wrong way. Dozan had said we would be getting close when we saw mountains. He actually had to describe mountains to me because I'd never seen them before. Their immensity sounded like nothing I'd ever encountered or even imagined, but I still saw no sign of them. Then, by late afternoon, I found them. They were hazy gray ghosts in the distance, rising up from the white landscape. They didn't look real, but there they were. Relief warmed my thoughts. Maybe we would reach the village today. We didn't. We walked as far as the daylight would allow, but the mountains never seemed to come any closer. I began to wonder if maybe they were painted into the sky. Then I wondered if maybe I was the slightest bit delirious. After another bitterly cold night of half dozing, we resumed our trek in the morning. Gobin and I split his last piece of dried meat, and I filled my still grumbling stomach with water to quell its displeasure. We had better reach this place soon. The mountains finally seemed to be getting bigger. Dozan had said that the village was nestled in the valley between two distinctive peaks. I scanned the jagged formations ahead of us, which I could now see were white with snow like everything else. Two neighboring peaks stood above the rest, while the gap between them dipped low. That had to be it. Thankful to finally have a concrete landmark, we headed toward that valley with renewed vigor. We crunched through the snow, eyes fixed on our destination. We would reach it today. We had to. During our midday break, I noticed the breeze getting stronger. My heart sank. I wasn't sure I had it in me to deal with another snowstorm. We barely made it through the last one. By late afternoon, it was gusty and blew the loose powder up off the ground. The swirling patterns of flurries, once so beautiful, now irked me. I hated snow. I hated this always gray weather. I hated that Gobin was always cold and that I was the only thing standing between him and hypothermia. But what I hated most at this very moment was feeling weak. I've never felt weak. Yet here I was, feeling drained and wobbly. The only thing keeping me going was the sheer determination to just get there. The darker it got, the windier it became. The mountains were looming behemoths now. I thought I could make out wisps of smoke rising from the valley, but I might have imagined it. Snow blew everywhere. It was in my hair, my eyes, my ears, down my shirt. Gobin had both cloaks pulled tightly around him, and I found myself shivering just a little. I imagined yanking one of the cloaks away and donning it myself. No, I would keep myself warm. What good was a gifted fire user if I couldn't even do that? I am fiery and strong. I am made of heat. I repeated this to myself as we marched single-mindedly toward the valley. Daylight was nearly gone, and we weren't there yet. To my dismay, it was getting harder to see past all the snow blowing in our faces. Gobin pointed at something. I stared hard and was barely able to make out the shape of a structure. My hope surged. And so did the wind. It became a battle, us versus the elements. The elements were a tough opponent, pushing and freezing us. My legs wobbled, and Gobin pulled me close to him. We slogged forward as one. I felt his strength and determination propelling us. We would get there. Even though my own strength was failing me, we would get there. I had always thought my energy to be boundless. Not once had I ever come close to depleting it. Not once. Not even with all the running, practicing, and burning. I didn't even think it was possible. But today, in this growing blizzard, I felt it. My energy waned to a tiny burble. All I had was a little bit of heat left and a whole lot of resolve. We plodded, one step after another, barely able to see. When the thickness of night settled in, I began to panic. We wouldn't survive the night out here, not in another storm. I strained to see into the darkness through the flying slush. Then I saw it, a flicker of torchlight. We were nearly there. Just a little farther. I am fiery and strong. I am made of heat. My feet stumbled and I nearly toppled us both. I am fiery and strong. I am made of heat. And then finally, at long last, we stood in front of a wooden door. Chapter 13. I pounded on the door with a fierceness born of desperation. Gobin's strength seemed to have dissipated. He stood next to me, slumped underneath the cloaks, shivering and miserable. I pounded on the door again. If no one was home, I would use the last of my strength to blow it open if I had to. We needed shelter badly. My arm was raised in the air, ready to hammer on the door again when it finally creaked open. A young man stood there, frowning at the intrusion. He seemed unperturbed by the icy gale blowing into his house. His face was backlit by the glow of torchlight behind him, making it difficult to clearly make out his features. "Please," I said, hating the despair in my voice, "we seek shelter." The blizzard howled behind us as the young man stared. He looked first at my snow-encrusted hair, then he took in the rest of me. His eyes shifted to my bundled-up brother, shuddering in the wind. "Where is your cloak?" His frown deepened as he looked back at me. Anger sparked. Two obviously freezing visitors showed up at his doorstep, anxiously hoping for refuge from a tempest. And this was the question he asked? "He has it," I answered, jerking my head in Gobin's direction. The frown deepened into a scowl, and he turned on Gobin. "What kind of man are you, taking a woman's cloak during a storm?" Gobin stumbled half a step backward, surprised at the sudden hostility. "Leave him alone!" I stepped between them. "He has it because I gave it to him." He narrowed his eyes at me. "Do not cover for him." My spine stiffened and I lifted my chin. We were freezing our butts off out here, and he had the gall to debate chivalry? "I'm not covering for anyone, look!" I snatched his hand in both of mine, which I knew were still warm, barely. His hand was cold, so I upped the heat to make sure he could feel it. The last dregs of my energy tottered away from me, but I had to convince this caveman that Gobin wasn't mistreating me. His eyes widened and he stared at our hands in wonder. Then he raised his other hand slowly to my face. My first instinct was to turn my head and back away, but something told me he just wanted to see if I was warm there too. So I stayed still and concentrated on mustering some angry energy to my head. Gingerly, he cupped my face. It was an oddly intimate gesture that made my stomach flutter. "You are warm all over," he murmured. "I'm gifted," I said, acutely aware of his hand still on my face. He suddenly seemed to realize this too and snatched it away. His other hand slipped out of mine. "Please, come in." We made a feeble effort to stomp some of the snow off before entering. As soon as the door closed, it felt instantly warmer. Relief displaced my anger and the ever-present heat of my internal fire began fizzling. I no longer commanded warmth. A cold tremor ran through my very core, and I gritted my teeth against the unfamiliar feeling. The resolve I'd been tapping into also skittered away now that we'd finally reached this place. With nothing left to sustain me, I felt myself fading. Gobin blew on his icy hands and rubbed them together, which made the young man realize that he had no fire. He rushed to the hearth to light it. I found it odd that it wasn't already lit. Didn't he feel how cold it was? I swayed on my feet and immediately searched the room for something to sit on. I was not about to pass out in some stranger's house. I repeated the phrase in my head again. "I am fiery and strong. I am made of heat." Only right now, I wasn't. I had no heat left. I was utterly empty. Waves of nausea threatened to flatten me, and I gasped for air. A spark of fire leapt in the corner of my eye, and my head snapped toward it. Its magnetic pull was so strong that I wasn't even sure if I walked, ran, or floated to it. The only thing that mattered was sitting on the ledge of the hearth right in front of the fire. I couldn't tear my eyes away. It was all I could do not to dive into the flame and snatch it away, to absorb its energy into my own depleted reserves. But then the fire would be gone. Instead, I lay down on my side, still facing the fire, and curled into a ball. I felt Gobin crouching next to me. "Sember, what's wrong?" I could hear the worry in his voice, and I forced my tongue to move. "I'm drained," I mumbled. Need rest. Then I felt myself start to shiver. Is she all right? Said the other man. I don't know, Gobin replied. I've never seen her like this. She's never run out of energy. He reached around me and grasped my hand, which was no longer warm. Oh, Squirrel, he whispered. You saved us both. Please pull through. Someone laid a blanket on top of me and tucked in the edges. I had a flashback of being tucked into bed as a small child. Then my consciousness began slipping away. Is there anything we can do? The man's voice sounded far away. 3 things power her gift: sleep, food, and strong emotions, I heard Gobin say. I wanted to tell him to be quiet, to stop talking about me and my secrets, especially to complete strangers, but I was too far gone. So he continued. We've had very little of the first 2. These past few days have been tough. She got us here through sheer force of will. I would be dead without her. I wanted to hear more of this conversation, but I was just too exhausted, too drained. I gave the fire one last, longing glimpse, then I tumbled headfirst into the deepest slumber of my life. Chapter 14. I awoke to the sound of strange scraping noises. I couldn't tell what it was, but it kind of had a rhythm to it. Scrape, scrape, scrape. What was it? I opened my heavy eyelids and tried to blink away the drowsiness. My brain felt like mud. I pressed my palms to my eyes and rubbed them, trying to get rid of the bleariness. I felt like I'd been sleeping for 100 years. You're awake, a male voice said. The mud in my head cleared at the sound of the unfamiliar voice. I switched to high alert and sat up suddenly, fists ready for danger. A young man sat nearby. He was only slightly older than I was and had the same straw-colored hair that Siena had and similar blue eyes. An Iceling. We'd reached the Iceling village. A surge of victory eased the heavy feeling in my body. We had made it. The previous night's events came flooding back. I was no longer curled up by the hearth, though. I was in a bed now. I scanned the room. There were shelves with dishes, a table with chairs, a broom, buckets, but no Gobin. Then I saw the small knife in the guy's hand, and I began drawing heat into my fists. Where's my brother? I asked warily, not taking my eyes off the knife. We burned up all the firewood, so he went to fetch more. He watched me with curiosity. He saw me eyeing his knife and held it up. My eyes followed it. Then he raised his other hand. It held a small piece of wood, half-carved. So that was the sound I'd heard when I had woken up. He moved slowly, as if to avoid startling me, and placed them both on the table. I relaxed a little. How do you feel? He asked. I spent the night in some stranger's bed, and Gobin was missing. How was I supposed to feel? Better than ever, I lied. Your brother is in awe of you. He pulled his chair closer and seemed to examine my face. After what he's told me, I think I might be too. Gobin talks too much, I said. What's your name? Forgive me, I'm Justin. Justin? I repeated. Then my eyes drifted to the hearth. I remember falling asleep over there. Who carried me here? I hoped it hadn't been this stranger. Your brother fell asleep on the floor not long after you did. Once you felt warmer, I carried you to the bed. I thought it would be more comfortable than the stone hearth. My heart sank. I was tall and athletic, meaning I was not light. It was another one of those items in my bucket of things that don't attract boys. Thank you, I said, avoiding his eyes. I hope you didn't hurt yourself. I'm not exactly petite. He chuckled. It was no trouble at all. I noticed the sunlight streaming through the window. Sure, now it was sunny. How long have I slept? You arrived 2 nights ago, slept all day yesterday, and now it's the following morning. I slept all day? My mouth hung open. Siena, who was known for her epic recovery sleep-ins, would have been proud. And all night, he added. I was worried for you. I guess you needed it. Gobin said you kept him warm in blizzard conditions for days. You should not have been out in that weather. It was true. We'd been woefully underprepared. Wait, did he just say he was worried about me? I almost smiled at the sentiment but shook off the feeling. We didn't know anything about this guy. Could we even trust him? Gobin apparently did, enough to leave me alone with him. I'd never known Gobin to be a poor judge of character, so maybe I could ease up on the suspicion. Just a little. "How much has Gobin been telling you about me?" I asked. He smiled, revealing a dimple in one cheek. He explained how, until yesterday, you were, I think the phrase he used was, a boundless fountain of energy. You've gone on long runs every morning, without fail, since you were young. I find it intriguing. Then, he didn't tell you the scary parts, did he? Scary parts? He tilted his head. I don't think you're scary. I looked away. He still knew nothing, which was good. It meant he wouldn't tiptoe around me like most of the residents of Foresthome. I opened my mouth to say something else, but was interrupted by a noisy gurgle from my empty stomach. I gave him a sheepish glance, hoping he hadn't heard. He was grinning at me. He'd heard. "Where are my manners?" he said. "You must be famished." Before I could reply, he was up and shuffling around the house. I took this opportunity to throw the blanket aside and swing my legs out of bed. I began to stand, then sucked in a sharp hiss of breath as pain shot through my feet. I sat back heavily onto the bed. Justin rushed to my side. "What's wrong?" I looked down at my feet, which were filthy, and looked away, cringing in embarrassment. "Don't tell me you made the entire journey barefoot?" "No," I said as my face flushed bright red. "Only half of it." "What happened to your shoes?" I sighed. "It's a long story." Then I thought about where I'd been sleeping. I grasped the blanket at the end of the bed and peeled it back. Bits of mud and grass clung to the surface where my feet had been. I closed my eyes in mortification. "I'm so sorry. You should have left me on the hearth. I'll clean that up." He gave me a kind smile. "Don't worry about it. Here." He handed me a plate with dried fish and an apple. "Thank you," I murmured as I eyed the shiny red apple. I watched him cross the room and dig around one of his shelves before I grabbed the apple and took a huge bite. It was heavenly. I slurped the juice as it ran out of my mouth, then froze. I was pretty sure slurping was one of those things that don't attract boys. I glanced in his direction, then wiped the rest of the juice with my sleeve. I wolfed down the rest of the apple without slurping, then began gnawing on the dried fish. It was salty and good. Of course, as voracious as my appetite was, I probably could have eaten an old shoe and thought it was delicious. Justin returned with a small clay pot of something. "It's a salve for your feet, so those cuts don't get infected," he said. "Oh, thank you. I can do that." I reached for the pot. He moved it out of my grasp. "No, you sit right there and finish your..." He glanced at my plate. "Oh, you already did." Eating like an emaciated wolf. That was another point. I ducked my head. I couldn't imagine what kind of horrendous impression I was making. "Don't move." He fetched a large basket and set the whole thing next to me. "Take whatever you like, as much as you like." He removed the square of cloth covering it, and my mouth watered at the bounty. An entire loaf of bread, more apples, and hunks of dried meat. I forgot all about my feet and tore off a large chunk of bread. An involuntary moan escaped my lips as I chewed. He smiled and fetched a bucket of water from under the table, setting it next to my feet. Then he reached for my leg. "You don't have to do that," I said, reluctant to let a stranger touch my feet. I was, after all, serious about my personal space. "I'll take care of it." I reached for the bucket. He slapped my hand away and went for my leg again. "Justin." He looked up when I said his name. His eyes caught me by surprise. I already knew they were like Siena's, but up close I could see they were a little bluer, but no less intense. I wondered if it was an Iceling trait, to be able to see clear into a person's soul. I forgot what I was going to say, and he resumed his task by first rolling up one muddy pant leg, then the other. His movements were careful, as if dealing with a wild animal. The water in the bucket made sloshing sounds as he dipped a washcloth and wrung it out. He began wiping my shins, and I couldn't help feeling self-conscious. He was a stranger, after all, maybe even a handsome one. After tossing the cloth into the bucket, he picked up my foot, his hands felt cold from the frigid water, and dunked the entire thing into the bucket. He watched for my reaction. Since I was almost back to my old self, I didn't mind the cold. I had mixed feelings about Justin washing my feet. I didn't know him and wasn't used to people touching me, but it felt nice. and awkward, at least for me. I shoved another chunk of bread in my mouth to distract myself. Somehow, washing my feet felt more intimate to me than his hand on my face yesterday. When he finished, he dried my feet with another cloth and then retrieved the little pot. "I can take it from here," I said, and tried to retrieve it again. He had an amused look on his face when he turned to me. "You are an independent one, aren't you?" I hadn't thought about that. One more point. "I kind of have to be," I said cryptically. His head listed to one side, but he didn't press for an explanation. He simply said, "It's not a bad thing." "Really?" I smiled and cheerfully retracted the point from my list. Then I reached for the pot again. He yanked it away. Stubborn too. That one I already knew about. I sighed and started gnawing on a piece of dried meat. He removed the lid and dug a gob of the salve onto his finger, then touched it to my foot. I was unprepared for the blast of pain and nearly choked on the meat as I grunted through clenched teeth. Justin looked up apologetically. "You have a swollen laceration here." He tried again, carefully spreading the salve over it. "How could you possibly have walked so far on this?" My hands clutched at the material of my pants while he worked. "The snow must have numbed it," I said, trying to keep the pain out of my voice. "You have the soul of a warrior." A proud smile plastered my face and I distracted myself with another apple. I blew out a breath when he finally finished his ministrations and wrapped both feet in bandages. He sat back and I inspected his handiwork. The wrappings were tidy and secure as I wiggled my toes. "You did a very nice job. Thank you." He stood up and glanced at the basket. So did I. I winced with embarrassment. The only thing left were a couple of apples and a single strip of dried meat. I'd scarfed the entire loaf of bread and everything else. I couldn't quite meet his eyes. I hope you weren't hungry." "Sember." I looked up at him then, liking the sound of my name on his lips more than I should have. "You are a guest in my house and therefore welcome to anything in it." I looked at the basket again and told myself I would refill it when I could. I was no freeloader, and I was not about to single-handedly clean out someone's food stores. Gobin suddenly burst in through the front door. Thank goodness, maybe he could save me from further embarrassment. "Squirrel, you're awake!" His face radiated happiness. Or he could embarrass me further. He dumped an armload of wood by the fireplace and strode over to wrap me into a fierce hug. I squeezed him back, every bit as relieved that he was well. Justin raised an eyebrow. "Squirrel?" "There's a cute story behind that," Gobin offered as he pulled away. "When Sember was 5. "Gobin, can I have a word with you?" Why did he insist on talking about me to someone we just met? He cast Justin an apologetic glance and sat next to me. Justin excused himself and went outside. "What happened to your feet?" Gobin peered at the bandages. I gave him a pointed look, and then he remembered. "Oh, yeah, is it bad?" "There's one laceration, but the rest are small cuts. I'll be okay." "Oh, good. What did you want to talk about?" I took another apple from the basket and turned it over in my hands. "You need to stop telling stories about me." "Why? They're good stories." "We don't know this guy. I mean, look what happened at the last place we stayed at." "He's been nothing but nice," Gobin said. "We spent the morning talking while you were snoring, and I do not snore." "Okay, maybe I'm the one who snores, but my point is, we talked about stuff, and I think we can trust him." Unconvinced, I said, "Tell me why you trust him." "Up until 4 months ago, he had a family." I sat up straighter. "He did?" It hadn't occurred to me to wonder why he was living on his own. Not that he wasn't capable, but children usually stayed with their parents until circumstances changed. And I guess 4 months ago, circumstances had changed. A lot. "The plague," I said solemnly. He nodded. "His parents and his sister." My heart constricted. He'd lost his entire family in such a short span. It must have been devastating. "Wait," I thought aloud. "That must mean he's gifted." "Huh, I hadn't thought about that. We didn't talk about gifted stuff, except for you." "That's another thing. Gobin, no one knows me here. They don't know to be afraid of me. I'd like to keep it that way." "Sember, you're not dangerous. Not anymore. Did you know I almost killed Dozan?" His eyes grew big. Really? What did he do to you? I smiled despite myself. Gobin knew I was only dangerous when provoked. Let's just say he tried to get fresh with me. He practically guffawed. I frowned at him. What's so funny? Is it so preposterous that someone might want to be with me? Wasn't he a little short for you? He said when he finally stopped laughing. So what? My temper began to flare. Was it so laughable that a boy might be interested in me? Sure, Dozan didn't exactly discriminate, but still, Gobin could go suck a toad. I heard you blew him away when you first met. Was that a turn-on for him? His grin infuriated me. Where'd you hear that? I demanded. Then I decided I was too mad to hear any more. Never mind, just shut up. Sember, I'm teasing. Go tease someone else and leave me alone. He closed his mouth. He had no idea what kind of nerve he'd just hit. Sure, he thought I was impressive, maybe even heroic this time. My gift could be very powerful, but it was because of my gift that I foresaw a lifetime of loneliness. I was undesirable, and to be reminded of that twisted my gut. Just get out, I said quietly. Oh, come on, Sember. Get out! I pushed him off the bed. A small blast escaped my hands as I pushed, and it sent him stumbling forward. He looked back at me. The hurt expression on his face sent pangs of guilt through my heart. But I was hurt too, and angry. He slammed out of the house. I was usually the one to storm out of the room. When I got mad, I was the one to leave. It was safer that way, but this time, I couldn't. To run on my injured feet would be stupid. I found myself shaking with anger. With no outlet and no desire to burn the house down, I did the only thing I could. I backhanded the basket off the bed, sending the apples and strip of meat flying. Then I flung my face into the pillow and cried. Crying was stupid and pointless, and I avoided it when I could. But all my self-doubts crowded in on me at once. I intimidated people, I hurt people, I pushed them away. Who could possibly stand being around someone as prickly as me? I thought about my childhood, following Siena around, wishing I could be like her. I was 16 now, and I still wanted to be like her. Siena was goodness and kindness and hope and light. She was life itself. People loved her, and I was a foul-tempered firebug who took everything the wrong way. I was caustic. I allowed myself another minute of self-pity before sitting up and drying my tears. It was just in time, too, because Justin chose that moment to come back inside. He saw the overturned basket on the floor and looked at me. I looked away, hoping he didn't notice my red-rimmed eyes. I saw Gobin storming out, he began. I didn't answer him and instead constructed an iron wall around my raw emotions. I wouldn't be ridiculed again. Not by Gobin, not by anyone. Justin came over and sat on the floor, so I was forced to look at him. I used to fight with my sister, he said. You wouldn't believe the shouting matches. But I'd give anything to be able to fight with her again. I swallowed the lump in my throat and clamped my teeth together, clinging to the wall I thought had been made of iron, but now felt like a flimsy pile of twigs. I will not cry. Anything I said at this point would sound petty compared to his grief, so I stayed quiet. When it finally became apparent that I would not talk, he got up to retrieve the basket and food. I refused to look at him, my emotions too close to the surface to trust myself. When he finished, he set something on the bed next to me and left again. After the door closed, I turned to see what it was. My heart squeezed. It was a pair of boots. They were my size, made of leather and straps. They were perfect. His kindness made the lump return to my throat. I'd been so rude, I felt like a monster all over again. Maybe I just had to accept that this was what I was. Caustic. Chapter 15. Being stuck in bed drove me crazy. I was used to walking and running and doing things. Now that I was fed and rested, my energy returned to normal levels. The emotional turmoil, however, pushed me above normal. I crackled inside. I needed to move, or I was bound to snap and cause trouble for everyone around me. I experimentally put weight onto my non-lacerated foot. It felt tender but bearable. Then I tried the other foot. Sharp pain knifed through it, but the salve seemed to numb it slightly, and the bandages helped. I slid my feet into the boots and tightened the straps. They were soft and comfortable. Perfect fit. I would have to thank him later, once I got rid of my bad mood. I hobbled around the room for a few minutes, getting a feel for the boots, as well as figuring out how much weight to put onto my injured foot. I was about to head outside when I spied the bucket nearby. I experienced another pang of guilt as I remembered Justin's tender dressing of my wounds. I carried the bucket to the foot of the bed, wrung out the cloth that was still in it, and began cleaning off the mess I had made. I scrubbed until all traces of mud were gone. I scanned the floor of the room, looking for the mud I'd probably tracked all over the place when we first got here. I may have been a foul-tempered beast, but I was determined to be a good house guest. I found my filthy footprints trailing in from the front door, so I got on my hands and knees and scrubbed those too. Satisfied I had cleaned up after myself, I opened the door and stepped out. Justin sat in a chair on the front porch. He immediately stood and I raised my hand to stop his approach. "I need to clear my head. Thank you for the boots," I said curtly. It wasn't the thanks I wanted to give him, but at the moment it was all I could manage. I walked away from him as confidently as I could, gritting my teeth against the shooting pain. I followed the side of the house so I could disappear from view sooner rather than later. My boots crunched the snow with each excruciating step. Ouch. Don't limp. Ouch. Keep walking. Ouch. Once I rounded the corner, I leaned against the wall and breathed heavily. Definitely no running today. I looked around. To my left were the backs of other houses, all built in a row along the valley. Piles of wood lay protected by oilcloth, while tools and sleds huddled under eaves laden with snow. The late morning sun had just started peeking over the immense curve of the mountain. I craned my neck up at its white walls and nearly toppled over from the effort. Immediately next to me, long reams of lumber were stacked against the house. They gave me an idea. I slid one of the skinnier beams toward me, measured out the length I wanted, and commanded white-hot heat into my hand to sear it off. I smoothed and rounded one end into a knob, then tested it out. It was primitive, but it bore my weight well, and I could use it as a cane. With it, I tottered off to a thicket I had seen nearby. Thickets usually meant water, and I could use a bath right about now. As I picked my way through the underbrush, a bit of homesickness rippled through me. The trees here were different, with branches that stretched out like bare fingers, but being surrounded by their towering presence reminded me of home. It made me relax a little. I found a small animal trail and followed it until I came upon a frozen creek. This could have been a perfect bathing spot had the water been running. I sat on a nearby rock and pulled the boot off my sore foot with a groan. Leaning back on my hands, I stared up at the snow-encrusted branches above me. Icicles pointed like an array of translucent daggers. Everything around me was blanketed in white. Although beautiful, it also seemed so lifeless, like ashes left behind by a fire. My mood plummeted even further at the thought. Fire left behind devastation. Maybe I left behind devastation as well. Maybe I really was caustic. My thoughts spun in pointless, melancholy loops until my eyes fell upon a sapling, bowing under the weight of its snowy load. Bowing, but not breaking. It reminded me that this forest wasn't actually dead. It was full of sturdy trees, silently dealing with unfavorable conditions. I marveled at their stoic strength. Self-pity did not suit me, just like it did not suit these trees. Here I was, sitting on a rock by myself, feeling sorry for myself. And for what? Because I had an argument with my brother? Because people were uncomfortable around me? This wasn't anything new. I was neither weak nor helpless. I was here, after all, questing in icy lands in search of an unknown source of a deadly, unprecedented plague. I shouldn't have to remind myself I was fiery and strong. I should simply be fiery and strong. With a resolute pound of my fist on the rock, I stood up, determined to banish my disgusting self-pity. I would show everyone just how strong I could be. I would start with a bath, though, because I wanted to be strong, not strong-smelling. I slid off the other boot, unwrapped the bandages, and tucked them inside. Then I stepped down onto the frozen surface of the creek. It didn't take long for me to melt enough of the creek to wash up. only the top layer had formed ice, while gloriously cold water still ran beneath. My clothes were sopping wet when I finished, so I concentrated on radiating just enough heat to dry them. I watched the steam rise up from my arms and legs, then rewrapped the bandages around my feet and slid them back into the boots. I had just finished tightening the straps when I saw the deer. It was a young stag with velvety horns. It sipped water from the newly melted creek while eyeing me at the same time. I thought of the basket of food I had wolfed down earlier. This deer would more than make up for that. It would probably cover both me and Gobin for an entire week. A twinge of guilt made me hesitate. I'd heard Siena say all life is precious on more than one occasion. She would never consider this. You're not Siena, I reminded myself. You're you. I also wasn't a hunter. That had always been the job of those with bows and arrows. The only thing I had going for me was the occasional target practice with fireballs. It would have to do. I pulled my arm back, careful not to make any sudden movements, and gathered energy into my palm until it seethed with heat. I aimed for the center of the deer, then flung my arm forward. The movement startled the deer and it turned to run. I watched breathlessly as my fireball hurtled toward it. Although the ball went exactly where I aimed, the deer was faster. The fireball exploded against a tree, scorching it. The force of the blast knocked the deer to the ground. I scrambled to my feet and raced toward it, readying another fireball while ignoring my screaming foot. The stag was dazed and attempting to stand again, so I hurled the fireball directly at its head, hoping to kill it instantly. This time it worked. The force of the blow sent the deer back to the ground, and then it lay still. I approached the body. The acrid smell of burning hair and flesh filled my nostrils. Half the deer's face was scorched black. Its eye was burned out and crusted over. Bright red flesh showed along its neck where the hair had burned away, and bits of singed fur covered its chest. I looked away and leaned against a tree, a hand pressed against my chest to keep from vomiting. I had never killed a living thing before. The effect of fire on flesh revolted me in a way I hadn't anticipated. Visions of my charred parents loomed into my mind, and I had to sit down. I was destructive and dangerous. I caused pain, and now I caused death. Yes, I had intentionally killed the deer, but the violence of it really affected me. I tipped my head back against the tree and gulped for air. Monster. It echoed in my head. No, not a monster. I shook off my spiraling emotions. The deer was not my parents, and this was who I was now, a hunter. I stood up, grasped the stag's antlers, and tugged. It slid a little in the mud. Dragging the deer in this manner would take forever. I hobbled back to the rock, picked up my makeshift cane, and headed back to the house. Thankful no one was around, I grabbed the small sled from the side of the house and limped back to the deer. It was quite an effort to haul the corpse onto the sled, but I did it. Trudging through the thicket with the deer on a sled was slow going, but much faster than dragging it across the snowy ground. The sun was setting when I finally got back to the house. I opened the front door and both men stood up, faces relieved that I'd returned. Then they saw the sled behind me. Sember, you went hunting? Gobin said in disbelief. We eat a lot, I said simply. This should help. I stepped inside, my crude cane thumping against the floor as I limped. My foot throbbed now. I perched on the edge of the bed and pulled my boots off. One of the bandages oozed with blood. I sighed and removed it, then reached for the little pot of salve. Justin took a step in my direction and I gave him a stern look. He stopped, understanding that I didn't want his help. I applied the salve, took the bandage off my other foot, and wrapped that around my lacerated one. Then I found the apple I'd left on my bed earlier and took a bite. I looked up as I chewed and found the two of them watching me, trying to figure out what to do or say. I sighed again. They were tiptoeing around me now. I guess it was inevitable. The least I could do was be civil. Justin, you can do what you like with the animal. It's yours. My voice sounded wooden to my ears. Tired. I apologize in advance for the burn parts. You didn't have to. I know, I interrupted. I wanted to. I won't be eating through your winter stores. You have my thanks, he replied. He looked from me to Gobin, who stood uncomfortably by the table, and left the house. He closed the door behind him, and I heard the scrape of the sled as he dragged it away. I'm sorry, Gobin, I said grudgingly. I was still annoyed at him for laughing at me, but I knew my reaction had been a little disproportionate to the crime. I know you were only pointing out the obvious. The idea of anyone being attracted to me is kind of ludicrous. Hearing myself say this aloud made my heart hurt. What? Gobin's forehead wrinkled with confusion. That's not what I was laughing about. Well, what then? You were laughing at me, and I sighed. I guess it doesn't matter. There are a lot of things wrong with me. Sember, I was laughing because Dozan is kind of a troll. Honestly, I couldn't picture him being attractive to anyone. This shocked me into silence. Dozan's gift made him attractive to females. Could it be he wasn't the sort of cute, curly-haired boy I thought he was? He could have been short, round, and hairy, and I wouldn't have known the difference. I snorted as derisive laughter began to bubble to the surface. I'm so stupid. Gobin sat down next to me. Volatile? Maybe. But stupid? Never. I took another bite of the apple and chewed thoughtfully. You're not afraid of me, are you? He dug an elbow into my ribs. What are you gonna do, burn me? Not possible. A smile replaced the frown on my face and I leaned against him. I'm so glad you're fireproof. Me too, Squirrel. We make a good team. We sat in silence for a while, then I asked, does Justin know why we're here? I told him we were searching for the source of the plague, but I haven't told him about Dozan or the cave yet. I nodded. Okay, I think it's time. The longer we wait, the more people will die. I stood, forgetting about my foot. Then I winced and sat down again. Well, I guess we can wait until he comes back. Chapter 16. In the space between my icy bath and my conciliatory conversation with Gobin, I had come to a conclusion. It didn't matter what Justin thought of me. As much as I might have wanted a fresh start in a place where no one knew me, I would still be who I was. Nothing could change that. I took my silly pile of things that don't attract boys and buried them. None of those things mattered anymore because none of it would help me with my mission. Being lovable was not going to find a solution to this plague. The sooner I stopped worrying about it, the better. I would no longer be the overly sensitive, cringing, apologetic girl, desperate for acceptance. My purpose was clear. Burn through the fog of the plague mystery and shine a light on the cure. Nothing else mattered. I sat at the table with Gobin while he told me about what he'd learned during his village outing. The plague wiped out half the village, he said, as he plucked an apple from a nearby basket. It was devastating. Only half? From what I had seen in Foresthome, everyone who came in contact got sick, except for the gifted. Do they have that many gifted here? Actually, no. He rolled the apple from one hand to the other. They found a combination of herbs that slows the progression of the symptoms. Really? My eyes grew wide. We need to learn it and bring it back home. Ruba will be so excited. At that moment, Justin returned to the house. I could tell by his cautious expression that he wasn't sure what to expect when he came inside. I smiled to put him at ease, and he smiled back. He carried a loaf of bread under each arm. I pushed back the twinge of guilt for having eaten his other loaf. No more cringing. Feeling bad was a waste of time. That smells good, I commented. My mouth actually watered a little. Fresh baked today. He placed one loaf in the basket and another in the middle of the table. Then he plunked down something round and heavy wrapped in cloth. It smelled pungent and, well, a little gross. He settled into the chair across from me and unwrapped the cloth. The smell overpowered me, and I fought to keep a neutral face as I peered at the cylindrical lump. Decidedly not fresh-baked today, he joked. I looked at Gobin, who wore the same carefully blank expression I did. It's specially aged cheese, a delicacy, Justin said, looking from me to Gobin. Have you not had it? We shook our heads, whereupon he produced a knife and began cutting a slice out of the cylinder. You must try a piece. Here. He held the slice in front of me, and I broke a small portion off from the tip. Then he offered the slice to Gobin, who also broke off a piece. I examined the strangely textured chunk, then sniffed it. I pulled my head back and blinked, crinkling my nose. I looked at Justin again, only to find him popping a piece into his mouth and chewing on it happily. Gobin's reaction to the piece he held was pretty much the same as mine. "It's had all summer to age to perfection," Justin said with enthusiasm. It smelled rotten, but I didn't say that aloud. He looked at us with so much expectation that I had very little choice if I didn't want to be rude. I put it in my mouth and chewed. I should have just bitten off a tiny piece. I mean, really tiny, because it was like chewing on solidified vomit. I fought mightily against the urge to gag and quickly tore off a hunk of bread to stuff into my mouth. I handed the loaf to Gobin, who looked as green as I felt. After choking it all down, Justin held the cheese in front of me again. I held my hands up and said, "Thank you, but no. I'm afraid I don't have the gift of cheese appreciation." Justin laughed. I admit I thought it was horrible when I was a child, but I grew to love it. I must say, the look on your face was priceless. I narrowed my eyes at him. "You're lucky I didn't spew that right on the table." I didn't care about projecting an unladylike image anymore. Justin laughed again and turned to watch Gobin finish his strangled swallow. "I think your sister fared better than you did, friend." "I don't see how," he sputtered. "It's like that time Ruba made me drink some kind of tree bark tea mixed with rancid hog fat." He shivered at the memory. "Ruba is our resident herbalist," I explained. "Speaking of which, I understand your village herbalist has found a way to slow the progression of plague symptoms?" Justin sobered. "Yes, thank goodness for Vina. She is gifted with plant knowledge. She can look at any growing thing and tell you its uses. She was able to put together a combination to combat the symptoms. Unfortunately, she has not found a cure." "Whatever is causing this isn't natural," I said. "At least, that's what our healer said. She can heal injuries and sickness with a touch of her hand, but she can't get rid of this." "This is troubling," Justin said. "Why have you come here for answers?" I told him all about Dozan, his father, the cave, and their path of disease. I left out the part about Dozan's seductive abilities for obvious reasons. "I remember this fellow," he said, brow creasing with ire. "They did not heed my warnings about the cave. I gave them shelter, and still they would not listen. If only I'd known." His hands curled into fists. "My family was the first to suffer. Those thoughtless fools said nothing." "I don't think they knew," I said gently. I watched his jaw muscle twitch and imagined my own fury if the same had happened to my family. I would probably kill Dozan for sure. Whatever is causing this, I'd bet anything that the answers are in that cave. What do you know about it? "Only stories. Those who dare to go in never return." Gobin's eyes widened. "No one?" "Dozan's father was the first that we know of," Justin replied. "What's in there?" I asked. "No one knows, and the only man to come out would not say. They say the walls of the cave glitter with magic." I narrowed my eyes. If Dozan's father is the only one to have escaped the cave, then where did these stories come from? Because he wasn't talking. Justin shrugged, eyes shifting away with embarrassment. "Where does any story come from? They are passed along until no one knows its true source. I wish I had more information for you." I tapped on my chin in thought. "Then I'm gonna find out what's in there." "And then what?" Gobin said doubtfully. "We don't even know what we're dealing with." "I'll destroy it, whatever's causing this. I'm good at destroying things." My smile had a rueful twist to it. "Do you know where this cave is, Justin?" "I don't know if that's a good idea," he hedged. "No one has ever returned." "But none of them were like me, were they?" I reminded him. "But you're..." "What, a girl?" I finished for him. "Have you met me?" I raised my open palm and summoned a roiling flame that would outshine a torch. "I think I'll be all right." He stared at it in wonder, shifting his gaze to study the determination on my face. "There's no changing your mind?" I shook my head. "You could die. My home will die if I don't go. Maybe yours too." He dropped his gaze and rubbed his chin in thought, mulling over the truth of my words. When he looked up again, his blue eyes held a hint of iron. Then I'm going with you. Chapter 17. As it turned out, I couldn't hike yet, so no cave expedition. I had been stubborn, of course, insisting that I could hobble along with a cane. But it didn't take much to convince me that it was a pretty stupid idea. We could be facing diseased monsters or something, Gobin had said. You don't want to be tripping around, do you? I agreed to wait a few days. Gobin seemed all too relieved for the delay and eagerly dragged me out to explore Audiobook. Whereas I tended to avoid people, for obvious reasons, Gobin was the opposite. He chatted people up and made friends wherever he went because people just liked him right away. I envied that about him, but I would never say so. My pride could only take so much battering. Justin's house faced out toward the plain like a sentry. The rest of the houses faced each other in neat rows along the valley. Justin introduced us to people and everyone greeted us with genuine smiles. I had expected wary, maybe even paranoid villagers, but none of them were like that. These were definitely not plainsmen. It took me a while to get used to seeing so many people who looked like Siena with their blonde hair and blue eyes. Up until this village, I'd only met 2 Icelings. Now I was surrounded by them. When he introduced us to the butcher, the large man appraised me up and down, as if evaluating an opponent, or a side of beef. "So you're the gifted who took down a buck without a weapon?" he said. Yes, I replied, unsure if the man was going to continue talking or throw a cleaver at me. He nodded with approval and stroked his beard. "It is an honor to meet you. A small tip, though. The more an animal is burned, the less usable its hide is." "Thank you," I said, surprised at his positive response. "I'll keep that in mind." He did have a point. Fireballs were messy. They exploded and inflicted collateral damage. I started thinking about possibly concentrating my fire into a smaller size, like a marble. I could flick a pellet instead of hurling it with my entire arm. It would be faster and stealthier. I would work on it during my next practice. Then we met their gifted herbalist, Vina. She was about Gobin's age and kept her hair in a sensible braid like me. Her eyes were bright and alert as we spoke, seeming to record everything we said. She was not very talkative, but when she spoke, it was with insight and intelligence. We explained our mission and our suspicions about the cave, then she suggested something we had not thought of. Since there was a chance that our mission could fail, the cave could be a dead end, or worse, we could meet our own end in it, one of us should stay behind to learn about the remedies she had. If we couldn't find a cure for the plague, we could at least buy a little time by bringing this information back to Foresthome. It was a wise suggestion, but it meant Gobin and I would need to split up. One of us would go in the cave and the other would stay here to learn where the herbs grew and how to combine them. I already knew what I wanted to do. "You should stay," I said to Gobin. I instantly regretted it, because the look on his face told me I'd insulted his masculinity, in public. "We'll discuss it later," he said tightly, and wandered away. I wanted to go after him, but if he was anything like me, he'd want to be left alone for a while, so I started limping back toward Justin's house. Justin chose to follow me instead of Gobin. "Sometimes I'm an awful sister to him," I said, more to myself than to Justin. "If he was your younger brother, it would be easier for him," he said. "Big brothers are supposed to take care of their little sisters, but you've been taking care of him these past weeks. It wounds his pride. Believe me, I know the feeling." I looked over at him. "How old was your sister?" "She was younger by only 3 years, but I still couldn't protect her. I kicked a pebble as we walked. I can't imagine what that must feel like." "Helpless," he answered. I knew something about helplessness. I'd felt it every day since the plague showed its ugly face. I didn't reply, though. I wasn't sure what to say. I couldn't exactly compare my worry-filled experiences with his tragic ones. Foresthome had a healer. He didn't. My family was alive. His wasn't. We walked in silence for a bit. While he walked, I hobbled along, trying to keep weight off my foot so it could heal. I wished Siena was here. She would have loved seeing so many Icelings and learning about the people of her ancestry. She could also heal my stupid foot, and I could resume the mission sooner. Each day I wasted was another day closer to death for so many people. I thought about Justin. He didn't seem sick at all, and his house contained none of the herbal concoctions that Vina had showed us. He had to be gifted. Why didn't he talk about it? Has Gobin told you about his gift? I asked as a way to start the conversation. No. Oh, well, that was a surprisingly short conversation. I found it odd. Gobin kept blabbering about my gift. Why didn't he talk about his own? Sometimes boys mystified me. Proud and bragging one moment, quiet and sullen the next. It was annoying. I decided the direct approach would frustrate me the least. Justin, are you gifted? He smiled, but something in his eyes gave it a sad or lonely quality. Yes. I waited, but he didn't elaborate. Why don't you want to talk about it? You know everything about me, but I know nothing about you. He stopped walking and regarded me for a moment. Then he cupped his hands together for several seconds. When he removed one hand, something round and white sat on his palm. He took my hand and placed the white ball in it. It was cold. A snowball. You make snow? I asked, examining the snowball, which had already started melting in my warm hand. Ice, he corrected. That's not a bad thing. Why didn't you want to tell me? Look around you, he said, staring up at the snow-covered rooftops. Being able to make ice here isn't exactly useful. I'd switch with you any day, I replied. Your gift saved your brother's life, he said, his voice tinged with admiration. Being able to keep people warm in these conditions is priceless. I snorted. His would be the first life I've ever saved. Believe me, keeping warm where I come from isn't a problem. My gift is more of a liability. People fear for their lives around me. I find that hard to believe. You haven't seen me lose my temper. With a wave of heat, I instantly melted the snowball, shook the water off my hand, and resumed walking. No wonder his hands were always cold. It also explained why he had no fire lit in his house during a blizzard. I gave him a sidelong glance. So, you never get cold? It was more of a comment than a question. No, he answered. Well, that's something. A corner of his mouth lifted in a half smile. Neither do you. Not usually, no, I replied. My arrival here was the first time I've ever felt cold. Can't say I cared for it. Most people don't, he said ruefully. The loneliness in his voice spoke to me. Then I remembered his family. Well, of course he was lonely. He'd just lost everyone he loved. We arrived at his house, and I decided to go practice. The reality was, I couldn't trade gifts with anyone. I was stuck with this one, so I'd best continue mastering it. Justin offered to escort me, but I waved him off. I didn't like practicing something new in front of people in case it blew up in my face, or worse, their faces. I doddered toward the thicket until I found a large outcrop of boulders. This would do nicely. I sat down some distance away from the boulders. My butt sank into soggy snow, but it didn't bother me. I just needed to get off my feet. I closed my hand into a loose fist and formed a fireball. Opening my hand, I examined the swirling ball of flame. It was the size of my fist, too big. I squeezed down on it, attempting to make it smaller, but it only shrank a little bit. I clamped down on it with both hands. That didn't seem to compact it much either. I threw it at the boulder in frustration, and it dissipated upon fiery impact, leaving a large scorch mark. I flung myself backward into the snow and stared up at the sky. Fluffy clouds floated by, and I remembered something Siena had taught me when I was little. I had been having trouble controlling my energy flow, and she had told me to pretend that my core was a beehive. The bees buzzing around it was my energy. She told me to imagine fetching a number of bees from the hive whenever I wanted to conjure fire. The more bees I summoned, the stronger the fire. The analogy was the breakthrough I had needed to understand my gift. After that, I had gained the ability to harness it. I smiled as I remembered those early days of joy. Finally being able to control my gift instead of the other way around altered my life. Of course, life was much simpler when I was 6. I thought about the bees buzzing inside me. Maybe they could help me again. I sat up and formed another loose fist. This time, I closed my eyes and imagined my bees flying into it, one by one, forming a single compact ball. In my mind, they swarmed in my hand, as they normally did. Then they fused into one another, concentrating their power. One big bee. When I opened my eyes in my hand, I smiled. I held a perfect flaming marble, and I could feel that it had the same energy mass as the first fireball. Siena would be so proud. I missed her suddenly. Missed those days when she would watch me practice like it was the most normal thing in the world. On those days, she made me feel like my gift was something to be proud of. I rolled the fiery marble to my thumb and attempted to flick it forward with my fingers. It flew off weakly in a random direction, fizzling as it sank into the snow. I tried again, and this one too fizzled a short distance away. I kept at it. I may have been impatient with people, but I was patience personified when it came to honing my gift. Anything less than perfect control meant unintended destruction, or even injuries. So, my morning practice sessions could stretch on into the afternoon. I kept at it until the sun began to set. By the time I stood up and shook out my soaked pants, I could smash powerful pellets into the boulder with a single flick of my fingers. The blast radius was minimal, concentrated to a small circle. When I inspected the boulder, I found little pockmarks in the rock from where each pellet had impacted. This was very different from the wide scorch mark of the first fireball, which had created no dents in the rock. I was so pleased I nearly skipped back to the house. Of course, this proved to be difficult with a cane and lame foot, so I settled for some fairly jaunty limping. When I reached the house, Gobin was sitting on the wooden floor of the front porch, tracing imaginary patterns with a stick. It reminded me of our days as kids, when I would often find him on the ground by the house, thinking or sulking, drawing in the dirt. He never strayed far from home, yet here we were, farther than either of us had ever been. He watched as I limped toward him and slid down next to him. "It's so strange to see you slow down for a change," he said. "Believe me, it's even stranger for me." I glanced at him. "You must be loving it, though." His face pinched with mild offense. "Why? I feel terrible about it. You're the one who's gotten us this far. You got us out of that aberration burning mess. You got us through the blizzard. You did everything. All I did was get in your way. Because of me, you lost your shoes. Because of me, you lost your energy." I got it back. He stopped me with a raised hand. "I don't think I've ever felt so useless in my life, Sember. Now you want to go into that cave without me, and the sad thing is, I know I just get in your way there too. Why did you want me to come along on this trip anyway? You'd have been better off without me." I sat for several stunned heartbeats. I had suspected male pride was involved, but it seemed to run much deeper than that. "Gobin, you have no idea how—" I struggled to put my formless feelings into words. "Growing up, would you say I was unstable?" He shrugged. "Unstable seems a little harsh." Point 1. You always believed in me. Our parents always doubted me. I always doubted me. You didn't. Point 2. I held up 2 fingers. I was unstable. You have no idea how much of a battle it was inside any time something didn't go my way. You always found a way to calm me down with your jokes and your hugs and your brotherly words of wisdom. A small grin brightened his melancholy face. I said wise things? To me they were. You stabilized me, Gobin. Siena did that, he retorted. She coached me, showed me how to control my gift. But you— it was strange that I was realizing this as I said it. You were always there for me, with confidence I didn't have. You gave me strength when I felt like I was lost. Gobin, you're the best big brother a girl could ask for. That's the real reason I wanted you with me." Gobin sat, silent, and I stole another sideways glance at him. He was blinking rapidly, so I gave him time to collect himself and process what I said, biding my time by lighting a flame over one finger. I heard him sniff once, so I lit another finger. I wiggled the 2 fingers around, then lit all 5. "That actually is pretty neat," he said at last, eyes fixed on the small flames. "You didn't think so the first time," I said, glad he was talking again. I was teasing. He paused a moment, placed an arm around my shoulders, and quietly added, "I love you, squirrel." I smiled and leaned into him, snuffing the flames from my fingers. "I love you too, big brother. No hard feelings? You still want to go into that cave without me?" He resumed drawing patterns with the stick again. "I don't want to, but I think it's the right thing to do." "It doesn't feel right, though." His stick stopped moving. I should be the one to go. And I should stay to learn about herbal remedies? I made a scoffing noise. Goben, plants bore me. They do? But you and Siena. I know, she often tried to teach me how to identify them when I followed her on gathering trips, but I couldn't stop yawning. Unless it involves burning or eating plants, I don't think herbology is for me. His stick resumed drawing invisible circles on the porch. It still doesn't feel right. I squeezed his arm, stilling it. You'll always be my big brother, and I'll always need you. But right now, Foresthome needs you more. A slow sigh escaped his throat and he nodded, turning to me. Just do me one favor. Name it. Come back alive. I leveled my gaze onto his green eyes so much like my own. Bet on it. Chapter 18. At long last, we were on our way. I managed to take it easy for 2 whole days before insisting that it was time to head out. I was restless and increasingly aware of the passing time. The sooner we got this over with, the better. Justin said it would take about 2 days to get to the cave, so we packed accordingly. I didn't bother protesting when he said he was coming with me because, frankly, I didn't want to go by myself. Plus, I had no idea where this cave was. My pack wasn't as heavy as when we'd left Foresthome because we didn't need to bring 2 weeks' worth of food. Audiobook was out of sight now. I had kept looking back to see Goben's figure getting smaller and smaller. I felt uneasy leaving him behind, but was glad he wasn't coming with me on this task. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if anything happened to him. I glanced over at Justin, whose long strides easily kept up with mine. I felt comfortable with him, though I still knew very little about him. He never told me about his gift until I'd asked about it point blank. I probably needed to keep doing so if I wanted to learn anything else about him. Justin, what do people think about your gift? His eyebrows jumped up. You don't waste time on idle chatter, do you? I chewed on my lip, unsure if I was being rude. I guess I'm not an idle chatter kind of girl. It's just, I don't know a lot of gifted, and most of them have a certain talent or useful ability, but nothing like what we can do. We can conjure elements. I think that scares people. He gazed up at the sparse trees we'd passed. I thought maybe he was formulating an answer, but then he said, I hadn't actually thought about it. My mouth dropped open. How could you not? It's on my mind all the time. He looked at me then, indecision crossing the planes of his face. Justin, I'm not a gossip. I'd just like to, not feel so alone. Don't you feel like your gift isolates you sometimes? Yes, he finally replied. His eyes were shuttered, but I thought I saw a trace of loneliness there. Or maybe it was just me, projecting onto him. I waited for him to elaborate, but he just looked ahead again. I sighed with irritation. It was like trying to coax a nut away from a chipmunk. How is it that you talk so much with Goben, but not with me? Actually, he does most of the talking. That made me laugh. You're right, he does. I paused, then added, sometimes I wish I could be more like him. He glanced at me. I don't. Well, of course you don't, I gestured toward him. You seem fine with who you are. I'll bet you never wasted a single day wishing you were someone else. He gave me a curious look. No, I meant, I don't wish you were more like him. Do you often wish you were someone else? I looked down at my shoes as they plodded through the snow. My questions seemed to be revealing too much about myself. I asked you first. Well, technically you didn't. You assumed my answer, so I posed the actual question back to you. My lips pressed into a thin line. Why did he insist on evading me all the time? Was I not worth his time? His trust? If that was how he wanted it, then maybe it was a good thing. The walls I kept trying to resurrect were full of holes. Maybe this would make for some good bolstering. Well, technically, I'm just trying to have a conversation, I said, not bothering to hide my exasperation. Technically, I just want to learn more about you. But if you think I'm not trustworthy or whatever, that's fine, we don't have to be friends. I stalked ahead, not wanting to walk next to him anymore. I had been excited to learn he was gifted with the ability to command ice. I wanted to ask him if he practiced, if he had a routine, if sometimes his energy felt so pent up that he feared it might explode out of him. I wanted to know if people held him at arm's length, Did they make stilted conversation around him? If they were afraid to make him mad, did they avoid him? Did he feel dangerous? I guess what I really wanted to know was if he ever felt like an unwanted freak. But I guess I would never know because I was talking to a clam. I was used to spending a lot of time on my own with nothing to keep me company but my own thoughts. What I really wanted to do was run off my frustration, but I had no idea what direction to head in. I was tethered to Justin, which annoyed me even more. My hands started jittering as the heat boiled inside me. I scooped up a handful of snow without breaking my stride and held it to my mouth, sipping the water as it melted. The refreshing cold soothed me a bit, so I scooped up another handful. From the corner of my eye, I kept tabs on Justin to make sure he didn't change direction. I probably should have walked behind him, but I didn't want to look at him. He didn't think I was worth talking to, so I didn't think he was worth another single thought. The sooner I put him out of my mind, the better. But I couldn't. I could hear his breath and the steady crunch of his steps. I thought of his kindness when he found boots for me and his gentle touch when he bandaged my foot. I had been worth his time then, why not now? He probably thought better of me when he knew less about me, when all he knew were the glowing tales that Gobin told. Then, in the space of 2 days, I had managed to splash cold reality onto that image. I was rude, temperamental, and hungry all the time. I scorched wildlife into food. I chose independence over friendliness. I felt it looming over my head again. That garbage pile I carried around with me. All the things that don't attract boys. It wasn't just boys, was it? It was everyone. It was about me not being a person anyone would want to talk to. It was a pile of things that don't attract anyone. Stop, I told myself. I had promised myself no more of these pathetic self-indulgences. Told myself it didn't matter what Justin thought. I had discarded that silly list of undesirable traits. Then what was this stinging in my heart? I cursed myself for breaking my own promise. My hands burned as I plodded through the snow. It crept up my arms and spread through my chest, stunting my ability to take a normal breath. The monster rose within me like a tentacle of fire, curling around my lungs and creeping into my brain, heating my entire body to dangerous temperatures. My breathing sped up, and I knew with certainty that I needed to get out of here. Before I combusted, in front of Justin. I have to go, I muttered over my shoulder as I broke into a run. I wasn't sure where I was running to, but the tempest inside me was morphing into an uncontrollable firestorm. I tore the pack off my shoulders and threw it into the snow so I could put as much distance as I could between us. Only he was running after me. "Where are you going?" he called, not far behind me. Didn't he get it? Didn't he know I was dangerous? "Stay away from me," I shouted and threw a fireball in his path. I ran so blindly that I managed to trip on a root covered by snow. I fell face first into the drift, causing it to hiss into steam when I touched it. The snow around me melted in seconds. Then I saw his boots standing next to me and my stomach lurched. He was much too close. He was going to get hurt. I scrambled onto my backside and scooted backward, melting more snow as I went. "Justin, get away from me. Can't you see I'm overheating? You're going to get hurt." He stared at me, mouth parted with bewilderment. Why was he just standing there like an idiot? My boots slid in the mud as I tried clambering to my feet. I wouldn't be responsible for maiming Justin. The blast could even kill him. I had to get away from him. "Let me help you." It was my turn to stare at him. "You can't help me. Just get out of here." He stepped closer, face serious. "Sember, I can help." "Are you crazy? Get away from me." I scooted back farther. He knelt, one knee in the mud, one hand extended. "I can help." "You have no idea what I'm capable of," I quavered. "And perhaps you're underestimating me as well." His outstretched hand turned blue. "Sember, you can trust me." Frost formed on his hand, growing thicker as I watched. I don't know." He leaned closer and whispered, "Let me help." Was he stupid? His stubbornness rivaled mine, but perhaps his own elemental strength could as well. The pulsing heat within gave me doubts, but I had to try. I shook with the effort to contain myself and clasped a trembling hand around his. He crawled closer, his hand tightening around mine in a grip that only got frostier. His other hand went to my shoulder, carefully pushing me back. He was so gentle that I let him, my elbows sliding until I was on my back. Slowly, he moved over me until his body smothered mine. Both his hands splayed across my cheeks. They were cold. No, they were freezing. His whole body radiated an intense chill, like a glacier sitting on top of me. Steam rose up from my face as his ice battled my fire. He was cooling me. I focused on controlling my wild emotions. My breath still came in short gasps, but his gambit was working. His hands were colder than the frigid air, colder than the snow around me, colder than a lethal nighttime blizzard. Bit by bit, I began to calm a little. I closed my eyes and my breathing slowed. The burning rage inside settled into a simmer, and the monster laid its sleepy head back down into the mist. Eventually, I lay still, enjoying the sensation of coolness over my body. When I opened my eyes again, he was gazing down at me, his blue eyes unreadable. "Thank you," I said. The words seemed so insignificant. He continued watching me, and one of his hands slid up to brush my hair back. I swallowed, hyper-aware of his body pressed against mine, yet unable to tear my eyes from his. "I think I'm okay now." He blinked, nodded, and climbed off me. He pulled me up after him, and I busied myself with straightening my clothes and brushing off imaginary snow, which had long melted. I felt so self-conscious that my stomach kept quivering, and I avoided his eyes. "I'll go fetch my pack," I mumbled as I brushed past him. When we resumed walking, he periodically glanced at me. I had made a complete fool of myself, and I had no idea what he thought of me now. After what felt like his 10th peek at me, I snapped at him. "What?" He hesitated, then asked, "Do you overheat often?" "No." He hesitated again. "If you had exploded, would it have harmed you?" "No." I was giving him a taste of his own monosyllabic answers. I knew it was childish, but I didn't feel like discussing this with him. I could shut him out as easily as he had me. If he would have just talked to me earlier, this would never have happened in the first place. We spent some time walking in silence. This time, I kept my thinking to a minimum. I ignored my frustration with Justin and simply examined my surroundings. We passed sparse, snow-covered trees and occasional white-dusted boulders. The large mountains loomed to our left, and I found myself turning my head often to gaze at them. There were no mountains in Foresthome, nor in the plains. They were so big, I sometimes felt like they might topple over and crush me. "I don't think people are afraid of me," Justin said out of the blue, "but I do feel isolated sometimes." I peered at him, brows raised at his sudden confession. "And you're right," he continued. "I've never met anyone like you before, like us." I could see the effort on his face. He was trying to connect with me. It seemed no matter how hard I tried to shut people out lately, I just couldn't keep my walls up. Maybe I was too lonely, desperate to have someone truly understand me. "Now you know why people are afraid of me," I said. He was quiet for a while, then said, "People don't like touching me." "Really?" I asked, surprised at his admission. "Have you ever lost control?" "No." He adjusted the straps on his shoulders. "But when your own parents don't like hugging you, you start wondering what's wrong with you." I could identify with this completely. When even my own parents seemed uncomfortable around me, the self-doubt started early. "I know what you mean," I murmured. "Mila was the only one who made me feel normal," he said. "Your sister?" "Yes, losing her was devastating." The sadness in his voice made my heart ache for him. "I'm sorry," I said, wishing I knew what else to say. "In some ways you remind me of her." "Let me guess, it's my hair," I joked. He chuckled. "I like your hair." He glanced up at it, and I unconsciously smoothed it down with one hand. Mila was headstrong and had her own ideas about what was right and wrong. She didn't care about other people's opinions. I sighed with disappointment at his incorrect assessment of me. "I care too much about other people's opinions," I said, before I could stop myself. And he looked at me with that knowing half-smile. "How many people thought you coming here was a good idea?" And yet here you are, because you thought it was the right thing to do. I stayed quiet, mulling over his words, unsure if he was right or not. You care what people think of you. I do too. Everyone does. But in the end, you make decisions based on what feels right to you, not to anyone else. Mila was brave like that. His eyes grew wistful as he spoke. When we were kids, she would go out of her way to hold my hand in public, to show people that she was proud to have me as a brother. I know sometimes it chilled her, but she always tried to hide her shivering. She wanted to protect me, much like how you protect Gobin. She sounds wonderful, I said, sad that she was gone from his life. He sighed, and I took his hand without thinking. We stopped walking. I squeezed his hand, pressing my sympathy into it. My own hand stayed steady and warm, and I hoped that he understood my message, that I didn't mind his touch. Thank you for what you did, I said, holding his gaze. And for talking to me, I feel a little less alone now. He took a half step closer to me, and my breath quickened a little. He brushed his thumb across my palm. I think Mila would have liked you. An unexpected shiver went up my spine, causing me to drop his hand. I noticed the hurt in his eyes and immediately regretted my reaction. He must think... Justin, no. I recaptured his hand. I wasn't cold. He dropped his eyes. He didn't believe me. Justin, I admit I did shiver, but it wasn't from cold. His hopeful eyes darted back to mine, but he didn't look convinced. I was reacting to... Too embarrassed for words, I mimicked his earlier action, stroking his palm with my own thumb to demonstrate. Fire and ice. He inhaled at the sensation, his eyes sparking with understanding, and something else. I've said too much. I dropped his hand again and cleared my throat, trying to quell the fluttering in my stomach. I took a step back. Sember. His voice was thick with emotion, but I couldn't meet his gaze. He took a step closer and, I don't know why, I panicked a little. I took another step back and stumbled on a fallen branch. His hands shot out to steady me, and I could feel his icy grip through my sleeves. I wanted to reach out and touch him, to close this gap between us. And, wait, what was I thinking? I had to watch myself or this wouldn't end well. I made the mistake of looking into his beckoning blue eyes, and I nearly drowned in them. I tore my gaze away and cleared my throat. We probably shouldn't waste too much time. He paused, letting a breath of disappointment escape. Of course. A mask descended over his features as we started walking again, and I felt relieved enough to resume breathing. What was happening? How could I be frightened and excited at the same time? This was nothing like what happened with Dozin. I knew that Dozin had used his gift to remove barriers and put heady thoughts into my head. In the heat of the moment, it felt so effortless, easier. I hadn't been worried or self-conscious. I hadn't been thinking at all. I shook my head vigorously. What was I doing? What was wrong with me that I now thought being with Dozan wasn't so bad? I hadn't been in control, and I hated that. Didn't I? What was I saying? Of course I hated it. Losing control was bad. People got hurt when I lost control. I mean, look at what happened to Dozan afterward. I took a steadying breath and got a hold of myself. Right. Maintain control. I could do that. I stole a glance at Justin as we walked. Such a handsome profile. Ugh, I wanted to slap myself. I had all the control of a corn cake soaking in stew. Focus on the mission. That was the only thing that mattered. Everything else was distraction. With a lift of my chin, I silently firmed my resolve and kept on walking. Chapter 19. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we picked a spot by a cluster of boulders to make camp. We spent the last of the daylight gathering bits of dry wood for a small fire. Since neither of us were affected by the cold or the snow, the campfire was more for light than heat. When he pulled the flint out of his pack to start the fire, I stopped him. "I'll do it," I said, a little too brusquely, trying to ward off the flutters that his proximity was causing. He leaned back to watch, and I snapped a spark out of my fingers. He grinned and watched me bring the campfire to life. Then I pulled my boots off with a groan. The only break we'd taken was when I had my tantrum in the snow. I wiggled my toes by the fire and sighed happily. I didn't need the heat of the fire, but it still felt good against my abused feet, which were still recovering from my barefoot romp through icy plains. "Hey," I said as Justin grabbed a foot and inspected it. "Good." He replaced my foot and picked up the other one. "You are healing nicely." With a final pat, he set my foot down and leaned back in a relaxed pose. "I enjoy watching you make fire." I couldn't stop myself from grinning. Damn him and his charm. I scooted a bit in a lame effort to put distance between us. "I enjoy making it," I said, and formed a fireball, tossing it between my hands a few times before reabsorbing it. His eyes followed the flaming ball and then looked back at me when it disappeared. "Beautiful," he murmured. I assumed he was talking about the fireball, so I made another one and rolled it in my hands for a while. On a whim, I tossed it toward him. It startled him, but he still managed to catch it. The ball fizzled and disappeared in his grasp with a puff of smoke. "Did that hurt?" I asked, more out of curiosity than worry. He'd managed to quell my fiery rage, so I was pretty sure he could take the heat of a small blazing ball. "Not at all," he replied. He formed a snowball and lobbed it to me. I caught it easily, but it soon melted and dripped through my fingers. "Throw me another." I increased the heat in my hands so that, when I caught it this time, it puffed directly into steam with a satisfying hiss. His grin broadened. "I don't think I've had this much fun with my gift before." "Me either," I admitted. "I mean, Goben's fireproof, and sometimes I'll toss a few at him." "He is fireproof?" I smiled. "Yes, it's kind of perfect, right? I never have to worry about burning him." But he could never retaliate. "Oh, he has. I'm not immune to rocks and pine cones, you know?" Justin laughed, and I enjoyed the sound. "What else can you do?" I asked, curious if he was limited to snowballs. With a lopsided smile and a gleam in his eye, he steepled his fingers together to form a triangle with his thumbs. I watched him concentrate and then stared at the perfect ice pyramid he set in front of me. I examined the sculpture without touching it so it wouldn't melt. Then he set another transparent shape next to it. A cube. The proportions were perfectly symmetrical. A flawless sphere appeared next. "These are beautiful," I said as I lowered my head to get a better look at them. "I don't want to ruin them by touching them." The reflection of the campfire danced upon their shiny surfaces, and I scooted around to look at them from all angles. "I definitely can't do anything like this." "Show me your favorite trick." It sounded like a challenge. My personal favorite used to be the individual flames on my fingers. It had taken so long to develop that kind of precise control that I was quite proud when I'd mastered it. Unfortunately, it rarely impressed anyone. I did have a new favorite, however. "Are you sure you're ready for that?" I lifted an eyebrow, meeting his challenging tone. "Bring it on." He leaned back onto his elbows. I stood up and backed away a few steps, exhaling slowly. Closing my eyes, I gathered my breath, building the glow within my gut. The glow spread through my limbs, to my fingers and toes, to the top of my head. When I released it all at once with an internal snap, Justin recoiled from the sudden burst of flames. With my entire body engulfed in fire, everything around me glowed orange. A kind of euphoria swept over me at the release. Justin stared at me, entranced. I saw my fiery form reflected in his eyes as they traveled over me. "How is it that your clothes don't burn?" "Why, are you disappointed you don't get to see me naked?" I stuck a hand on my hip for added effect, and it suddenly occurred to me that I'd never flirted with anyone like this in my life. It felt strange, and a little exhilarating. Wait, what was I doing? I was not supposed to be flirting. Justin's cheeks flushed deep red, and his eyes involuntarily raked across my body, sending shivers through me that had nothing to do with the cold around us. He stood up, and I snuffed the flames that covered my body. His intense eyes never left mine as he strode to me and placed his hands on my shoulders. I was unprepared for his sudden proximity, and my breathing stopped. "You are breathtaking," he said. Ironic, since I was the one having trouble breathing. His head descended toward me, eyelids heavy. "Justin," I whispered. He stopped, eyes questioning. He was so close. I could smell the piney scent that seemed to linger in his hair. I steeled myself against it, trying to remind myself why this was unwise. I would be endangering him if I lost myself. His deliciously frosty hand slid up to my face, and my mind reeled with memories of his glacial body pressed against mine. "What is it, Sember?" His soft voice caressed my ear. I couldn't remember what I wanted to say. "Never mind," I mumbled and closed the gap between our lips. It began as a sweet softness which intensified into a hungry dance of lips and tongues. He was so cold, like a flesh and blood snowman, and yet I still liked it. Really liked it. A different kind of flame lit within me. His icy hands left an unexpected trail of fire across my skin. Fire. I broke off the kiss and pushed him to arm's length. What was I doing? This was not maintaining control. A small furrow appeared between his brows. "What's wrong?" I could barely think past my thumping heart and ragged breathing. "I shouldn't." "Why not?" I looked at the palm of my hand, expecting to see it glowing. It wasn't, though heat radiated from it. I brought my pained eyes up to his. "I'll burn you." The corner of his lips lifted. "You can try." Why didn't he believe me? "Justin, I'm dangerous." "Not to me." I gazed into his blue eyes, still dark with desire. He wasn't afraid of me, not in the slightest. A thrill zinged through my belly at the realization, but I couldn't take that risk. I liked him too much. "I'm sorry," I whispered, and took a step back. "Sember, you don't have to be afraid. You won't burn me." "Maybe not, but I could still blow you up. The path of my intimate thoughts embarrassed me, and I looked away. I had no idea how my gift would react to... My heart began galloping again. If just kissing him lit my blood on fire, what would happen if we went beyond kissing? Like, way beyond. I clenched my hands against the impulse to touch him again. Maintain control. It was the only way. "I'm sorry." I took a step back and avoided his eyes. I didn't want to see the disappointment in them. "Sember." His voice sounded so gentle, I couldn't help looking at him. "I understand," he said. I shook my head. "I don't think anyone can. Let's pretend this never happened." "Impossible." I couldn't stop the smile that crept onto my lips, warmed by the idea that he had enjoyed the kiss as much as I had. "You have a point." My smile slid away. "But it can't happen again." He hid his reaction behind a careful mask, but I still noticed his shoulders droop a little. It crushed me. "As you wish," he said, and turned away to prepare his bedroll. Chapter 20. The following morning, I expected lots of awkwardness. That kiss had been amazing, until I brought it to a crashing halt with my fears. Was he put off when I stopped his advances? Did he feel rejected when I told him it couldn't happen again? Hungry. Justin's voice pulled me out of my thoughts, and I looked over to his smiling face. He held out a strip of salted fish. He didn't look put off to me, but I couldn't be sure. "Are we?" I stopped, realizing there was no "we." "How do you feel?" I finally asked, taking the fish from him. He seemed to know what I was talking about and gave me a reassuring nod. "We're okay, and we'll go at your pace. I'm a patient man." My pace? Did that mean he still wanted me? But, I don't think it's a good idea. "Well, you're certainly entitled to your opinions." The grin he gave me was so endearing, I decided to stop pressing the issue. For now. It was close to lunchtime when we finally reached the cave. The entrance was a jagged hole between boulders, easily mistaken for an animal's den. "This is it?" It looked like we would have to crouch to enter it. I wondered if the entire cave was that low. "Yes, we have arrived." Justin slid the pack from his shoulders and set it against a tree a fair distance from the cave entrance. "Aren't we going in?" He eyed the cave entrance and his mouth pressed into a tense line. It was the first time I'd ever seen trepidation on his face. "We should rest before entering," he said, his eyes fixed on the cave. No telling what might await us inside. I shivered at the thought. I was eager to get this over with, but at the same time, I had no guarantee that I'd come out of this alive. I tossed my pack beside his and sat next to it. No argument from me. "Well, that's a surprise." I shot him a look. His lips curved into a teasing smirk. He was baiting me. I shook a finger at him. "Not this time." He settled against a tree opposite me. "I just want you in fighting form when we get in there." Believe me, it won't take much. I dug a piece of jerky from the pack and tore off a piece. How do you know this is the place? Maybe a bear lives here and the actual cave is somewhere else. You see that pile of rocks near the entrance? I looked where he was pointing. A circle of medium-sized stones formed a base, while a strategic formation of smaller stones piled on top. That is what we use to warn other people of danger in the area. I frowned a little. Why not close the entrance? Barricade it somehow. Keep people from going inside in the first place. We've tried, Justin sighed, but I don't know. Either people open it up again because they think there's treasure, or whatever is inside clears it out. I stopped chewing, thinking of the latter possibility. What would we find inside? I'm taking a nap. He stretched out on the ground and threw an arm over his eyes. I stared at the cave entrance, wishing I could see inside without actually going in. Would we find a monster, some kind of magic? Or worse, would we find nothing at all? After a fortifying nap, well, Justin napped while I kept a paranoid eye on the cave, we prepared to enter the unknown. Justin pulled 2 torches from the pack and handed me one. I shook my head. I don't need it. I am a torch. I think you should conserve your energy. He held the torch out to me. Before my perilous trek through a blizzard with bare feet and a near-frozen brother, I would have stubbornly refused. But now that I knew I had limits, I accepted the torch, recognizing the wisdom behind his words. I shouldered my pack, lit both torches with quick snaps of my fingers, and in we went. For several minutes we had to crouch under the low ceiling as we shuffled along. Tree roots dangled from above and dirt crumbled onto me when ice scraped against them. Then, finally, the cavern opened up. Thank goodness, I said as I arched my back. I was starting to feel like an 80-year-old woman. Are you saying the elderly are decrepit? I thought of Davin back in Foresthome, whose hands shook while he worked. Aren't they? My grandfather bedded maidens until the day he died. I burst out laughing. The sound echoed against the stone walls and into the far reaches of the dark cavern. I cringed. If there was anything living in here, it certainly knew about us now. Perhaps we should continue more quietly, Justin whispered. I nodded in agreement and looked around us. Our torches lit up the cavern walls, revealing nothing, just rock and dirt. A dark hole on the far side indicated the only direction in which we could advance. We slipped through the opening, and now it seemed more like a tunnel than a cave. I brushed my hand along one wall, noting its rough-hewn sandstone texture. It looked as if it had been hacked at with tools. Does this seem natural to you? I kept my voice low. He looked at the coarse walls around us and shook his head. His grip on the torch tightened, and we continued on. The tunnel eventually opened up to another cavern, only this one was different. Very different. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? I rubbed my eyes and looked again. Justin didn't answer. His eyes roamed the walls and ceiling. Embedded into the surface were countless gleaming white, angular rocks. I had no idea what they were. I'd never seen anything like them. What are they? I asked, barely whispering. They looked so beautiful, so delicate, like maybe a loud sound might shatter them. I've only heard stories about these. The reverence in his tone was evident. They're crystals. They form in ancient caves. Are they dangerous? I wanted to touch one, but didn't want to get sick. Could these be what Dozan's father encountered? He looked thoughtful for a moment. There are legends about heroes being born from crystals, but none of them say anything about disease. Emboldened, I stepped closer to a particularly large formation and tapped my torch against it. It felt solid. They don't look dangerous to me. Well, unless you throw me against them, that might hurt. Justin chuckled and wandered farther into the crystal-encrusted cavern. He touched one of the shiny protrusions with a fingertip. Nothing happened. The orange glow of our torches cast all sorts of strange, translucent shadows along the walls. I thought I saw movement from the corner of my eye and quickly turned my head. Shadows jumped and danced around the crevices and crystal formations. Nothing else. A sudden gust of wind lifted my braid and blew the torches out. A tittering sound echoed through the cavern. The hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. Sember, was that you? I heard Justin's voice not far away in the pitch black. I do not laugh like that, I replied as I engulfed my hand in fire and raised it above my head. Where did that wind come from? Justin edged closer to me. I don't know. Another short gust blew at me, this time from behind. The flames on my hand fluttered wildly. I spun around, but saw nothing. What's going on here? Justin touched his torch to my flaming hand to relight it. I think there's something in here with us. I snapped my head toward a faint scuffling sound. I think you're right. A few beats later, we were again blasted by a gale. The force of it extinguished all the fire, including my hand, and darkness enveloped us. Gravel scraped against the rocky floor, followed by a grunt and sounds of a scuffle. I lit both hands this time. I found Justin on the ground, wrestling with something? Someone? It had pale skin and yellowish hair matted on its head. Tattered pants adorned its skinny legs. Its wiry arms pinned Justin down, which didn't seem possible because the creature was barely half his size. Then it spewed something into his face, causing him to cough and sputter. Get off him! I stomped at the creature with my boot until it rolled away and scampered back into the shadows of the crystals. I dropped to Justin's side, who still hacked and cleared his throat. Some kind of clear fluid slicked his face. I helped him sit up. I think it's human, he gasped in between coughs. It had blue eyes and a nose like us. Human? I looked around, trying to spot where it had gone. What did it do to you? I don't know. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. But I feel strange. I moved a hand to help clean his face. Don't! He pushed me away with his other hand. He sprayed me with something. You shouldn't touch it. The dread seeped into my core. Was this the source of the plague? I leapt to my feet and addressed the emptiness around me. What did you do to my friend? My voice echoed through the cavern without any reply. Anger began blazing within me, and I willed myself to contain it. I needed to keep a level head. Maybe I should change tactics. What's your name? I looked around at the shadows. I'm Sember. Nothing. I relit one of the torches and handed it to Justin before speaking to the cave again. We're trying to help our people. Maybe you can help us. A scoff echoed around the crystals. Help? No one helps Vil. Why should Vil help you? Encouraged, I said, maybe we can help you in return. You already have, the reedy voice said. What did that mean? I took a step toward the voice. Vil? Is that your name? Can you come out so we can talk? No response. What would Siena do? She always believed in the innate goodness of people, appealed to their benevolent nature. Her own kindness drew it out in others. I looked at my flaming hands. Maybe I was too intimidating. I lit the other torch and snuffed my hands. Our people are dying. If we don't do something, there won't be anyone left. Your people, the voice spat, are why I am here. Justin finished cleaning his face with his sleeve and came to stand next to me. I don't understand. We are peaceful people. Another scoff. So you say. Vil knows better. Vil was beaten and left to die by your peaceful people. I shook my head in disbelief. Why would they do that? You are aberration, yes? His voice came from different directions like he was moving around. That word hasn't been used in a long time. We're gifted, I said. Thin laughter reverberated around the crystals. Call it what you like. People fear you, no? I opened my mouth, but I couldn't refute him. The truth of his words robbed me of my voice. Vil feeds from strength of others. Others did not like this. Said Vil was dangerous. Feared Vil. Proclaimed Vil a monster. Monster. I knew that feeling. People didn't tell me, but I knew they thought it. The world is different now, said Justin, trying to follow the direction of Vil's voice. They no longer hate us. The gifted are respected. Was I respected or merely tolerated? I silently mused. Who respects a monster? The creature scoffed. Vil is no longer a man. Tell us more about your gift, I said. I'd like to know more about you as a person. Gift. Peh. Vil sprays essence onto victim. Essence transfers strength to Vil. Victim dies when all strength is gone. They die? I looked at Justin with alarm. How are you feeling? A little woozy, but I think I'm okay. Your friend is aberration too. Strength not forthcoming. Will take much time to sap. But this is good. Spread my essence to others. From the sound of his voice, I imagined him puffing his chest out with pride. So how do we stop it? A brief silence. Stop essence from feeding Vil? Why? Because it's killing people. A lot of people. I wondered if he felt any guilt at all. More silence. The sound of soft footsteps. Then he stood in front of us, a safe distance away. You want Vil to die? What? No. Why would I want that? His face was human. Dirty, but human. His bare torso looked so slim, but from the way he'd held Justin down, I knew he wasn't weak. You say Vil is gifted, and gifted are respected, but you want me to starve. That not respect. His pale blue eyes narrowed in accusation. I had no idea how to respond. I'd tucked myself into a corner. Look, Justin said, hands raised in placation. We can work something out. Vil not stupid. Humans kill monsters, unless Vil kill them first. His chest expanded as it filled with air, stretching out like an enormous water skin. No, Justin charged at him after realizing what Vil was about to do. He wasn't fast enough. Vil exhaled with so much force that it blew Justin aside. The torches blinked out. I stumbled back several steps, dazed. I couldn't see anything in the blackness. I heard Justin's groan, though. With an audible poof, I relit my hand and searched for him. My eyes widened with horror when I found him. Justin! I ran to him. He stood motionless, his side impaled against a sharp, protruding crystal, a dark circle forming around it on his shirt. Oh no. Justin, we're getting out of here. I placed a hand on his shoulder, ready to help him move. He stopped me, instead pulling me closer. We have to kill him, he whispered. His essence is the plague. I stared into his eyes, torn. But you need a healer, and we're days away from your village. We have to go, now. He shook his head. After Vil is dead. I sighed sharply. Let's at least get you to safety. Sember, I'll be fine, he whispered fiercely. Don't give him a chance to hide. But he pressed a cold finger against my lips. Watch this. Still standing, he crossed his arms over his chest, fists pressed against his collarbone. I watched as his eyes closed and frost began to form, first across his brow, then over his hands. It spread across his face, covered his body, and thickened into an icy shell. Wow. I tapped against the ice. It felt thick and solid. Worried about his wound, I peered down at his side. The ice had enclosed the offending crystal, effectively freezing it in place against his body. The dark circle barely visible through the ice had stopped spreading. Okay, I said to no one in particular, nodding to myself. I took a step back and turned to face the cavern. I guess it was up to me now. Chapter 21. I set my pack next to Justin's frozen form. Both hands ablaze, I scanned the trembling shadows for Vil. Crevices and rocky outcroppings offered numerous places to hide. The crystal formations were no longer beautiful, they were treacherous. Vil, why don't we talk some more? So talk, he screeched from somewhere on my left. Good, he was still here. Why don't you feed off animals? Animals bland, Vil like people. I crept toward a cluster of crystals. You don't think killing people is wrong? People want to kill Vil. That not wrong? His disembodied voice had moved to my right. You have a point, but those people aren't around anymore. All people want to kill Vil. I spun around to follow his voice just in time to see his elastic chest puffed with air. I formed a fireball in my hand, but I never got the chance to throw it. The gust blew me off my feet and doused me in darkness once again. Irritation sparked within me. Reigniting my hands, I scrambled to my feet and took 2 steps before I was assaulted by another blast of wind. I threw a fireball in the direction of its source. It exploded harmlessly against a boulder. This Vil's home, you not kill Vil here. I threw another fireball at the voice. The cavern lit up briefly as it fractured a large crystal. Tittering laughter bounced around me, disorienting me. The heat within me seethed at the thought that this creature was toying with me. You think this is fun? Another gale pushed me forward. Yes, very fun. My fists clenched and my jaw tightened. I felt the pressure, red hot, building in my chest, spreading to my belly, aching to be released. I held it in a few beats, straining against the ache, letting my fury take over. I was no one's plaything. In one quick movement, I threw out my arms, opened my fists, and released a pulse so big it blinded me. The shattering of crystals and their subsequent crashes to the ground deafened me. For several moments afterward, all I heard was the delicate tink sounds of shards as they tumbled. And then it was silent. My own labored breathing seemed too loud. I blinked as my vision slowly readjusted to the dim light of my hands. The floor glittered with millions of shattered crystals. Did I get him? I held my breath to listen. Scrape. The sound was close, and I hustled toward it. Vil lay on his stomach, arms reaching ahead, skinny legs pushing him forward. Scrape. Tiny red lines marred his pale skin, shards poking out in places. When he saw me standing before him, he pushed himself onto his back and looked up at me. Thin tendrils of blood snaked down from his nostrils. His light blue gaze reminded me of Siena's, and for a moment I felt conflicted. He was an Iceling, like Siena, like Justin. Defeat lined his sallow face, his pale eyes pleading for mercy. Killing him felt wrong. Vil, so many people are dying because of you. An unexpected grin spread slowly across his face, and the fleeting pity I had felt for this creature dissipated like smoke. He was nothing like Siena and Justin. His eyes now churned with untamed hunger. It was a hunger I suspected would never abate. I had to end this. My hands curled into fists of gathered heat. I'm sorry, Vil. My voice was just above a whisper. You are monster, like Vil, he rasped. All aberrations are monsters. There was that word again. I swallowed the lump that formed in my throat. Monster. I steeled against it, looking away. I'm a hunter, not a monster. But destruction was my legacy. I was good at it. The forest folk had always been kind to me, but they never were all that comfortable around me. One wrong word and they might find themselves scampering home with singed hair. Did that make me a monster? I glanced back at him just in time to see him inflating his frog-like air sac. No, you don't. I stomped my foot onto his chest, and the air whooshed out. He coughed and sputtered, then dissolved into the low laughter of insanity. What's so funny? I ground my foot a little farther into his chest. He didn't answer. He continued laughing and gasping for air as he turned his head to stare pointedly at something. I followed his gaze across the cavern. Justin lay sprawled on the ground, his icy cocoon shattered around him. Oh no! I sprinted to his side, Vil momentarily forgotten, and crouched down next to him. Melting ice and shards of crystal surrounded his body. My blast had decimated his protective shell and flung him to the stony ground. A growing pool of blood spread from his wound, a gaping hole now that the crystal no longer plugged it. Justin? I shook his shoulders, causing his head to bob about. He remained still, his face deathly pale. My heart thumped wildly. He couldn't be dead. I hovered my ear over his mouth. It was something I'd seen Ruba do back home when working on those near death. His breath was faint and shallow, but it was there. I looked back at his wound, still oozing blood and forming an even larger sticky mass by his side. I needed to stop the bleeding. I lit a torch and wedged it into a nearby crevice so I could tear a swath off his shirt. Balling this up, I stuffed it against the wound. Even pressed firmly, blood seeped through and darkened the material. Come on, Justin, stop bleeding already! Why didn't this work? My heart raced wildly as I shoved the material even harder against him, jostling his body. He moaned in response, but remained unconscious. The material squished in my hands, soaked through with blood. I knew then that I had to close the wound. I gulped as I recalled tales of wounds being cauterized by extreme heat. But how much heat was enough? How much was too much? I'd never tried this before. What if I killed him? My hands shook at the thought. and my eyes roamed the cavern full of shattered crystals for an alternative, but there was nothing else. It had to be me. My eyes closed against a sinking feeling in my gut. I was a destroyer. Could I really cauterize a wound instead of inflicting one? I knelt there, paralyzed by fear, rocking in place, until I realized I had no choice. If I did nothing, he would die anyway. I had to try. Summoning enough heat to make my hand glow faintly, I took a deep breath and pressed it against his cold flesh. Nothing happened. I pulled my hand away to inspect the wound, but all I saw was more blood. This much heat would have burned anyone, but he wasn't just anyone. I could feel the cold radiating from his body as I bent over him. More heat, then. I doubled the energy in my hand until it glowed brightly. Then I pressed it on the wound again. The faint sizzle of bubbling blood made me queasy. Lifting my hand, I saw the bleeding had slowed. It was working. I applied the scorching heat again. Was I imagining the smell? I definitely wasn't imagining the urge to gag. When I removed my hand again, the bleeding had stopped. The skin where my hand had been was blackened in the center with angry red edges. I took a steadying breath as I sat back, relieved. Then I remembered Vil. My head whirled to look at where I'd left him, but he was gone. No, I muttered to myself. Failure was not an option. I leapt to my feet and examined the space where I'd left him. Drag marks led to an outcropping of rock. A smear of blood indicated where he'd pulled himself up, but the ground was stone here, and I lost his trail. My forcible sigh was almost a growl. I had to find him, but I couldn't just leave Justin lying there. I returned to his side and cupped his face. Justin? No reply. I felt torn. I should pull Justin out and take him back to the village for treatment, but then Vil could disappear forever. Right now, I could still catch up to him, hopefully. Justin, wake up. Tell me you're okay. His breath remained slow and faint, and his eyes never stirred. The time I wasted chasing after Vil could mean Justin's death, and I wasn't sure that was something I could live with. Another low growl escaped my throat. I'd give anything to be Siena right this second. I stood, grabbed his arms, and began dragging him. We have to kill him, Justin had said. His essence is the plague. I paused, indecision wrenching my brain in different directions. He'd instructed me to tend to him after I'd taken care of Vil. But what if... I gave my head a vigorous shake. I was wasting time with these what-ifs. It was time to face facts. It took us 2 days to get here, and it would be even slower going if I had to drag him. Justin could die anyway, and Vil could escape, and then everyone would die. I also needed to face the other fact. I was not a lifesaver like Siena, and never would be. It was time I accepted this and went on with my true purpose. Be the hunter. Eradicate this plague at its source. I straightened with renewed resolve. I would end this. Chapter 22. After one last look at Justin, I picked up a torch and headed back to where I'd last seen Vil. Surrounded by darkness and shadows cast by the weak torchlight, it was difficult to find anything. My latest trick was now my most useful tool. With my entire body engulfed in flames, the large cavern lit up. As the light chased the shadows away, I finally saw the smear of blood along one wall. As I got closer, I discovered this wall had been covering a hidden passageway. I followed it, maintaining flames from head to toe. A human torch. The path veered right, and then I found myself in another cavern, smaller this time. The first thing I noticed was the pile of rags and furs in one corner. Was this where Vil slept? Scattered around the room were signs of habitation. A bowl half full of water, a few empty packs discarded in one corner, small bones. A filthy rag doll caught my attention. It sat on the makeshift bed, propped against the wall. I'd seen the children in Foresthome do the same, posing their dolls on pillows and talking to them. I had also done this when I was little. Unwanted sympathy slithered its way into my heart as I pictured this lonesome creature existing here by himself. I shook it free and continued my search. I found another entryway on the far side of the room. This passageway snaked to the left, becoming rockier the farther I went. It gradually widened, one wall becoming shorter and shorter until it suddenly disappeared over a ledge. I peered over the edge. Though my flames lit this new room, the ledge gave way to a fathomless abyss below. I made sure to steer clear of that rift as I continued to explore. Where did this cave end? Vil could be anywhere. Maybe I should head back. Justin might wake up and wonder where I went. If he was still alive, that is. My heart constricted at the thought. A sudden and forceful hiss caught me by surprise. Again, and I flew sideways toward the ledge. Concentration diverted, my full body blaze fizzled during the fall. I pushed myself up, reignited my torch in hands, and swiveled my head around to find the source of the blast. That's when he crawled out from behind a boulder, face smeared with blood from wiping his nose. I tossed my lit torch to one side, hoping it would at least stay lit if he attacked me again. Fire monster should have gone away. His shrill voice held an ominous tone that chilled me. Despite the cuts and thin bones protruding from his frail body, his demeanor scared me. Squared shoulders, head forward, primal look in his eye, he advanced a step, and I instinctively scrambled backward, still on the ground. My hand scraped against a rocky edge and then slipped into thin air. A quick glance behind me confirmed it. The huge chasm. One more gust and I would be pitched into its black depth. He grinned at the fear in my eyes. He had me right where he wanted me. Vil, wait! I had no idea what I was going to tell him. That we could be friends? I would have laughed at the thought if I hadn't been perched on the edge of a death pit. Wait, a sneer twisted his face. For you to kill Vil? His lungs began to fill, his chest slowly rose as he sucked in that long breath. The breath he intended to end me with. I didn't have much time. I formed a burning hot pellet in my hand, the same as I'd been practicing just a few days before. His chest puffed out like a bullfrog's, slowly reaching its pinnacle. Before he could release the gale, I flung my fiery pellet. My breath halted as I watched the bright little ball streak across the distance. If I missed, a second chance wasn't likely. The burning marble lit up an arc between us, and sailed past his head, taking his ear with it. No, I missed. He squealed and blew an erratic breath. I scrambled against it, making a valiant effort to stand, but it wasn't enough. I slid backward on the gravelly floor and my legs pitched over the edge. My eyes widened as my feet kicked the air, dragging the rest of me with them. I flung my arms out in a desperate attempt to halt my descent. Fingernails dug into the dirt, leaving a trail of claw marks as I slid back, then down. No, this can't be how I die. Dirt and pebbles slid with me until my fingers managed to grip the rocky ledge. A quick glance down into the dark abyss sent my heart slamming against my ribs. Falling would mean certain death. Vil screeched some distance away. The thought of him crying over his tattered ear offered little satisfaction, though, because I was still dangling over a bottomless pit. With a great heave, I managed to thrust one elbow onto the ledge. This enabled me to raise my head high enough to peek over it. I found Vil doubled over in the dim orange torchlight, one bloody hand clutching the side of his head. The other hand flailed as he screamed with anger and pain. With another thrust, I planted my other arm on the ledge. Rocks tumbled into the yawning chasm below as my feet scrabbled for a toehold. I managed to haul my chest over the ledge, but the pebbled ground threatened to send me sliding back into the pit. Vil's yowling began to die down, and I knew it wouldn't be long before he ran over to finish me off. I swung a leg up and over the ledge, finally gaining enough traction to pull the rest of me out of death's grip. I rolled away from the edge, my chest heaving with ragged breaths, practically overjoyed I wasn't crumpled at the bottom of a ravine. Above my own noisy respiration, I heard the distinct crunch of approaching footsteps. Vil had finally recovered himself, and now stalked in my direction, his chest filling with air again as he approached. My gut clenched at the murderous look in his eyes, and I clambered to my feet. I had to get away from that chasm. I started running before I even gained my balance. He stood between me and the rest of the cave, so I furrowed my brow and barreled toward him like a raging boar. Flames engulfed my hands as I charged, and his eyes grew huge. He stopped, inhaling, and dove out of the way, and I found myself too slow to catch him. He twisted around and gave me a quick blast, using my momentum against me. I stumbled forward, off balance again, and hurtled headlong into a rocky outcropping. My forehead clipped a sharp edge, and my hands scraped along rough surfaces, trying to halt my descent. I growled as I got back to my feet and searched for him. The slippery little beast had disappeared again. My ears perked at the sound of crumbling rock behind me, and I spun around. I barely had time to register Vil standing on the peak of the outcropping before he flew at me. He had pushed himself off the rock and now hurtled straight at my face. I stumbled backward and landed with a thud. He sat atop me, pinning my shoulders back, and opened his mouth wide. A fine mist sprayed out from under his tongue, coating my face. I sputtered and tried to blink away the stinging in my eyes. My flaming hands dimmed, and Vil tittered with delight. That's it. Enough. Fresh anger surged through my core, and it took little effort to release a full-body blast powerful enough to throw Vil away from me. I wiped at my face with a sleeve, but a dizziness set in, and my vision blurred in and out. Once again, I found myself scrambling away from him. I thought I saw him brandishing a rock, but everything grew blurry again. A fierce gust tumbled me backward. I threw a fireball at a pale blob that I thought was Vil. The resulting sound told me it hit a boulder. Another gale slid me back farther, and I wasn't surprised when I found myself at the edge of the ravine once more, about to plunge to my death yet again. My vision cleared, finally, and Vil came into sharp focus. His air sac expanded, preparing for the final blow, the one that would pitch me over the edge. I had to try it again. I formed a burning pellet in my hand. His chest grew even larger, like he could inhale the world. Then I felt my vision blurring again. Vil's edges grew fuzzy, and I knew if I didn't do it now, it would be the end for me. I flicked the pellet straight at the center of Vil's hazy form. I watched as it flew, a pebble of light streaking through the dimness. Time seemed to slow as I held my breath. I blinked, and then the pellet struck squarely into his distended ribcage, and he exploded. Literally. The noise was somewhere between a pop and a bang. It happened so quickly I barely had time to react. My eyes slammed shut. My arms flew up, too late to actually block anything. I blinked several times. When I dared to open my eyes again, the bleariness faded, and I was gradually able to see again. The scene before me was too gruesome for words. Blood. Entrails. A mangled corpse lying in even more blood. My stomach lurched with nausea. A second later, I heaved its contents onto the cave floor. Wiping my mouth on my sleeve, I glanced at Vil's unmoving body and looked away again. I should have felt triumph, or remorse, or something. But I was empty. Chapter 23. Justin was still breathing. I exhaled with relief as I knelt by his unconscious body. He hadn't lost any more blood. Now, if he would only wake up, I wouldn't have to drag him out of here. I sat next to him for a while, waiting. And waiting. The hard ground was very uncomfortable. I considered unpacking a bedroll, but had no desire to spend any more time in this awful cave. It was either sleep here or haul Justin out. I guess I had one more job to do. Sember, hey, a gentle voice said. Bright sunlight blinded me as my eyes creaked open. Justin? Are you in pain? He sat next to me, blue eyes filled with concern. I don't think so. He touched the gash on my forehead and I winced. Okay, maybe a little. I sat up and groaned, cupping my sore shoulder. What happened? I shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, took care of things. I guess I fell asleep afterward. By the way, you are not a lightweight. He watched me rub my shoulder for a moment. Then his gaze returned to my face, eyes wide. You carried me out over your shoulder? Maybe I should have tied a rope to your feet and lugged you out that way. Your strength is impressive. He pushed my hand away and began massaging my shoulder. I smiled. Not that strong, but I am stubborn. Your resolve is impressive then. After a pause, he asked, Were you able to... His voice trailed off. His strong fingers distracted me from his unfinished question. What? Did you find Vil? He asked. Oh, yes. Was I a hunter or a murderer? I couldn't stop wondering. Is this his? He stopped rubbing my shoulder and picked something out of my hair, a crusty piece of flesh. I turned away, nausea rolling into my gut again. What did you do? I couldn't look at him. I saw Vil in my mind, bursting like a bubble in a river. Red speckles covered my hands, my clothes. Is blood on my hands? He's dead. I couldn't look at my filthy hands anymore. I jumped up and ran. I remembered a stream nearby and headed toward it, not stopping until I splashed into its cold waters. Tears streamed down my face as I tore my shirt off and furiously scrubbed my skin with it. Fire monster, Vil had called me. He wasn't lying, or even exaggerating. I dunked my head underwater, rubbing my face and kneading my hair, unbraiding it in the process. I welcomed the sting as the water rushed past my head wound. When my lungs began to burn, I emerged and breathed deeply. It reminded me of when I'd almost killed myself, diving too deeply into the lake. I'd been a mess then, and here I was, still a mess. When I was finally convinced I'd scrubbed away all traces of blood, I returned to our little camp. I found Justin carving a small piece of wood. He looked up when my foot snapped a twig. Better? He studied my features, trying to determine my mood. I nodded. I'm sorry for running off. It's all right. It was something you needed to do. What are you making? I asked, gesturing to the little piece of wood in his hand. I was hoping to give it to you, but... He shrugged. It's not turning out how I'd hoped. My heart might have skipped a beat. For me? Can I see? He held it up, and I took the little figurine from him. It was lumpy. It seemed to have eyes and maybe a head. What is it? I asked. He chuckled. It's supposed to be a bear. A bear? I turned it over in my hands. It did have a round body and maybe some stumpy legs. It's cute. He made a face. You don't have to spare my feelings. Let me try to finish it. He reached for the figurine. I closed my hand over it and shook my head. It's mine now. Come on, give it here. It's ugly. He leaned forward to stand, but clutched his side, grunting with pain. I immediately knelt next to him. Is it bleeding again? He lifted his torn shirt to examine the wound and began chuckling. Curious, I peered in for a closer look. The hole remained closed and blackened. The skin around it glowed bright red, the exact shape of my hand, as if it had been painted on. I laughed nervously, hoping I hadn't given him a permanent, oddly shaped scar. It wouldn't stop bleeding. Clever thinking, he dropped the shirt and looked back up at me. You saved my life. I sat down next to him and sighed. I don't know. I was the one who broke your frozen shell to begin with. Sember, he took my hand as he spoke. You would have had to pull me off that crystal sooner or later. I would have ended up in the same mess. All I did was buy us a little time. His hand was so strange to me. It felt frigid, but at the same time soft and yielding like normal flesh. I liked it. You saved me, he repeated, and squeezed my hand. A smile formed on my lips. I guess I did. When we returned to Audiobook, I found Gobin elbow to elbow with Vina at a table outside, grinding herbs. Did you learn anything? I asked when it became evident that he was completely engrossed in what he was doing. Sember! He dropped his stone pestle and ran around the table, wrapping me in a huge hug. You're alive. I laughed at his exuberance. Yeah, you're not rid of me yet. After another long moment, he pulled away to look at me. That looks painful. He reached up to touch my forehead. I batted his hand away. I'm fine. The only person who should poke at head wounds is Siena. He rolled his eyes. Fine. So tell me about this glittering cave. I keep hearing stories about it. They say no one ever comes back from there. Well, obviously someone had to come back from there to tell stories about it, I said dryly. Good point. So what did you find? Was it actually glittery? One cavern was. I pulled out a shard I had saved. It was full of crystals. Gobin's green eyes were huge as he took it from me. Wow, the walls were covered in these? He held it up to the sun. Wait, These aren't the cause of the plague, are they? He tossed the shard onto the table and hopped away from it. Am I infected now? No. I chuckled and picked up the shard. The cause was a gifted Iceling named Vil. He was an Iceling? From here? I don't know from where, but he had the same light eyes and light hair. He sprayed stuff on people. Stuff? What kind of stuff? I tossed the shard back and forth between my hands. He called it his essence. He said it absorbed strength from people and transferred it to him, like it sustained him or something. It eventually kills them. My mother once told me a story about someone like that, Vina said softly from behind the table. Gobin and I turned our gazes to her and she faltered at the attention. After regaining her composure, she went on. It was about an odd boy who used to roughhouse with his friends when they played. They eventually stopped playing with him because they didn't like that they always lost to this boy. Felt weak around him. They thought it unnatural. She paused in the story to sprinkle brown leaves into her mortar and began grinding. He grew to be a young man, and one by one, those old friends began dying. The villagers eventually discovered the young man's connection to the deaths, and they banished him. She paused her grinding to look at us. I always thought it was a cautionary tale. Gobin raised his eyebrows. Cautionary tale? What was the message? Don't stop playing with the gifted or they'll murder you when they grow up? Vina laughed. Perhaps not, but I wonder if the story is about that Vil from the cave? I tapped my chin as I thought. Maybe his little friends always lost because the kid was stealing their strength, making them weak? Gobin joined in my musings, and then he grew up and started stealing people's strength until they died. His eyes drifted as he thought about this, then he looked back at me. And the gifted are immune? I don't know. I don't think immune. I think resistant. Dozen's father was in pretty bad shape when we left. Maybe it takes longer for us. I watched sunlight glint off the shard as I rotated it, and I think only with direct contact because we've been around the sick and we're fine. Did he spray you? Gobin asked, alarmed. Yes, and he got Justin too. He's washing up right now. I turned my gaze to where he'd gone. Gobin's face pinched with horror. And you let me hug you before you washed up? Ugh. He began whipping his hands through the air as if shaking off water. Calm down. I jumped in a stream before we left. I'm clean. Oh, he stopped flailing. Are you okay? I don't know. I think so. I'm not sure how to tell. He gave a small exhale of relief. So, what happened when you found this Vil? My eyes dropped to my boots. He's gone now. Gone? As in dead? An image of his bursting body appeared unbidden in my head. Yes, I blinked rapidly. So what did you learn while I was gone? Gobin didn't seem to notice my discomfort. Well, I've got remedies for foot sores, mouth sores, and bed sores. And he drew out the syllable. I also learned that Vina here is an excellent cook. The woman, who had been quietly mixing herbs during our conversation, paused to blush and smile. Your brother is too kind. Her blue eyes shyly met mine and dropped back down to her work. I've enjoyed having him around. I glanced up at him and dug a playful elbow into his ribs, raising my eyebrows in an unspoken question. His face reddened slightly. Later, he mouthed. To Vina he said, I'm going to take a walk with Sember. Of course, she nodded vigorously, eyes following us as we left. Is there something between you two? I whispered when we were out of earshot. A silly grin appeared on his face. She is so sweet and attentive and smart. I've never met anyone like her. No wonder you like her. She is obviously nothing like me. I'm serious. So am I. He regarded me as we walked. Don't sell yourself short. You're pretty great. A derisive snort escaped my lips. I mean it. You killed that plague beast Vil, did you not? I swallowed, dropping my eyes to the ground. Yeah, I guess. What's the matter? I inhaled a deep breath, about to tell him what was bothering me, but changed my mind. He wouldn't understand. He'd never killed anyone before. Nothing. His mouth twisted, but he didn't press further. He knew me. Knew I wouldn't share until I was ready. I just wasn't sure when that might be, if ever. Chapter 24. I itched to return to Foresthome. I wanted to see for myself that my parents were okay. I wanted to tell Siena about everything that happened. Justin was the perfect host, keeping us fed, showing us around Audiobook, and talking to us for hours. Gobin continued to spend a lot of time with Vina, so much so that it was often just me and Justin together. Since our adventure in the cave, he seemed to open up more, trust more. The more time I spent with him, the more I liked him, which was why I needed to leave. Except for Gobin, no one was safe around me. I couldn't bear it if I'd harmed Justin with my gift. The hand-shaped burn I'd inflicted onto his side reminded me that he wasn't immune to my heat. It's been 2 days, I told Gobin while walking him to Vina's dwelling. I need to find out if things are better at home now that Villa's gone. I know, but he kicked a pebble as he hedged. We can monitor the plague here, can't we? They've got victims here too. We can see if they get better, right? I looked at him. You want to stay because of Vina. He avoided my eyes. She's amazing. I want to learn more about her. I was a little annoyed, but I couldn't expect to be the only girl in his life. Plus, I'd never seen him this giddy before. You really like her? He nodded. How about another week? I sighed with resignation. Sure. An additional week was entirely too long, but I wasn't about to make him leave if he didn't want to. I didn't really need him anyway. I'd be fine heading back on my own. It was completely dark. I fetched the pack that I'd been secretly stocking with travel necessities from its hiding place. I wished I could tell Gobin or Justin that I was heading out, but I knew they wouldn't let me go alone if they found out. This was the best way. I wasn't about to disappear without notice, though. It felt strange, sneaking about the village in the dead of night. I crept to Vina's bedside and gently shook her shoulder. She awoke with a start, but thankfully did not scream. It's me, Sember, I whispered, and crouched next to her. I ignited my hand and held it under my face so she could see. Her eyes widened as she stared at the flame, then smiled at me. Wondrous, what are you doing here? I need to go back home, but Gobin wants to stay another week, so I'm going without him. Please let them know I'm all right, and do not let Gobin leave by himself. He may never burn to death, but he can definitely freeze to death. She propped herself up on one elbow. You're going by yourself? I'm resilient, and I've got supplies. I showed her my pack. Gobin wants to spend more time with you, so I'm getting out of his hair. A blush colored her pretty cheeks. Take care of him, okay? I said. She nodded and grasped my arm. What about Justin? He likes you. A pang of regret, or was it longing, nudged at me at the sound of his name. I shook my head. He's better off without me. Without Gobin slowing me down, I made it back to Foresthome in half the time. There were no blizzards to stop me and no crazy plainsmen to tie me up because I ran a wide circle around their compound. The first thing I did when I arrived was check on my parents. It was nearly dark and most people were in their homes already. I stood in the doorway for a little while, peeking through the heavy cloth. Ma sat in a chair, just staring at the shirt clutched in her hands. She looked so sad with her hunched shoulders and drooping mouth. Oh no, did Pa die? Fear gripped me, and I burst through the doorway. Ma? She stared at me with wide eyes as if not believing what she saw. Sember? La, what's wrong? She ignored my question and threw herself into me for a hug. Sember, you're home! Oh, Sember, I was so worried. Are you all right? I can't stand not knowing if you're all right. I'm fine, I didn't get hurt. She touched the healing gash on my head. You don't look unhurt. What happened? She peered over my shoulder. Where's Gobin? Why isn't he with you? She sucked in a breath. Did something happen to him? No, Ma, calm down. He's fine, too. Is Pa okay? Of course, he's just out fetching water. Then why were you looking so sad? She pulled away from the hug and held the shirt up. It was my shirt. I was worried about you, squirrel. The back of my eyes prickled and I blinked the tears away. I missed you too, Ma. I took the shirt from her and kissed her forehead. What is your brother up to then? Her eyes roamed around behind me. I don't see him. I looked down at the shirt in my hands. I sort of left him behind. Behind? Her head reeled back, mouth ajar. Where? Where did you leave him? It suddenly occurred to me that maybe it hadn't been such a great idea. I told her about Audiobook and its Icelings and how Gobin had wanted to stay longer to spend more time with Vina. I didn't bother telling her about Justin and his fluttery effect on me. A girl, huh? Ma smiled. Well, it's about time. Pa pushed through the cloth in the doorway just then, lugging a bucket of water. His eyes lit up when he saw me, and he nearly dropped the bucket. Squirrel! I knew you'd make it back in one piece. He scooped me up into a bear hug, lifting me up off the ground. My little girl. I'm not that little anymore. His shirt muffled my voice. He set me down and held me at arm's length. That's right. You're an adventurer now. You went on a quest and came back victorious. Siena hasn't had to heal anyone for days. You mean, I was almost afraid to believe it had worked. You and Ma aren't sick anymore? He shook his head, smiling broadly. I turned to Ma for confirmation. It's true, she said. I was sick one day, and the next I felt something lift right out of me. Like a weight, just up and disappeared. It was wonderful. Whatever you did, it worked. After those unsightly rashes healed, they never returned. After hearing that, I felt lighter too, at least for the moment. After catching up with my parents, I went to find Siena. I had missed her as much as I'd missed my parents, possibly more. I had something on my mind that I didn't think anyone else could relate to. I found her in the infirmary cabin. Siena was grinding herbs at a table, while Ruba swept the empty room. I hear the plague is a thing of the past, I announced from the doorway. They both looked up at once. Sember, they said in unison. I grinned, a warm glow spreading through me at seeing how happy they were that I was home. Ruba reached me first and clasped my arm in greeting. You did it! How? What was the cause? It was... I hesitated, not wanting to talk about how I killed another gifted. A monster. It lived in a cave. A monster! Well, she placed her hands on her hips. I'm so glad you showed it what's what. What kind of monster was it? A gifted monster a lot like myself, I thought morosely. Actually, do you mind if I steal Siena away for a little while? I need to talk to her. An understanding smile spread on Ruba's face. Of course. You can talk here. I need to see Zelle about some plants anyway. I watched her leave, then turned to Siena, who stood next to the table with an expectant look on her face, willowy and beautiful as ever. Siena, I murmured as I strode toward her and practically threw myself into a hug. She squeezed me back. I'm so glad you're okay, except for this. She peered at my head wound before placing a hand over it. Warm tingles flooded across my scalp, and I marveled at the sensation. Siena's very touch made people feel good. I would not be envious. I would not. I leaned in for another hug, unsure how to handle these unwanted feelings. Siena, I'm a monster, I mumbled into her hair. She pushed me far enough away to give me a stern look. I thought we resolved this already. Your gift does not make you monstrous. I killed someone. My voice was barely a whisper and I couldn't meet her eyes. Her eyebrows arched up. Who? Bill, I said, too caught up in my gloom to explain further. And who's Bill? I looked up at her. His eyes had been so much like hers. The man in the cave. His gift was what caused the plague, not an actual monster. Well, she said carefully, you killed him because you had to. But you didn't see it. His death. I made him explode. Blood and guts flew everywhere. Justin even found gunk in my hair. Her hands dropped from my arms as she tilted her head. Justin? He helped me. Never mind him. Siena, didn't we agree that almost killing someone didn't count? And now I have killed someone. Doesn't that make me a murderer? She took in a measured breath and sighed slowly. Her eyes drifted away, unfocused as if seeing a memory. I know that feeling well. Orga? I guessed aloud. A barely noticeable flinch crossed her features when I said the name. Yes, she returned her focus back to me. A murderer takes a life for selfish reasons. even if other options exist. Did you have other options? I killed him because he was trying to kill me. That's pretty selfish, isn't it? She chuckled. I think there's a difference between selfish and self-preservation. I thought about this and nodded, wanting to believe her. She saw right through to my continued ambivalence. Here's another question for you. Did you lose your temper when you killed him? I don't think so. I recall being backed up against edge of the chasm. I was pretty scared, though. So you were in control of yourself the whole time. Well, I don't know about the whole time. She held her palm up to silence me. This is a huge improvement, don't you see? You used to lose your temper when someone annoyed you, and now someone tries to kill you and you keep it together? I'm impressed. I closed my mouth. Could I let myself off the hook that easily? I guess you have a point. Give yourself some time. Siena held my hand in both of hers. You never completely get over killing someone, but you can learn to forgive yourself. Chapter 25. I'd been back home 6 days and I found myself missing Justin's company. I'd resumed my daily routine, but it didn't make the feelings go away. The ache inside persisted, like a vine whose tendrils had ensnared my heart and wouldn't stop squeezing. I nibbled on a piece of jerky and found myself wishing I was back at Justin's table, laughing with him over dried fish and stinky cheese. I pulled out the little misshapen bear he'd carved for me and rubbed its head. I carried it with me in a pouch everywhere. Whenever I missed Justin, I'd squeeze the bear, hoping one day my heart would return to normal. I reminded myself it was better this way, because I couldn't hurt him from here. A week later, I took a walk with Niren. She wanted to talk about my adventure again, but I didn't mind. Each time, she angled for different information, as if imagining herself there. It reminded me that it actually happened, that I really did do all those incredible things and come back alive. We ended up by the lake and seated ourselves on our favorite log. So, you're saying that all the others who explored the cave before you got lost because their torches were blown out? Niren scrunched her face in concentration. And then this Vilgai would catch them? I nodded. Then how did Dozan's father escape? He can see in the dark, I answered. He didn't need torches. Oh, that's right. And you don't need torches either. Being gifted is so wonderful. I wish I was gifted. It's not all it's cracked up to be. I picked at the remaining bark of the nearly bald log. It makes being with boys difficult. Niren nodded vigorously as if she knew exactly what it felt like. Dozan told me all about that. I see. I felt my face turn hot and I cleared my throat. How are things between you two? Is he still... She giggled. We enjoy each other's company from time to time, yes. And you don't mind that he manipulates you with his gift? She fiddled with the ends of her brown hair. It's not manipulation if you're aware of it. If you want it. I raised my eyebrows. Oh, come on. Haven't you ever wanted to escape yourself, just for a little while? All the time, I thought to myself, I prefer to be in control. She shrugged. Control is overrated, if you ask me. You've never burned anyone. She pointed a finger at me. Not true. I once spilled stew on Gobin's friend. What was his name again? Anyway, it was fresh from the pot and scalding hot. He got big red welts from that. He stopped talking to me for... Her animated brown eyes grew wide as she focused on something behind me. Curious, I turned to look behind me. Gobin stood there, smiling. I thought I might find you here. You're back! I hopped off the log and hugged him. I wasn't sure when you'd come back, or if you would. It was then I finally noticed the guy standing awkwardly behind him. A flutter went through my chest. Justin. You came too? What a stupid question. Of course he did. Our eyes locked and he gave me a sheepish wave. Vina promised not to let your brother head back on his own. I would have been fine. Gobin cast me an annoyed glance. I ignored him. You must give her my thanks. Hi, I'm Niren. She practically elbowed past me to greet the newcomer. I'm Justin. He clasped her arm in greeting. Niren turned an excited grin to me. He's cute. I gave her a tight-lipped smile. Back to Justin, she gushed. So, you're the guy who helped our dear Sember save everyone from that awful plague. She didn't tell me how handsome you were. I rolled my eyes, but at the same time envied her ease and charm when talking to the opposite sex. I did nothing, Justin replied. She did most of the work. Even so, she placed a lingering hand on his arm. She wouldn't have found the cave without you. I didn't want to listen to any more. If Niran insisted on flirting with every guy who entered Foresthome, she was welcome to. I stepped around them and pulled Gobin's arm. Hey, I wanted to talk to you. I saw Justin throw me a glance, but he was too polite to interrupt Niran, who babbled on about his bravery. That Niran works fast, doesn't she? Gobin said as we started walking along the path away from the lake. I kicked a small stone. Always has. But I don't mind. She makes me feel normal. You don't mind? He raised a skeptical eyebrow. Well, okay, maybe sometimes I mind a little. She's so good at charming boys. Charming? Sember, she overwhelms them. Why do you think she's still single? Really? Was this true? I'll bet you a week of fetching water buckets that right this moment, Justin is wishing he was talking to you instead. My face warmed. How would you know? I just spent a week with him. You were a frequent topic of conversation. Me? I winced at the elated squeak in my voice. Right then, scuffling noises drew my attention to a group of 3 small boys playing tag among the trees. You're it, one of them yelled. No, I'm not. I'm touching home base, the other one replied, hand still on a tree. That's not the right tree, the third one said. Is not. Hey, Sember's here. The 3 of them stampeded over to us. One of them tugged my hand. Sember, which tree is home base? If she wasn't here, how would she know? His friend crossed his arms over his little chest. You just don't want to be it. Sember's smart. She killed the plague beast when no one else could. He turned his large brown eyes up at me. Right? I laughed, pleased by their attention. I think you should choose a new home base and then mark the tree with this. I picked up a large twig and scorched the end of it in my fist. The end blackened, and I handed it to him. His eyes were huge as he took it. He dragged the end of it along the bark of a nearby tree, leaving a black mark. Neat. Thanks, Sember. The boy ran off, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Look what I got! The other 2 followed him, fading into nothing more than playful shouts in the forest. When I looked back to Gobin, his mouth gaped, forehead wrinkled in astonishment. They're not afraid of you anymore. I grinned. It seems not. Not only are they not afraid of you, they talk to you. It's been different since I got back. When we reached the commons and sat down for a snack, we were immediately beset by 4 girls, each of them about 12 or so, who sat down at the bench with us. See, I told you he wasn't dead, a girl with a long brown braid said to the one next to her. Gobin shot me a perplexed look. People thought I was dead? What have you been telling them? I said you stayed behind. I didn't tell anyone you were dead. To my surprise, the girl with the braid reached across the table to pat my hand. Leela's father likes to exaggerate when he tells stories. Wow, your hand is super warm. I pulled my hand away and busied myself with munching on a carrot to hide my embarrassment. Leela scooted closer to her braided friend. Move, Gwynnie, I want to feel it. I looked from one to the other, nonplussed. You're not afraid I'll burn you? Why would you burn us? Leela asked as her other 2 friends, who had been quietly watching, also pressed in closer. It still astounded me that these girls weren't afraid of me anymore. Not long ago, they avoided me like poison ivy. It seemed new stories circulated about me now, ones that didn't involve me nearly blowing up my parents. I slid my eyes back to Leela. I wouldn't burn you, but I did kill someone with my gift. Doesn't that scare you? See, Gwynnie, Leela bumped her friend's shoulder. Pa was right about that. She did kill the plague beast. She turned back to me. I wish I was gifted. Me too, Gwynnie chimed. The 2 silent friends nodded in agreement. I sat back, baffled. Never in my life had anyone wanted to be like me. I want to see you make fire, Gwynnie said, leaning in. I start the campfires every night, I reminded them. Anyone can do that, she waved away the idea. I want to see you do something neat. Encouraged, I snapped my index finger up, producing a single flame, right on the tip of it. How about this? Wow! 4 pairs of young eyes stared in utter amazement. Watch this, Gobin said as he held his palm directly on the flame with nary a flinch. Hey, you're blocking the fire. I want to see the fire. Gwynnie tried to peer under his hand. I laughed at Gobin's failed attempt to show off. He smiled sardonically, pulling his hand back. Tough crowd. What else can you do? Leela said, eyes still fixed on the small flame. I thought for a moment, then cupped 4 carrot pieces in my hands. Their stares were unwavering for the minute I spent cooking the carrots. When I was done, I blew on them a little, then held the carrots out in my palm for the girls to inspect. They all leaned in for a closer look. Gwynnie, obviously the braver of the bunch, took one and bit into it. It's already soft. You cooked it so fast. The other 3 girls each collected a carrot and took careful little bites. I'm gonna show Pa, Leela said as she ran off with the remainder of her carrot. The other 3 soon followed suit. Thanks, Sember, Gwynnie tossed over her shoulder as she departed. Gopin watched them disappear. Wow, you're like a hero to these kids now. Do you think so? They're the opposite of afraid of you. They seek you out. How does that feel? He looked at me intently, completely aware that I'd been a pariah most of my life. It's a little strange. But good? Yes, I smiled. Definitely good. Chapter 26. I couldn't stop thinking about what Justin might be doing. With Niren's, I squeezed the wooden bear hard, feeling its sharp ear digging into my palm. The lake was off limits, even though it was where I usually went to deal with unwanted thoughts. I didn't want to see if they were still there, and I especially didn't want to see what they were doing. I'm not sure why, but I went to visit Dozin. I found him packing up a mountain of supplies. His father was on his feet, and the first to see me. Sember, right? Your name is Sember? His eyes seemed bright as he looked at me, no longer sunken into his face. At the sound of my name, Dozin turned around. His eyes held an expression of guarded joy. I ignored him. Yes, you're looking much better. I hear that I have you to thank. He rubbed the side of his white beard, which was now neatly trimmed. I ducked my head and fiddled with a leather strap on a nearby bundle. I had some help. No matter. I was a dying old man. And now, I'm just an old man. Thank you. He gripped my hands in both of his, squeezed them, and then tottered into the trees with a bucket. Dozan finally approached me. I thought you were crazy to go into that cave. Thanks a lot. He shook his head. But you did it. You saved my father, and everyone else it looks like. You are nothing short of amazing. And you are a known sweet talker. I poked his shoulder with my finger. He shrugged. Maybe so, but that doesn't make it any less true. I smiled despite myself. Hug? He opened his arms wide. I backed away. Oh, no, you don't. Didn't you learn your lesson the last time? He grinned widely. I can't help myself. Pretty girls. I rolled my eyes but secretly grinned at being labeled a pretty girl. When do you head out? Tomorrow at first light. Time for us to move on. I thought you were staying for winter. I knew it. He pointed at me. You're missing me already. You wish. He shrugged again. A boy can dream. Father seems to have a new surge of energy and he thinks we can help some of the decimated plainsmen. And by helping you mean profiting from them. I crossed my arms and tilted my head. We're traders. Can you blame us? Traveling is in our blood. He gave me a lopsided smile. As well as profits. Just keep your father out of mysterious caves. I ended up helping Ma patch holes in clothes that evening. She chattered about things that had happened while I was gone, which wasn't much. My mind wandered to Niren's hand on Justin's arm. He hadn't exactly rebuffed her advances. I frowned. I had no right to be jealous. I'd made it clear to Justin that I couldn't be with him. What's the matter, squirrel? Ma paused her stitching to look at me. I eased the tension between my brows. I think I forgot what kind of knot to use here. She examined my work and showed me how to form the knot. It's so nice having you here. You're always out running around like a wild thing. I am a wild thing, Ma. A knock at the front of the cabin startled us both. I hear there are wild things in here, called a familiar voice. I stared at the flap covering the front entrance. Justin? His blonde head poked through, and he smiled. You're a difficult girl to find. I blushed. Looks like you found me. He pushed all the way inside and addressed Ma. My name is Justin. Her eyes lit up. Ah, so you're the one. His eyes looked to me for explanation, but all I could do was shrug. I hadn't talked to her about him. Gobin told me all about you, she continued. How you provided food and shelter for my young ones and helped them find that awful cave. You'll stay here with us tonight if you'll allow us to return the favor. Him? Stay here? I couldn't imagine how awkward that might be. I'm sure he'd rather stay in a less crowded. I'd be happy to, Justin said, not even looking at me. You are very kind to offer. It's the least we can do. Sember, show him where he can store his things. I need to go find out what your father is up to. With that, she disappeared through the doorway. Settle, Ma. Real settle. Justin's eyes roamed around the inside of our modest cabin. This is quite cozy. My voice failed me. I didn't think I would see Justin again when I left his village. And then I didn't think he'd come find me once Niren got her hands on him. Now here he was, in my house, alone with me. I gulped as my pulse began to gallop. Justin took a step forward. Sember, So how did it go with Niren? She seemed quite taken with you. I wasn't proud of the sulky tone in my voice. He raised an eyebrow. You and she are good friends. It was a statement more than a question, but I nodded anyway. You would hand me to her even though you want me? Of course. I stopped myself, but it was too late. I had already given myself away. A broad smile curved his lips. So you do want me? I looked away, face flushing, unsure how to respond. I shouldn't want him, but I couldn't deny it. He watched me for a moment. You know, all Niren talked about was you. My eyes darted back to his. What? Your friend is quite the talker. His eyes glinted with amusement. Yes, I know, and she's very pretty. Weren't you into her? No, not my type. I see. I busied myself with the shirt in my hands to avoid looking at him. What is your type? He stepped closer. I like brave girls, especially ones with fiery tempers. My mouth went dry and my anxiety sparked a small storm within me. You can't mean that. He bent his head and looked me in the eye. You're the only one who doesn't flinch at my touch. In fact, you're the only one who actually likes my touch. I blushed again. Red-hot embers blustered within me and my fingers began tapping a rapid rhythm against my leg. I would have to bolt out of the room soon to run it out. Justin, I can't. He silenced me by grasping my hands in his. They were cold, and getting colder. They slid up my arms and back down again, leaving a trail of delicious goosebumps. Some of my anxiety was replaced with something else. I searched his eyes, bluer than the sky. I don't know if... He cupped my heated face, and I closed my eyes, forgetting what I was about to say. I could have sworn I heard sizzling. The chill grew until calmness seeped in, a calm that I'd only ever experienced while running. I exhaled slowly and opened my eyes. He was watching me expectantly, hands steady. I think maybe... I wasn't sure what I was trying to say. I'll take maybe, and whatever else you'd like to give. If you'll have me. Despite his chilly touch, his smile warmed me like the sun, melting the last of my barriers. I gave up on words and wrapped my arms around his neck, pulling him to my lips. Epilogue. In the months after returning home, Gobin missed Vina and talked about her constantly. He eventually came up with an excuse to assemble a small convoy and head back to Audiobook. After winter, of course. It wasn't a surprise when Gobin chose to stay there, promising to come back before the next winter settled in. I think he planned to live in Audiobook half the time, but spend the other half in Foresthome because he just wasn't ice-proof. Siena and Remy embarked on another journey to all the tribes. When they returned, they reported that, although some of their numbers had been decimated, there were no more plague sufferers. As for Justin and me, we were taking it one day at a time. He was incredibly popular during summer, when people clamored for ice or one of his snowballs. Drizzled with honey, it was a tasty treat. To say that life was sweet now would be an exaggeration. Controlling my gift was still a daily struggle, but it was definitely better when people no longer walked wide circles around me and I had a handsome fellow who enjoyed my company. More importantly, I knew I had it in me to do it. Sure, I could still make a pair of pants burst into flames, but pants could be replaced. I might never be normal, ever, but now I was okay with that. Continue the adventure. Those of you who think Niren is spunky enough to have her own story can rejoice, because she's getting one. The third installment of the Forest Folk series is available and features everyone's favorite blabbermouth. Niren spends her days in Foresthome caring for orphans, getting into trouble, and listening to other people's adventures with secret envy, which is why following an intriguing stranger into an unknown part of the forest seemed like a good idea at the time. Niren doesn't expect to find her missing parents among a band of odd-looking misfits, but family is family, right? Her hopes to reclaim the kin she'd lost are challenged, however, when she uncovers their violent plot against normals like her. They'll make an exception for her. Niren has always been great at accepting herself from rules, but doing nothing would mean endangering her friends in Foresthome. She must stop these outcasts from, who is she kidding? She's a smart-mouthed girl with no special talents. What is she gonna do, talk them to death? Maybe babysitting a bunch of other orphans in Foresthome wasn't such a bad deal after all. Niren is available in print, ebook, as well as right here as a free audiobook. You've reached the end of this audiobook. Thank you for listening to Sember by Zoe Blessing. If you enjoyed this story, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you can discover more.